show, Matthew. You used to tell me, now you're telling it the world. I used to watch it for myself. Wait, what?
Actually, it's kind of hard to hear you, hon.
Okay, I know. With the audience silent. Mrs. Maloney, Matthew told us that you may have shit at your last week. Do you remember the joke that was made about the way Matthew looks?
Oh, it's really hard to hear. We can be a little slower.
Do you happen to remember the joke that I made on Matthew specifically about the way that he looks that made you cry last week?
From last week?
No. From when you watched the show.
I don't really remember. Well, yeah.
There's only one. Which one?
Handle it.
What do you help them do exactly? He's eating tiramisu twice a week.
She sneaks into his house and I throws away tiramisu. Does she hold your feet during sit-ups? First of all, lady, very nice lady. I mean, at least this week we didn't say the word fat. And I think his face looks like John Bonet, not his body.
Mrs. Maloney, I'm sorry, my friend just tried to make a John Bonet joke work again. I was really convinced that maybe perhaps they looked him up since the last joke and did the research, but he failed again. I'm back, Mrs. Maloney. Okay, let me ask you this. I fucking forgot it, son of a bitch.
Yeah, too bad tearing down my non-joke. I was pointing out to her that I did not call him fat.
Okay,
that was my point.
Mrs. Maloney, I'm sorry, I'm so excited. What did you feed him when he was a baby?
Oh, he would always reach for the vegetables.
Wow, times have changed. Yeah, I'm sure you had so many vegetables ready at hand for little Matthew. You just got way Maloney.
Tony, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is your breath still solar?
She's doing great. Put her back on. Please, let me get closing words. Mrs. Maloney, I want to thank you for being on the show. You're a sweet lady, and we're roasting you, so we're all having fun. And thank you for your great sense of humor.
Fun, it's great.
Yes, it's all in good fun. It's great. Yeah, we're there at the end. Oh my God. That was cool. And that was the mother with Matthew Maloney. There goes on Twitter.
Oh, also his jokes were good and he got whatever.
Oh my God. Yeah, you know what? That's gonna be the part where your mom cries. It's gonna be like he did so good. He went through all the improv challenges that God gave him, and then he tripped on them for a while.
It was a terrible dismount. It's an unfortunate thing. We saw things during the Olympics where things didn't go where people hoped it would. And it's terrible that happens.
Matthew Maloney is not fortunate.
His best chance tonight is the bronze.
All right, so let's get this one.
We also all people that didn't watch a second of the Olympics, right?
Oh, yeah, what are you, a bunch of John Bales in here?
Don't know. They don't even know if they watched the Olympics. That was what that reaction was. You might have caught some of it.
The Olympics are like this weird old relic that have not, since the internet started, it's just been fuck that shit. The Olympics are so dumb. We have Tom Brady and UFC and shit. We don't need to worry about that. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Marco Hamilton.
So the one time I go to Paris, I'm traveling alone, and I'm in taken. I'm traveling by myself. I was in college, and I overheard two men speaking English. So my first thought was, oh, safety. Two strange men speaking English. I should hang out with them. The best part, or one of the best things, light of the situation about being taken in Paris is the free walking tour of everything. I saw the buses. I saw the Eiffel Tower, but unfortunately, I was unable to see the Rothschild'S store because I was being put into a van. If I had it my way, I would have settled for some 4G instead of ending up in a physical.
But yeah, Margot Hamilton. Hello. How's it going? I don't really think sorry, it was too easy. I'm sorry, Margot. 2 on this one.
Let's start by attacking the substance. How could you see all those places as good as they were? You were the man.
I will tell you the story.
You're the logic.
Three men. So I was like, okay, we're gonna do the thing because he told me that we were gonna walk to his house to get Wi-Fi.
Wait, this is a real story.
Yes, this is a real story.
My first critique is going to be clearly, it has to a place of truth.
Yeah,
One of the
I was some, hacky PMDC punchline after you said that you were taken and it just wasn't.
like my dad has a certain set of skills, like not taking my calls would be one of them. Like she just gets worse and worse in this situation because maybe she's not your dad. Like, but you're okay, clearly. It worked out okay. It's not really a 1 minute.
Well, no, not at all. Man, did they put you in an ice cream truck? Okay, you fuckers are gonna hold me. Alright, then I won't try to make those jokes if you're gonna be that kind of crowd. If you're gonna leave me off on my own fucking alone, I won't.
Maybe we should work on too.
Okay, so then what happened? So what really happened?
She got put back. Just take her like, okay, well, it worked out. Yeah, no, can I give a slight critique, which is what we're going to do? It's an easy ass story. I couldn't tell if that's real. Yeah. It is. Basically, you need to comment that I feel in a way that says the tone that that's real. Get everybody in. This is going to be taken jokes. Yeah. Do you know the film, the Taken film? Yeah.
You have to say, I was literally in.
But wait, so the reference is just saying that you don't touch it, and then you say something else that corresponds.
Right, I just talked about this out loud.
Okay.
Know how I can make my traumatic story better.
Why is it? When given the opportunity to do it, about that time,
I think I go to like my East Coast nasal.
what do you call it?
So people the traumatic now. There was nothing that came out of the stand-up that was traumatic. It felt like you might have been the whole time, the whole time creating a story and just using Taken as a parallel. I'm fascinated that it's real.
away because I went in their house, pinned me on it, and like started threatening me, and so I got like, you'll never get one. You're allowed to settle for 40. Yeah. And I like.
Did you have a laptop with you? Or did you get a Wi-Fi card? You didn't have a phone to get back by. You're not saying Wi-Fi, you're just saying let me use your computer. Okay, you're gonna let me use it.
The biggest pimp of all time is here, baby.
I got you. So you have your phone, a baguette, and these guys throw you in a van, and then they take you to a house.
Yeah, in like the middle of the Champs-Elysees, which is like a very like wealthy strip.
Yeah, so nice. I mean, you're gonna get taken some chocolate. I'm trying to figure out what you meant by butter with them. Yeah, she's the butter. She's all you hate. Margo, how long have you been doing stand-up? How long?
Like 2 months.
Like 2 months? You have PTSD from it, like, for a while?
I am a true baby hugger.
Oh, no. What's happening? What's happening?
I'm your elder, bitch.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Margo, over here, I don't want any idea what you have comment.
I'm still any of what I was talking about.
Jesus Christ, Margo. Just trying to work it through. It takes a while to get up here. It's the nicest of all of us, for sure. But if you think about it, it's free Wi-Fi.
Oh, thank God. We're really using up the day.
Margo, where are you originally from? How long have you been in LA?
About a year and a half.
Whoa, I would not trust you with my kid. Yeah, you're all about taking. You have like shake. I feel like you're a baby shaker. Like, I could picture you like, shut the fuck up. I could picture you getting really mad.
No, I don't handle children under 5.
Perfect.
You guys do?
Margo, anything crazy ever happen with your nanny?
Yeah. Who's talking? Right. Cash out.
The biggest pimp of all time. Sling dick like a motherfucker. West Side.
Someone wants to get thrown. Am I right, people? Margo Hamilton, everybody. Wow. A strange name. I hope it's real. Put your hands together for Ghost versus Fish. Yeah, I'm sure. Wow. I'm sure it's on. You gotta keep the whole thing. Oh, Jesus. This guy's got a whole thing going on. Make some fucking noise for Goat versus Fish. In the game, there was Goat versus Fish. The Goat. And Goat versus Fish said that there should be goat and that there should be. There is no alpha or omega. There is no black or white. There is no good or evil. There is only goat and fish and goat versus fish. Who is the versus fish? What is goat versus fish? Why goat versus fish? There is only one question.
now this is good versus fish. This is good versus fish. Versus fish, man. It's up.
Goat versus Finch. That's goat versus Finch.
I'm trying to shake my phone.
Ryan Redmond really taking control tonight. Lots of jokes being fired off one after the other very, very quickly. Goat versus Fish. What the fuck was that?
That was good versus fish. That was good versus fish.
You take Margot.
Oh, the one that was speaking. The one that was speaking. You know, that one good versus fish does not even ask for that one. It's a good.
Did you run out of the scripted material before the video was up so you started talking?
It was written that it was good versus fish. Yes, it was always good.
Wow, where does this ever work? Like, what
There is the Good versus Fish podcast that is recorded at the Comedy Store Los Angeles. Yes, at the Comedy Store Los Angeles. That's a real thing.
right?
We live on that.
And two, I was like, if he didn't call your name, you could just walk around like this all the time.
It is forever Good versus Fish. It is forever Good.
I think he thought you really think it's forever, dude. I guarantee you 2 or 3 months. I think he had shit aside. And if folks, I give you 1,000 points on commitment. It doesn't work at all. But the way you got it, he thought of this bit when he got out of the royal shower.
Hey, brother, I've seen you before. I've seen your act before. I see you.
How would you describe, sir, the battle of the sexes?
Good versus Fish is good in this sex. Yes, there is the man and the woman. They say
Didn't even just say go versus fish. That's all I was looking for was goat versus fish. That's all I wanted. Now we're done, right?
I'm happy with that.
There he goes, goat versus fish, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Jesus fucking Christ. This show's crazy.
That's the first podcast where schizophrenic homeless people.
I don't think it's the first, but
Break it off the stage.
whoa, Ryan's extra mad. Ryan's extra mad, aggressive, hosty, and jokey tonight. It's all happening.
I will be facing Goat versus Fish.
All right.
This week on the WCW, brother.
I can't do girls that brings me out. I pulled another game out of the bucket. Let's see. Obviously, it's been proven that anything can happen, and none of this show is scripted. So, put your hands together for Dave Yates.
So, that doesn't make me any different from any of you. Except I don't have an excuse anymore for the ugly people I sleep with. See, I was completely present when I muscled through that tree. I don't care how much you drink either. None of those sober people care. Drink up, have a good time. I'm not concerned with the drugs you're doing. I'm more concerned with the drugs you aren't doing. Like, what do you mean you've never eaten LSD? You don't want to know what the color blue sounds like? I gotta look at the ladies. I don't go to the normal bars. I go to the gay bar. Where the ladies go to piss off the guys, the gay bar, right? There's no guys that are hitting you there. All they want is dick. Wrong. Everybody comes in hitting the spreaders. We gotta be careful of those predators in the gay community. They're called boogers. pitchers or managers. What notice? He gets in his mouth in the outside. Into that is going to make it. But it never does.
Oh, you're so happy over there. Look at this.
That's why it's legit pay ranking right there.
You don't put 7 minutes into making a ground if you don't like a good callback like that.
Could a fish kill a goat, you think? Yeah.
Trailer for sober living. I guess got paid by somebody in the audience. It's weird thinking too.
Usually the people who shake in the morning that lose dragging themselves.
Wow.
What is it? You provide car service for people? Yeah, so like I take people that live in like a halfway house to their doctor's appointment like that. So like a cruise.
Yeah, very good. Keep clapping. You better hope they never find out about Uber.
Do you have bits about that? Yeah. Well, you should open with it. Sure. Yeah, because people love when you do that. And then you do your job.
You sort of, you sound and are much more than your appearance of a Major League Baseball relief pitcher.
Yeah, like I look like a fucking barbecue pit assistant.
Mine was better.
Sure.
Hey, what else do you
You look like a yacht rock fan. Soft.
You saw Hall and Oates?
I saw Steely Dan at the Spring Fair from Illinois. It was great.
Yeah, I saw Steely Dan at Dodger Stadium. It sort of made me sad. They weren't as good as they got not.
He's good. Yeah, sometimes fine. So it's a big thing. I mean, I've been in Boulder, yeah.
Yeah, you dating anyone? Yeah, how long have you been dating?
About 6 or 7 months.
Yeah.
Which one is it, Dave? 6 or 7? Well, it's like we didn't make we just decided that we were seeing each other. It's not very interesting. She's a comic. She's pretty funny. She knows one thing. She knows how to do it. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Go with her for next time. Dave.
Who's funny or you or her?
She knows.
Yeah, I get that dick suck, Dave. You fucking get it, buddy. Don't need to just let them do anything nice for anybody. Macho Man Pat Reagan.
All the time. Oh, yeah.
Well, Hogan almost lost his mustache.
Savage favorite.
Wow, that's part of a squeegee.
There was definitely jokes in there. A couple of comics pointed that actually have, something lined up, which it seemed like you did. I mean, I would say, I just said you were sober, but then you were like, hey, why are you trying LSD? So that was like a weird thing for me to kind of, it was one way I thought you were, and then that was like a juxtaposition. You're 100% right. But you a longer shot. I'm a sober guy, but I don't care if you get fucked up because a lot of people must resist. There
you go. Well, Dave, we've met you before. You have fun appearance.
Can I give a bottle of hot sauce?
Yeah, sure.
You can have it right to sell.
Sounds good.
My merch. Hot sauce. Is it sealed or is this been? Not yet. It seems tampered with. You know. If I put this, it's gonna crack. Sure. Yeah. I know. So you make this in your house, like, yeah. I use it every morning. I love it, brother. Yeah, I love it.
Hotsauce.com?
And hot sauce on Instagram.
It doesn't even like you should start one. Squarespace. 88, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one. 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 There's a million ways to get it. Choose one.
That guy, the goal is his to lose.
Well, every once in a while I pull a name out of the book. So goddamn well. First of a legend, you know, heavyweight. Get your hands together for Kevin Mack.
Well, I finally broke up for several weeks. It's a pretty good run. Feel good about it. She caught me. She had a kid that I wasn't ready to. She got mad because she caught me googling what is the threat. Thought that was a fair question. It was funny though. When we broke up, she was like, "You're never gonna find another girl like me." That's the point, bitch. I'm not looking for another one like you. That would be like me going into the woods, getting mauled by a bear, living through it, and then looking for another bear. Look out here. I don't want to be a status, which was rough. He hit my mom, and I beat his ass so bad that the next day he went down and Jazzy.
Would you say that one part? What's up with that? What's that one part? Which part? Yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. You can just hear all the
I don't wear underwear.
You don't wear underwear. You're a naked apartment guy?
Yeah, man.
You live by yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. And, did anybody ever knock to your door and you had something ever?
Well, Joburg thought I was wearing thongs last time I was there.
Is that true?
Yeah, I thought I was wearing thongs. I still stick by it. I should have taken a picture. But I may have.
Looking to ever be successful. Music West. Oh my god. Christ, you're right. It's the absolute fucking top.
Yeah. Wow. It was a slow day.
I bet it was.
Wow.
Slow day. The appearance of senior original Kevin Mack on every day. Oh my god. He should have been the picture while we did this. Okay. Every day I feel more like the Mr. or a Sir.
It's a whole band.
Don't interrupt my fucking reading. No, there's a whole thing. By the way, guys, was probably like 20. Jesus fucking Christ. You did? Were you guys playing one-on-one? Really? Wow. Who the fuck plays one-on-one like that in the basketball? See that? This is a true story.
Yeah, he challenged me to be one-on-one.
Be like, hey, old man, you want to play a game? And you're just like, oh, we're just
You one-on-one. Did you guys play tidy whities or what kind of outfit were you? I wore my short shorts.
Hulk Hogan.
Kevin, have you ever been wearing drops before, brother? No, I haven't. Would you like to be? Fuck yes, I would.
Alright, well, I mean, what's going to happen here? I didn't really see Jeremiah get up after that, so I guess it'll just always be much in the air.
You are questioning the monster right now? How dare you?
Oh, there it is. There it is. Wow. He just turned into Freddie Mercury right in front of our very eyes. What an unbelievable magic trick. Hulk Hogan transformed into Freddie Mercury and what on the wow, and he's obviously live periscoping this from the cell phone. It was my pants. He's probably gonna go try to reach an email here or something like that. Hopefully he doesn't get thrown in the douchey hashtags. I just want to move on. Should we just keep flying through this episode? There goes Kevin Mack. We've done it before. Kevin Jones, there he goes. Point it. Oh boy. It's always fun to yeah, what did I say? No. Sean didn't stand up. We love British. Put your hands together. I pulled another name out of the book. Put your hands together for Cooper. Iden, everyone. Here we go. Cooper Iden. Here he comes.
How we doing? So I'm in college, and I'm happy to be there because it was not easy to get there. Me trying to get into college was like a girl who was to get into a nightclub. Like I used to screaming, like, let me in! My friends are in there. We're supposed to meet up. I got to sneak into college. So sexual assault's being talked about a lot lately. I'm glad. But I'm not glad about his reaction most men to it. I hear that they're scared to date a lot. I hear it all the time. They're like, well, I'm scared to date. You know, you don't know what's going to happen. You know if I'm going to get arrested for some shit. It just makes me think, like, what are you doing? Sexual assault being tolerated today, you aren't dating. Just raping, you know? Just being a piece of shit. Women are people. I'll say it. I'll be at jail. Go for it. I'll do it. All right. Thank you very much.
Fuck yeah. Malcolm in the middle, all grown up. Cooper vibe. You have a face. How old are you?
21.
You're like if Matthew Maloney even a well-exercised John Pinette.
Nothing like well-exercised. You're like if Matthew Mahoney was allergic to tiramisu.
Macho Man.
Looks like your eyebrows are about to skitter off your face.
I was loading up for a better eyebrow job. I guess you don't tackle it first, and those things are perhaps like most found a podcast listener's set of eyebrows. I mean, I'm going to listen to the podcast. We were barely 21, and his eyebrows are 70.
Like Chief McAllister. He's literally great. He's the great grandson of Groucho Marx.
He literally got his eyebrows from his grandpa.
They way down the head. I didn't know that Jim Henson got into the eyebrows.
Cooper, you are. What do you do for work?
Work right now, but most recently I've been on a fishing boat.
Do you use your I've
tried, but they don't fit.
So you like tie boats to the thing at like a little line on it?
Tying lines, jumping on shot. It's mostly just like old men come out to fish, and it's kind of like their weekend off. So they're really excited, but they're all terrible at fishing. So they just tangle a lot.
You from LA?
Yeah, from the valley.
Yeah.
I see you a lot of like how often do you go out? Try to do like,
Man, how long have you done that for?
half a year, 2 years, something like that.
You're starting to sound like a little baby. Half a year.
Did you say half a year, 2 years? I'm sorry, year and a half. I'm sorry. You skipped the whole thing. That's a weird jump. A month, a decade. How old are you? 21. I usually always 21. You have a good look. And I don't mean this in a weird way. You have a peculiar look. You're good. And you seem funny right away. And then you backed it up. I thought you had the best set of the night so far. And I thought you came out and yeah. With 21, you get how to write a joke. You know, your sensibility was good. You came right to it. You were efficient. You had an amazing sensibility. It feels like you live next door to Kevin Spacey in American Beauty. And that's an interesting character.
21 years old. Cooper, do you drink?
Yeah.
What do you drink?
Age comes. I mean, I'm not much of a drinker like Hennessy.
Wow.
You bring that up like you think he's going to take like a beach. I'm not much of a drinker, but when I do Hennessy, I just get right to it, you know?
Wow, really? You drink Hennessy? Like,
I mean, it's like, if you listen to like enough shitty rap, you just do what they tell you. I'll stop back when it's all. That would be cool in that 6 months, 2 years. I'm not much of a drinker, but no, it's not.
you listen to enough dumb rap, you just do what they do. How long have you been annexed? It's so certain.
I haven't gotten into prescriptions. That's
Oh,
cool.
okay.
How many 40s have you wasted? I mean, I don't have enough to.
And with
Cooper, what do you do for fun? What's a 20-year-old like nowadays? I don't even know what the fuck, like, you grew up with PlayStations.
Yeah, I mean, I just do this. I can just hear every night. Don't so, kids have just
That's your thing, you drink Hennessy, right?
yeah. I like way to make money out of it is turn your back to the audience.
You actually have it, this ability to have multiple spots a night, which is just starting out. It's better than what I was doing. I was starting out. I was 22.
At night in Los Angeles is pretty impressive.
Your parents buy you hard? Yeah, what do they do?
My mom cuts hair and she drives to the studio. She doesn't cut eyebrows. She does. She cuts my hair and she's right. Hey, wouldn't it be cool? It'd be cool if your eyebrows would like turn into a black silk. You can see how many eyebrows. I'll even jump in on that one.
Very good.
Rimshot. Ouch.
Your mom's a hairdresser, your dad is a teacher.
Yeah, he's a
Is he?
professor. He does he's a therapist.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you try to like sit you down on the couch a lot, like get out.
Not really. Sometimes he has like all that shit to pull out. Yeah, so
Look at this tent in the
You
west
need a
side.
bunch of shit to pull out.
like if he's giving
If you believed in pulling out, you wouldn't be here, Cooper.
give you a talk like as a therapist, you know? So it's just like, like sometimes you have to give yourself the time to become the best, you know, and it's like, whoa, like that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like way too supportive.
You ever just wish you guys could hang out and smoke a blunt, drink some Hennessy, and talk free shit with your dad?
Yeah, real, yeah. It's proud.
What are your dad's eyebrows like?
I'm the only one who has in the family. I'm like the I didn't like eating you at this time.
Well, son, I don't want to have to do this to you, but my eyebrows are weird. All right, Cooper. It was nice to meet you, buddy. Welcome to the show. 21, doing multiple
Great
spots.
job, great job.
Cooper Lyden. He's on Twitter, Lyden Cooper, Lyden Cooper. Oh, wait, what's this? Supposed to be music. Oh, shit. Black and white. Yeah.
Black Panther reference.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know, NWO also did was a bad guy, and he was pretty cool back in the day. He went from being a good guy to the ultimate bad guy. He was such a good guy before he was going first. Same mustache, though. The mustache never changed. He was always he's the mom. All right, let's keep this moving along. You guys having fun out there? Great moving. Your hands are gonna play Nick Costito. All right, Nick Costito. People are leaving. That person's leaving. Here he comes from the farthest part of the room. Come on, one time for Nick Costito, everybody.
Got on the way. My sister actually came out as a pterodactyl. I'm not lesbian, but I gotta say, as a big brother, it's hard to deal with. already, so. No, sir, how you doing?
Wow. There's a man incognito. Panicking and going into trial. How he's doing something. That's the first time anything started trying to make you part of it. Like, hello, sir, doing a picture over there. NWO Hulk Hogan.
I just say I love this guy, brother.
Yeah?
He is the makings. He's a great villain.
But yeah, I think he's saying you're unlikable. Have you been on this show before?
Yes, yeah, I did a hot chip.
Oh,
Yeah, I got notified. I was in the bathroom the next day.
I have a strong
Man, I'm not sure.
you did a minute on the show better. What happened? Why did you talk about that? I had no idea what the fuck you were doing.
And I turned in my grades type stuff. I write grades. I prefer your earlier stuff.
Grades later.
You were looking for
Why would the parade then?
someone if it was like a very that made me laugh towards part to have. And it was just so silly. I'm wondering though, you knew you might come on and you felt about 40 seconds short of the minute with material. Yeah, I don't feel on that. Is there a missing bit we didn't hear? I accounted for it. Wow. Oh.
I love your shirt. How long have you even stand at a hair stylist? If you had to describe the color of that shirt for the podcast listeners, what color would you call that? How old are you, Nick?
21.
What do you do for a living? Bunch of ladies.
How do you do it? Oh, government? Tell where? So you're reporting? Don't ask, don't steal.
Wait a second. Is this real? You have a foster kid?
Yeah, I'm a foster kid.
Wait, you're a foster kid?
I am a foster kid, yeah. I grew up like your parents drank a lot of vodka.
How can you know what that is?
Right now it's
How long did you get the money?
That's crazy.
Oh yeah, Hulk Hogan did do that when he was in the NWO. Nick, why did you say that?
Honestly, I'm taking a social problems class this semester, and I'm score one of my dribbling as a white guy. Yeah. You really said I like to sign up for social problems?
That might be right.
Wait, so you have a story, and you have something to talk about that is only yours, and that you can have a strong opinion on, that you do have a strong opinion on. So I would say, like, talk about that. That's so interesting that you're a foster. You're a foster, and now you have that funding you to live and all that stuff. Like, you come up and you get me right away with that. Instead of trying to think of, like, a joke about a marriage or a joke about a tortoise. I want to get better before I try to tackle that material. I feel like I'm up so ill and it's like I'm a foster kid. You're like, oh, he's a foster kid.
I think you'll find it one day. Yeah. Not the joke of parents.
Until you meet them, let me give you the
Shield pussy ass crowd. I can't wait until next week's show. I'm ready for a new audience. I want to ship in a new audience right now.
I'm going to go and talk about another switch also that I was going to say Muslim, but then Jerry
Yeah, so
how about less puzzles and more just truthful statements?
Muncher and Patty Reagan.
You've seen it for us.
If you live by yourself, foster care.
What's your time?
Jesus Christ. So, oh my God.
No, I did it free. Not quite free, cheaper.
Wow.
Did you win that on Teal or no Teal?
There you go.
Wait a second.
Very good.
But the rent is cheap rent, so you also nothing for a living. So how do you pay that cheap? I make a profit by going to college. So you go on the backside. You said you do nothing. You're in college. How many credits or classes? I'm coming out transferring. There's nobody playing my here. I feel like there's a really hard time to eventually. She's not going to be a good deal.
By their parents.
I know that.
You do?
Yeah, talk about it.
Have you ever talked to them?
I'm not a fucking way. So, what? My dad and my mom just have just like that too. That should be open. Just come right out. Come right out. I thought there were other great comments tonight. Teal there with you.
Alright. Well, Nick, it was nice to meet you again. There he is, Nick Costello. He ate a chip last time because there was a straight job. Nick Costello. Yeah. He was wondering if it was Teal the show.
That was just between us.
Who's the person that I told to come back this week? Was that? Yeah, that's right. Okay. Remember the name? Christina what? What? Alright. Last week I told a young lady that she'd get a spot on this show. So here we go again. We're going to go with Christina Austin. Then we go back to the after this. For the new regular, something to keep in mind.
ex, and I called her Rosa Pasión. Pasión is Spanish for passion. But had I put it like that, it would have been a passionate. You know what I'm saying? Follow me. And all the and you're not breathing in each other's roll around like it's hot. Hot. I'm in the dating app, and I'm on OkCupid. I hate the questions that the dating apps ask. They're corny as fuck. OkCupid asks a question that don't even make no kind of sense. OkCupid asks a question that what are you always thinking about? So I answered it like an hour. What am I always thinking about? How much I hate myself. And how shitty of a person I am. Come and get it, boys. It's already wet because I've been crying on it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Christina. Say your last name one more time.
Goldston. Christina Goldston.
Goldston. Hulk Hogan, go ahead.
She is arch different, so I like it.
What did we find out about you last week? That you beat up your ex, something like that. Something fun, right?
Oh, my roommate.
You do an iron.
$10. $10. I beat her up with an iron.
I want you with a ring, sister.
Did not have time for it to warm up. My way was fast. That's weird. That's yeah.
So how's life going? What else is going on? What did we find out about you, Christina?
You know, I did tell you I was single. I'm on phone.
Are you that's like you.
Oh my God.
He's racist. Come on.
No, I just like hockey jerseys.
So, since you've been on Bumble, you got any, is there any action happen, anything crazy?
Have you tried the dating app? Okay, so bad.
My favorite joke of the night. Yeah, that was my favorite of the night.
Always got a fix. Don't play with me.
Jesus, Brian.
It's a very valid question for you. I mean, honestly, you know, we did it.
Oh my God. Settle down. Jesus. Take the engine revving thing for that. The whole episode.
Where's your last name from?
It's not. My mom divorced my dad when I was really young, but she's still smart enough to keep the last name, so white people can trust me. Really, when you say Jewish, people are like, you know, that's not a race. And I'm like, I mean, I know, but like,
I was talking
you don't remember me, Sal? You don't remember me? No, okay. You were judging me on the road. Remember, I came here like 2 weeks ago.
So that's funny to me, but then you switching it out with being real, and I was like looking at which one I wanted to say. Yeah, I even Cardi C.
That was really good. Y'all didn't give that enough. We drink weed. I started at that. Yeah.
Hey, if you're not busy after the show, I do that too.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, she was
The Bumblebee on The Simpsons for 30 years.
Alright.
Tell them about the Bumblebee guy. That old school.
Yeah, we don't even know what you guys are talking about right now.
Well, she's kind of great. Charlie Brown cosplay.
There
It is.
Hey, it's Bumblebee Girl.
You love it? You love it?
I'm just happy you called me because honestly, like I was wearing these tights when somebody from Bumble canceled on me, and I was like, this cannot happen again. These tights.
Why did you like this?
I mean, I'm just wearing them again. I wasn't in them for long after he canceled, so I just took them off and put them on my lunch date.
So,
Yeah, sometimes if you're in a school, you have that long tights. You don't want to put them on for that.
no one knows more about tights than you. There goes the actually, just a fellow. You realize basically how this thing is.
Yeah, why is he growing a mustache onto a mustache?
Putting a blonde mustache over his blonde mustache. That's what Hulk Hogan had. He had a beard too. The NWO Hogan had a mustache and a black beard, right? No, it was a blonde mustache and a black beard. Alright. Well, Christina, it was good to see you.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Yay!
Boom. Yeah. All the spoiled white boys we've had on the show. It's Puerto Rican female up there. Almost felt like we planned that or something like that. Like it was already part of the thing. Alright. Love the energy in this room, guys. Really feels good in here right now. I'm going back to the fucking thing again. It's gonna be Rachel Wolfson. We know her.
Your past relation to your men's history. So I dated a filmmaker out here. So that's narcissism. I dated a British guy. So that's alcoholism and addiction. And then I dated 3 guys from New Jersey. So that's depression and low self-esteem. Which is weird because I date a guy from New Jersey now, and I've actually never been to New Jersey. And now I come from
Rachel, how long do you think that set was? Yeah, you had to guess.
45 seconds.
Wow, you're so wrong.
It was 11. It's 29 seconds.
29? I
That lives, my friend. Guys, all the lines you choose.
Yeah.
That song's what we call Real Mustache Dropper.
Jeremiah Watkins, I didn't know that you know how to play guitar. Alright. Rachel, how's it going? Going. We met you before. You also like Christina, you spoke a lot. Your mom was the yeah.
Is your mother single?
Right. Why couldn't you just have his number? Why couldn't you
Yeah, that's right.
Fuck you.
Keep the spattering on the floss going. Yeah, like I see a spatter all around the room. That'd be great.
Rachel, what else do you do better at?
I smoke weed, I work out, I work a lot.
Yeah.
I like to make
Yeah. You do. You work at a
This fish she works at is called just for some reason.
Oswego.
Do you have full weed now where you can just go in there? That's one of the first ones that did it.
Yeah, they've been around for like 15 years. I do get weed.
But not as good as it did.
She likes parking lots. Yeah. Indoor, outdoor.
Can I talk to you about 29 seconds? No, real quick.
Yeah, I speak to you about.
Good, yeah. Feel responsibility. Hashtag I also. Some of the material. I feel that responsibility. That's what we use. Joke. You said this. I mean, which one?
do a lot of stone guys. Dispensary fall in love with you.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
Yeah.
They do fall in love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Break it on you.
I try to break their heart.
How do you let them down?
I'd be like, well, if it's not you, it's your weed.
Wow.
She's like, dude, you're an indigo.
I'm more of a.
We appreciate your purchase. Do you need psychedelics?
I love mushrooms.
Have you ever had a bad trip?
No, the only trip I took mushrooms for the first time 2 years ago, and that was when I ran into Dare at the grocery store.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You were in the grocery store on mushrooms.
I went to the grocery store, and the person I was doing mushrooms with realized they forgot cat food. So we had to go to the grocery store, and that's when it started to hit in the cat style. Right before I got there, I ran into Dare outside, but I don't know if I was tripping or they were really there.
What happens? They ask you for money?
Well, I went up to them and I was wearing weed socks, and I felt like now is my time to take a stand. And I went up to this girl and I was like, yeah, weed is legal. We don't even care about weed. I was like, oh yeah, well I'm on mushrooms.
It's probably just a girl with a Dare shirt on.
No, they had a whole setup. They had like a desk and heads and shit. Damn. I wanted their merch.
Everything you do.
Yeah. Rachel Wolfson. Who's good to see you.
Yay.
Rachel Wolf. She's on Twitter at Wolf Comedy. WOLFIE. Go back to the bucket again. We have time left. Yeah. You guys ready to go to the bucket one last time? Let's do 100 more. On one. She did mushroom market, and I did ecstasy and joined Christian church for 2 years. True story. Moving on. Alright. This looks like a unique. We're gonna get much. Oh boy. Here we go. It's holding his line. He's excited. I like it. Definitely Danny Mush. We're in for Danny Mush.
Holy shit. I'm up here. It's happening. Okay. You guys ever hear resting bitch face? You guys heard this ailment that affects women? For the most part, resting bitch face, most of the time, it's just because they're kind of a bitch.
like, that's wrestling bitch face. So you're not mad at me? And she goes, oh, I am now. And I said, see, I can't tell the difference. All right. When I told my wife about that wrestling bitch face was kind of sexy as a challenge, right? Like I was like, I'm gonna get you to like me. I did it, and it worked out. We got married. I was like, yeah, I won. In life, I must. I need to. I don't know what to say to this one, buddy. How long you did that? This is literally the first time I've had a microphone in front of my face. Wow. So clearly normally you perform with one of the headsets on. Yeah, no, I have a microphone in my office and I just lay it in front of my speakers, in front of myself. So this is the first time anybody's heard any. Terrific instinct coming out, doing overcrowding. But I think that choice is a fun concept, and so there's a little bit there, I think. Thank you. Yeah. I watch your podcast all the time. The truth, I'm like staring. This is all right. Right now, coming on the podcast. What's going on? How do you feel about Impractical Jokers? All of them get good. It looks like you took Kevin Matt's stand-up master class. Danny, what do you do for work? YouTube channel, and I film what's I now my YouTube channel. Boring and terrible, and I wanted to be creative like that. What do you mean? What were you doing in pharmacy? I did a pharmacy. Were you a pharmacist? Yeah, you were those assholes who like, if you get 3 hours to put pills with a bottle. You know, sit there and doctor, right? What? They work in a pharmacy? Yeah. Because they had a technician license. I thought it was funny answer. Don't try to be fucking gay. It didn't work during your 60 seconds. There's no reason for you to start killing during the interview. Where was this pharmacy at? The last one I worked at was in Westlake. So now you're videotaping weddings. How many weddings do you videotape? I've done about 50 so far. How many divorces? One of those. Not necessarily 50. You know. One time they announced a pregnancy and it didn't go well with the parents. Ooh, tell me more. What do you mean? It was a black bride and a white husband. Get the fuck out of here. And the choice was huge. It was already really awkward. Dad, right? Even this whole like speech, don't worry, all for it was why was it on? Because it was but I think it was awkward. Yeah, Jeremiah's doing an act out for the podcast. You say your wife was in business. Wedding business. Yeah, wedding. Oh no, that's not the business. Take out yourself before like going back and forth. Think about you having fun of you and you get on your side and self-deprecating a little bit.
just trying to be helpful.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, there you go. Danny, what do you do for fun? What are some hobbies that you're into? Like,
literally all my free time goes on that channel.
YouTube channel?
Yeah.
What do you do specifically on the YouTube channel? What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you mean you attempt?
I have cartoons and I do like live action skits with my buddy.
And all your time goes to that?
Pretty much until probably next week when my wife's gonna pop out her first one.
You're having a baby.
There's material around it.
What if it comes out black? What would you do? What would you do?
Videotape it?
Yeah, fuck yeah, you would.
Like, well, she doesn't do this.
You're gonna have a baby making YouTube cartoons.
Yeah, no,
fucking videotape.
I won't last much longer.
Really?
I don't make any money. So it's gonna die.
Oh, I thought you were gonna give up on the baby. You're so
That baby is worth nothing. Holy shit. Great job.
So next week, so what's your living scene like right now? You ready for this fucking baby?
Yeah, no, we're super ready. Yeah. Have you had pregnant sex? Yeah, lots of like lately. If you bend her over, you can't tell the difference.
Wow. What's the anything else difference that you've noticed with pregnant sex?
It's chittier, right?
What an answer.
You might be mentioning, yeah, that's literally the answer.
Really?
The baby keys inside the source of baby. Yeah.
Brian knows all this because he's feeling like a pregnant woman.
Yeah.
So, Danny, what else, man? I mean, you want this baby. What?
Like a pregnant woman at a leg.
How do you became weddings?
I did okay before this. We had a house in Southern California, which I know.
How'd you do okay before this? Oh, selling Oxycontin in Westlake. Yeah.
That was it.
It sounds like to me.
Oh,
What scares me? What do you think would be that bad? What do you think when you do karaoke?
I've never done karaoke. Once I like a super drunk for like playing 2 songs, but we left before I could. Which song? Damn it. I just don't want damn it. Let's do it. Maybe do it. I'm not
Nobody knows what the fuck's happening here. Danny, the weirdest thing you've ever looked inside of. Inside of.
a gel cap. Amazing life. Piece of shit one. That's what you should do. That's what you should. Yeah, don't you?
Alright, Danny Mush. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, much. Yeah.
Mush is really your last name?
It's a stage YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, great.
You know, I'm in my head much like psychopath too.
It's such a great word. YouTube channel and use the stage name Mush. Especially the way that you spell it. Yeah.
There's not the name of the YouTube channel.
Wow, it's better marketing. I was even making a regular joke about you even spelling differently just in case people try to plug you. You're double fuck.
Yeah. And its Twitter has 2 underscores. Like, you know, 2 underscores, you can't even tell. They blur together.
Everyone should You don't do 2 underscores ever.
Like MASH, you know, where you put an asterisk in between each letter. Shit.
Too many underscores. It's too many.
Why do you use so many underscores? It's all good advice, thank you. It's all on strike, right? It's all on strike.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys for bringing me up. I can't believe you call that dividends. But, yeah. We have got to say it. They're going to send you back to the farm. There he goes, eating my shots, gentlemen. He's on Turner, Mustang, underscore, whack. I love it. Bill Cody goes to Phoenix, Arizona on April 5th with the entire band. Jeremiah Watkins, Pat Reagan, Joel. Bill Cody there in Phoenix, and they're going to be on the shows in Tempe, Arizona all that weekend. Guys, what are you plugging? Practical Jokers is coming back again.
Yes, it's on every Thursday night, and the third cruise is February 6th to the 10th in 2017. But yeah, we're on the roll.
That's it.
Yeah, DouglasMovies.com for all my road dates, and my YouTube channel is youtube.com/Doug Benson, where you can watch Getting Doug with I, which has Tony and Brian in past episodes. I asked Hulk Hogan to participate, and he said, it's drug-free person.
But also, Hollywood.
Seeing a weapon podcast called Jeremiah Wonders. Episode out just did so right now. Get it? I'll be in the Sacramento Punchline with Tony Hitchell this weekend, March 1 through 3rd. And then I'm co-headlining the La Jolla Comedy Store with Brian, with Brian.
Patty Reagan. Roman Chris is the tail and Sunday. You're actually back to life. That's what he would look like. How about Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen? Come on. Maybe a while. I'll be here next week, but there you go. He's also going to be in Phoenix with us and doing stand-up. Yeah, those are unbelievable. Make sure you look back and give those a look. The real treat. It's unbelievable the characters we meet on the road. Next week here, the Comedy Store Major, we're going to be joined by one of my favorite human beings in the world, the Roast Master General Jeffrey Ross. Will be making his long-awaited return to Tony. And March 26th, how's this for an announcement? Big Jay Okerson and Louis J. Gomez make their return. The Legion of Stanks back on Tony, and always fun with them. And that's tonight's episode of Tony Live Audience. Thank you so much. Join you on your new Squarespace site. Right now, you can go to squarespace.com and enter the offer code GIL to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Do it. Right, guys, man. Bye. Good night, everybody.
everybody stop what the fuck you're doing. Everybody stop what the fuck you're doing. Everybody. I don't care if you live in Oceania, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, in South America, or North America. Everybody stop what you're doing because him. All right, well, turn your phone down, dog. Is that how you living, baby? I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names. I'm not just kicking ass. I am also taking names. Do you understand this? Do you understand in your head what it is to kick ass and take names? I thought it was mediocre.
I think the whole episode was mediocre.
I agree.
It was mediocre performances.
I agree. I agree. But Shane Gillis at mediocre is still better than most any comedian in the world. So what's new in your neck of the woods, son?
I mean,
Exposure. That's the same shit that you do on my stream. So here's my question to you. How's that bitch of a comedian Chelsea doing? Do you think she's gonna get it? Oh, so it's a contest.
Yeah.
There's no way she wins. Because I'm gonna sabotage that bitch like a heat-seeking missile. I'm gonna go out and blast her on all the social media in the world and say, "Don't hire this woman." She's anti-rabbi, and that makes her. And that Jews, she that bitch sucks. No, I'm not pulling out on anybody anti-Semitic. All I did was try to help her. Jews in general were neutral to her. Now here's my question to you.
Yeah.
Are you ready to lose? Okay, you're ready to win. All right. Well, I need a few minutes. So in the
Or do you hate her?
no, I don't hate her. I am actually saying this. Do you understand why she didn't? Why she banned me on Instagram? Because I look like a bot. Doesn't know me. Who she is. Total about 3 minutes. How many? The only reason why I stuck in mind is one time I was doing stand up and like, did you talk girls? And you're like, yeah, there's one I talked to, and I was like, oh, okay. What's your name? What's your name? And you're like, I don't want to say. And I'm like, just give me the letter of the word that hurt. The letter that her name starts with which your name starts. And you're like Chelsea. It's just a complete this part able to fortunate her name or whatever. And not say her name, but guess her name. Who's the new girl?
What's the secret?
Oh, there's a new girl?
Yeah. He hasn't performed yet.
What's
He
her
wants to.
What's her name?
I'm not telling you.
Scale of 0 to 10 this bitch.
Yeah. That's me.
It is not mean. It is not mean at all. Alright, so my question to you is this.
What?
And this is a legit.
What's your legitimate question?
Oh, I'm trying to think of my legitimate question. Maybe is it? Oh, I know. Are you excited for the Fighter and the Kid? New episode that drops today. Son?
I couldn't care less.
Why couldn't you care? Gives a fuck yet?
No.
Doug, do you remember like more than a year ago you were like, "Are you excited for the Michael Jackson biopic?" And I'm like, "Yeah, actually I am." And you're like, "I can't wait to see it." And then it comes out and it's even pretty easily available to both of us. Doug, do you remember this?
Yeah.
Doug, I've got shit to do. You want to play games, and I've got shit to do. I hope you understand that.
It was meant to be a 4-hour movie, and they cut it down to like an hour and a half.
But there's going to be another one.
Fine.
Oh, I told Reiser that there definitely was because you told definitely was. I'm not just going to do the first half of his life and then never do another movie. Come on. Zoo. I think that would be smart. Since there's so much life, just do the first movie, then don't do another movie for like 20 years. And then it would be like this giant movie.
The legal case is still ongoing, so it's hard for them to get to it. So that's why like the lawyer got tough.
Dog, what do you mean? What legal case is still going? That motherfucker's been dead for 17 years.
They're trying to sue his estate.
I know. Do you think? I think he's more innocent than people make him out to be.
You would never know unless you were there, but you know, probably was.
Well, they definitely set him up in some ways, especially in the first.
Weird that he was inviting children that he wasn't related to his house. It's like a adult man, yes. Do I trying to take like the families were there in the room.
Right, I get what you're. Let's serious. and that serial killer invites you over to his house and invites you in his bedroom, and you take your kids in there. Don't be surprised if your kids get slaughtered, and then you afterward have to be like, "Oh, dog, I had no fucking idea." It's like, dude, he's a known serial killer who is inviting you into his bedroom. I'm not saying it's exactly like that. I'm playing that up as a joke. I think interesting that the kid.
Macaulay Culkin said he didn't know Melon Lewis. Said he did nothing. Melon Lewis was the first kid he befriended.
Yeah, exactly. I was just gonna say that. It's an excellent. If you're gonna, it's like if you have the opportunity. I don't want to say opportunity. If you have the, like looking, but with like hot chick, you have the opportunity. I don't know to 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 fuck Sydney Sweeney. Some random bitch. I would go Sydney Sweeney. Said Charlie Sheen raped him and his friend or something like that. When they were like 13, he was 15 or something. So, uh, Corey Feldman, a huge megastar, and fell from grace because he started talking about how he was being abused by people in power. And um, at least with your boy, like Emmanuel Lewis said he didn't do anything wrong. Michael Jackson said he didn't do anything wrong. It would be questionable to me, like Macaulay Culkin's parents. Why do you? Yes, though he's like in all of history at this moment, he's the number 3 most famous person ever. There's Ahmed and the like Jackson is more famous globally. He's more famous than Messi. He's more famous than Ronaldo or Ronaldo or Ronaldinho or uh, Michael Jordan. Michael, not even close. Not even close. It's like Michael Jackson paved the way for all of those pop stars to be what they are. And Michael Jackson was much more famous at a much younger age than Bieber. Justin Bieber's story is very questionable. That he was just on YouTube and watching them. A Bieber, and he popularized that whole like we're doing
How big was that television?
giant. It was the biggest television show on the air for the 1960s. This is where the Beatles were brought to an American audience. This is where it was like than Saturday Night Live at Saturday Night Live's peak. And the reason why wasn't because Ed Sullivan was so interesting or anything. It was there were only 3 television channels, and it would get a market share of like 60% of all American households. So, like within that, you got like 10% or 20% of people who don't watch television or whatever, or they were watching something else. Like, but television, basically. It was like it was live. Everybody who talks about the Ed Sullivan Show, it was like, I'm trying to think of like, there's nothing now that every single week you'd come in here and talk about Kill Tony. But it'd be like every single week you come in here and you'd be like, dude, show. Yeah, it was amazing. They had the Birds on, or they had the on, or they had the Beatles on, or whatever it would be. They had the Jacksons on.
Who was the biggest talk show in the 2000s in America?
Ellen and Oprah. Oprah probably, it was like Oprah's. So like talk shows going back to the 1960s or whatever. Ed Sullivan was big, really big. The Tonight Show was really big. In this, if we talk like,
What about Letterman?
yeah, Letterman was never. He was always in competition with Jay Leno, and there were two from Los Angeles or Burbank technically, and his jokes were more easily understandable to a larger audience. David Letterman did his show from New York City, from the Ed Sullivan Theater, actually, where Ed Sullivan's show was, and a little more intelligent, and generally Jay Leno would win the rating, but I think his last show. Oh, look who the fuck shows up at fucking 5:50 in the morning, ready for an ass kicking.
What time it is, dude? Have any fucking concept what the fucking time it is? Because I don't know.
I didn't think you'd actually answer.
Answer. Dude, explain to Riser your time, how it works on like the 15 minutes. It's fucked up. Like, okay, I'll explain it. It's like not normal. Like, yo, Zoot, do you hear that?
My dog.
Okay, here we go. So they use Australian Central Standard Time, which on the normal like hours, it's on every 30 minutes.
Is that why
Some Central Time went to normal hours, all of Zoot's problems would be cleared up.
Yeah, he went to walk his dog and simultaneously have to manage his phone dying and not being plugged in all the time. Because there'd be like an actual staple that was pegging him in the ground. So trying to tether him to actual fucking time zone in this floaties.
100 feet. So, Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Well done.
Mini golf, baby.
Dice party, baby.
No.
Dice party, baby.
The tried and true. Everybody knows. Mini golf. Riser, your dog looks so sweet, but at least from a sound standpoint, sounds very upset.
You know she's a dingo, right?
Oh, is she?
You know she's literally a dingo, dude.
Is she?
I guess she's kind of like a quarter dingo.
Okay. And we know how deadly that is.
Australian cattle dog is like a collie mixed with a dingo.
Okay. At what point do you guys want to accept your invitation?
Yeah, you want to see my view?
I'd rather have you accept my invitation.
It looks very beautiful. It looks very beautiful. All right.
Where's Zoo?
Zoo is here. He's in the game. We're waiting on you.
No. Did you see my view?
I see it. That's all that matters.
No. I want Zoo to see it.
All right. Zoo's watching. Zoo's...
Yes, that.
Yeah, he sees it.
All right.
Now join the fucking game.
Zoo. Show me your dog.
Dude, quit this shit. First. And Riser gets first, and Riser's going to do badly.
The disadvantage on this hole.
Whatever you do, shot. Zoo, whatever you do what Riser just
Actually
did.
perfect. Actually perfect.
That's perfect, son. Oh,
Don't have to do anything. He just helped you out, Zoo. Use your brain, dude. Seriously.
I'd help him.
You did help him. I have to block his.
are you fucking serious?
Yeah, no, you fucked my shit now, and now I'm fucking turkey.
Illusion. How sick that shot
You
is.
even water about me?
Doug, I live my life outside of bringing turmoil to you. Yeah, he blocked us, dog. This is such bullshit.
You didn't even want
I do.
You have to get it in.
Oh, what the fuck is this shit? This is just
Rob, you
dog
have to
shit.
get it in.
I know that's Zoo. I don't think I will, but
That's a miss.
Bump and rub off.
Candace fucking right.
I mean, really,
Your shade shot, Zoo, fucked me up. I hope you do that.
How to do this hole.
and it wasn't a great shot.
Look at this shot, though.
You probably stole it from someone else online.
Oh, I definitely stole it from someone else. I didn't come up with this fucking brilliance on my own. Though I could have, and everybody knows it.
Like how my shot. Oh.
how Rothschild'S is probably the best shot, but he actually has the worst shot.
I have the hardest shot, and I'm still gonna make it because I'm that good. My fingers though.
Is that
I'm still in the way.
is that an issue? Is that a
Who?
the Yupik people? They're like one of a few groups.
Aren't they in Nunavut or the territories?
They're everywhere, dog.
Where are the indigenous people from Newfoundland?
In the history, folks,
Are you proud that you memorized the percentage on every fucking hole?
folks,
I like how Zoot has played this game a million times, but he still hasn't memorized.
he has no idea. Not even close. Riser hits it too hard. Too hard. Devastating.
Memorize the percentage.
Devastating.
Play this game.
Devastating. Oh, Zoot might have a really good shot here. Oh, devastating. Devastating.
That was the worst shot. That was the worst shot.
This should be the best shot in the history of the game.
Remember how you were going for the best shot in the history of the game?
Zoot.
Oh, that's bullshit. My phone needs to be recalibrated. New Apple update got me fucked up.
Oh.
There's a software. Ever since they destroyed the experience of the iPad, this game is stuck. And I'm just being 1000% transparent. They nerfed the game. But I still hit unbelievable shots.
Zoot, that was terrible.
I blocked him.
You want me to bump you in, Zoo?
He can
I can bump you in.
collusion. He can just
I bump you in.
he could just hit it off the corner. I would hit it off the corner, and everybody knows I would make it.
Okay, let's go time with Rabbi.
The Jake Paul fight, the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight is less rated than that fucking Paul.
Why do you get to go for Rabbi?
Because I'm sexy, it rates it on sexiness calibration, and it's the sexiness factor. They just call it the sexiness factor.
Where'd it go? Guys are terrible.
Sounds like he's fighting a bear.
Sorry, I can't hear you. What did you say?
You sound like you're fighting a bear.
I'm fighting a dingo. Oh, nice shot.
Dude, Zoot is... There's collusion here. I know it. You know that was a terrible shot.
You're not even through the first. It's in your best interest. What the fuck is that?
That's helping you.
No, I'll actually. Oh, fuck off. I don't know why I did that.
This would be the greatest shot in the history of the game. Greatest shot. Stop. Stop. It's not
Better
going
be
to.
around the corner.
I fucked myself.
I don't know about that, son.
Tiger Woods couldn't have sculpted a better shot. I'm literally the James Dean of mini golf.
Go.
I like how
Wow.
we played so badly on this hole. All of us. Hit my ball. Hit my ball.
You think you can squeeze for that?
We've had this discussion several times, dude, and it's conclusively done. But you can prove us wrong. Go prove us wrong.
Squeeze for it.
Nope, not even close. It all comes down to this hole. It's gonna have water, no doubt.
It's on the hole. It's on the hole. Does have water.
Right, my shot. Right, so
And
what?
you never have water.
Because it was just a fortunate assertion.
This hole.
Because
Great.
that's 2 out of 3.
Right, did you know that there's one hole that Zoot has played? Zoot's played this game like 2,000 times, and there's one hole that he's never been able to finish. It's an 8-shot hole that's pretty difficult.
Round. That was bad.
That's funny.
I
I
think
thought you
it's
were gonna say there's like one hole that like become like one time. And it's like ultra rare.
no.
It is a pretty rare hole. I said,
About how good my shot is. Right, did you see where my ball is?
I'm sorry, is it in the hole? Because I don't see any balls in the hole yet. So maybe you can stop being so counter chicken before the hatch.
right before.
Maybe don't count your chicken. Yo, you know
Yeah.
one of the greatest podcasts in the history of Bob Lazar history.
You
Did
have
you watch it? No. Did I watch it? Yeah, I did. Did I learn a bunch of shit? Yeah, I did.
Stop.
What did you learn from that podcast?
I haven't seen it yet, but I'll watch
You
it.
didn't even watch it. You didn't even watch it.
Watch it, dog. You didn't even know who Bob Lazar was before I brought him into your life.
Sorry, I knew every fucking single fact about Bob Lazar.
How did I miss that shot? How did I miss that shot?
Really no skill at all. Like me. This is gonna go on water.
Zoot has to make this shot. This is the game winner for Zoot. A game tire. Will's win. It's over, folks. Game is over. Can't get his ball. Quit it. Kaiser, quit it. Quit with your garbage. Get it. Get it. Oh, it's over.
Actual game. A fake game constructed by lies, built on false evidence, and non-existent.
What was it in? Was it an iCarly game?
It was one night Carly game. It was a game that Marlon Hill wouldn't even bat an eye at acknowledging as a legitimate game.
Do you think Marlon Hill would accept the invitation that's been sent to both of you?
I don't see any invitation.
Did Yellow eat the baby of Lainey Chamberlain?
Her ancestor did, yeah. And probably like her mom or something.
That could be. Or be like her grandma.
That would be a fun little. They never really caught the dingo.
He had a picture of from 30 minutes.
Also, there'd be like, there's that, and like the other, like the witnesses on the campsite. Even if they didn't have the photo, they're like witnesses from like the campground owner that have seen the dingo on the premises.
It was the fact that the police wanted to go after it, like the police gave up on the case.
Chick in the 80s. She could.
Look at this fucking shit. Look, when the clock strikes midnight in a real ass game, look who's performing.
How's that a shot, man?
Dog. Yellow.
I just bashed my finger on the fucking cage.
Oh, I thought yellow. Are you okay?
Wow, you guys suck at this game.
Are you okay?
I broke my fingers. Ow. I just broke all of the fingers in the body. Ow.
You were being bad. You broke your fingers.
No, I'm tough. I'm built for tough. Ow.
If you broke your fingers, you wouldn't be able to shoot that.
Oh, suit.
Fucking hell.
Look at this.
Why would you do that? Why would you give up your lead?
I'm not giving up my lead. Not a snowball's chance. Except you fucked my shot. God damn.
How would you up the lead?
I was asserting my dominance. You wouldn't understand.
Nah. That's not a good shot. That's not a good shot. Rabbi's going for it.
So, what did you think of that shot?
10 out of
Wait, did he make it?
I don't see a ball
Yeah.
on the
That was
fucking
loud.
thing.
Oh shit.
Oh, this is cool. Never.
Maybe it's an investment.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite Pokemon card? I like the ones that like have plants. The Charizard.
And blow up. What year did Shane give us blow up?
When
Like
he
2016 or something.
when he got rejected from Saturday Night Live, like 2019 or something like that. Gentlemen,
I know the whole floor, isn't it?
gentlemen, I just want you to know that I am.
Do you think he was? Do you think that helped his career getting rejected?
No, it hurt his career, but he will recover. Dude, she sounds so mean. She looks so cute.
She's an outback puppy. What car would you buy if you could buy a car? Fuck this.
The Subaru Outback. I'm gonna adopt a family of dingoes in a Subaru Outback, drive across Outback while eating Vegemite, listening to comedy 2026.
Based.
What is this fucking shot, dude? What did you just do?
Dude, you have like a $15,000 budget. What car?
Subaru Outback.
Car do you buy?
Subaru Outback, no
I'm
doubt.
asking Zoot. I'm asking Zoot. Are you getting a Subi? Are you serious? That's your pick?
Nobody. Subarus
That's
have
literally what they
no one
everyone calls
No. calls them that, dog. I have,
every person on earth.
I have a question type around Subarus.
Like a hipster car or
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Adventurous to
No.
some degree.
Nope. Guess again. Oh. Right. Well, you don't watch Kill Me as much as.
All right. Good point.
Who else loves Subarus?
Willie? No.
Joey.
Drives a black ball.
Joey Diaz. No, he has
Or
a.
silver ball.
No, it's not silver. It's black. and I in the past made my performance, the performance that you witnessed just now. No, you don't.
Interesting.
I mean, there are worse people in the world. He's a world famous Scrabble champion and one of the few African American males who participate in level Scrabble. Good choice. If I had to Darlin, he'd not be the worst choice. I'm not saying he'd be my first choice, but he would not be the worst choice.
Martin Hill is the big homie. He's based. He's one of the most based alive.
I agree. Gentlemen,
It's a flex to have Marlon a boyfriend.
And then you could have him. You could play like couples Scrabble and dominate.
We should
Stream.
Marlon Hill in this Discord. He's got to have an email somewhere. You got to like film like an actual like podcast with him and upload it.
Absolutely. Here's what I would. What are your thoughts on getting double blanked? What are your thoughts on iCarly words? What are your thoughts, Queen? Have you ever ends in Q? What are your thoughts when you're P, the Q, the J, and the X? What's your goal for bingos in a game?
Like, do you arm out of the room
And smoke weed.
with the board? Do you smoke a joint? D, E, scream at the Scrabble gods. I don't know.
I'd ask him, do you think they're... Oh,
That's going in.
are you
That's
serious?
It's going straight in the hole. Right in the hole. Yeah, super correct.
The worst Marvel movie and the best Marvel movie.
The best Marvel movie is none of them, and the worst one is the next question.
Why do you hate Marvel movies?
I don't think I've ever seen one. Does Spider-Man, the original, like 2000 Spider-Man count? 2001?
Yeah.
Okay, then maybe McGuire and the I kind of think anybody who likes being a nerd's bad. It's just the world to get worried about them fucking comic book movies, like the movie Michael and the podcast The Fighter and the Kid. Do you ever? Do they have Magic Mike in Australia?
You don't.
Magic Mind? No, definitely not Megamind. Magic Mind
That's a Pharaoh movie.
and Magic Mind Max.
What's that?
It's one of the sponsors of the Fighter and the Kid.
Well, what is it?
It's oh come on, baby. It's like
Cognitive enhancement serum.
it's
Your mind
5-hour energy.
boner. By the no, we're good. You're not coming there.
Especially in regards to super supplements.
No, just food in general. No food, no supplement.
Unless it's Vegemite, it's not allowed in the country.
But you, come on.
Fuck.
Look how good this shot is.
I think I check something. Yeah.
Please. This hole again?
No, it's different.
The same hole we just played.
It doesn't have the black shit, dog.
Horizon, when was the
Oh,
last
yeah.
time you spoke to? When was the last time you spoke to Obama?
He asked me for $30 like 2 days ago. He's like, send me $30. Or can you? He's very polite. He asked, can you send me $30? I need
Yeah. Do you know that he owns a Mercedes Benz? You should be the one asking him for money.
Oh yeah.
He bought it. He bought a $12,000 Mercedes Benz.
When did you buy it?
No. He purchased half of it. The other because he was begging the Harry Potter for 2 Ethereum so that he could. He was like, I guess he put like whatever $6,000 down, and he needs like another 6,000 so he can.
When did you get it?
He doesn't have it. Like, he needs another 2 Ethereum. There's a whole like meme about like, 2 Ethereum. It doesn't.
Is there a photo of him driving?
No, there is. Just give me 2 Ethereum so I can just have this 2011 used Mercedes and just have it exchange at absolutely.
You get it from Mercedes. I had him on Snapchat. He was driving a really nice car as well.
One of the best shots we've ever seen. Gentlemen, Gentlemen, it's over. It's over. 3 wins in a row.
Zoot distracted me.
3 wins in a row. Riser, 3 wins in a row.
Riser. Hi, Scooter.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, everyone's gonna. You have a helmet?
Yeah.
Is it one of those ones that go like fucking 80 kilometers an hour?
60.
Jesus Christ. You know, if you like fall at that speed, you're like crazy cooked.
I'm never gonna.
I've seen people on like the. Can you actually go places with that thing? Like, what's the range?
Zoot. Stephen Colbert's last
And why
show
did
is
you get
tonight.
a scooter as opposed to like an e-bike?
Zoot, Stephen Colbert's last show is tonight. Zoot, Stephen Colbert's last show is tonight.
Because you don't need license.
You don't need a license for it.
He's saying that
There's
you
like
don't.
little 14-year-old kids just like. In Australia, are you saying that there's like you need a what, like a certificate thingy or whatever?
For an e-bike, probably. But e-scooter, you don't need a license.
Well, how difficult is the e-bike license to acquire? It's probably like a little like, questionnaire. Fuck you, Rabbi.
Riser, what are your thoughts? Riser, what are your thoughts?
No, you don't even know if you need a. You're just guessing that you need a motorcycle license.
Zoot has no idea. These are just made up conversations. These are iCarly conversations. Zoot, do you know what an iCarly name is? That's not a word. That's not a name, Joey. That's an iCarly name.
No. I would rather have it personally because they go it's like more stable, probably further range, more comfortable. I guess I think I do. I've driven a but I'm in a car in maybe like a month or 2 or 3. I don't know. I'll probably get a Toyota though because I'm high IQ. And BMWs are the worst car ever, and I'm never going to buy one of those pieces of shit again.
Look at this. That's right. I'm high IQ, and I did win the game. It's
I forgot about that. Ones you had a high.
You have an invitation, and everybody's awaiting you.
Why are you playing this shitty game again?
What is this iCarly delay? We're playing until one of you jag-offs beat me. We're playing until one of you beat me.
I didn't. No, I don't agree to that.
Because you can't. Because you know I'm superior.
Zoo woke me up in the middle of fucking the night.
Yo, fupa chewer.
No,
Are you done?
This is rotting my brain.
You're a fupa chewer.
Fuck.
Join the game. Oh, this is bullshit.
Yellow's dragging me outside.
Champion. 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 I'm the champ. The champ. Yeah. Yeah.
What was that game you said that they had? Yeah. Those cards are Percy out there.
Oh my God, son. Champion.
What is this? It's Go?
No, it's not Go, it's reversing.
Go.
It's reversing.
It looks like Go.
That
Each piece is a disc that is black on one side and white on the other. The object to reverse is to flip the most discs to your color by the end of the game. Both players have the same number of discs. What the fuck is this bullshit?
it's an amazing game. Do you want to play it?
This is exactly like Go.
It is not really anything like Go at all. Dog, I play Scrabble.
Well, whenever we play Go, I son you like crazy.
Those were iCarly games.
Yeah, they were iCarly, and I'm the king of iCarly.
Dog, I'm gonna look up who started in iCarly. That one brilliant named Miranda and that one blonde who was kind of hot, but then she's hot now, Jeanette McCurdy.
Do you know who Shannon Blake is?
Everybody knows who Shannon Blake is.
So you have no idea who she is?
Do you know what Shannon's estimate is? Wait.
I do. It's like a calculator for estimating the possible amount of quantity.
A what game?
It should be called the Shannon Blake equation.
Who the fuck is Shannon Blake? Nobody knows who that bitch is.
Everybody on the internet knows.
Pardon me, I'm emailing NASA about being on a podcast.
You should to hang out. Thimble done with it.
Why do thimbles have holes?
Everybody knows why thimbles have holes.
Do they have holes, or is it just like ridges?
Depend on the type of thimble, but
Wouldn't you be specific to poke holes like a hole? Thimble, as opposed to me just
I
thinking
think it was just an excellent analogy, and You know it's true.
Here's my question to
Everyone
you.
knows it's true.
Why would you say that? Be specific. Holes in it. Like, thimbles, number one, don't poke holes. Well, number two, arguably don't have any holes, period. Not even the one where you put your finger, because it's not like you can't go through it. It's just like a cul-de-sac for your thumb. Or whatever finger.
Okay. If you're referring to the dimples purposely built into thimbles to grip needles, 100% sewing thimbles have them. However, if you're asking about an actual open hole, this varies. About 10 to 15%, also known as open-ended thimbles, have these distinct open hole at the top. Standard thimbles, 85% to 90% of thimbles are domed and closed.
Oh,
Damaged thimbles.
oh, so you were just referring to 15 to 20% of thimbles, but not
Exactly.
the 85 to 80% of normal thimbles? I've said, I'm going to poke holes in this colander. That would make more sense.
Wait, what did you just say? Like what calendar?
A colander. Look up colander. It's like a noodle strainer, dog. Everybody knows what a colander is.
Oh.
It's like the thing that the
Yeah.
the people
But not all of those have holes.
who like worship at the flying spaghetti.
Just like dimples.
Dog, it's a flying spaghetti monster thing that people wear on their heads.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I don't think you're understanding what analogies are, because you just gave an analogy that, frankly, only 15 to 20% of people with deep thimble knowledge would understand.
Yeah. I mean, not targeting that.
You in Monopoly. Yo, dog, remember when I asked? Remember when I asked?
In the standard versions of the game, the Monopoly symbol is a miniature of colored metal scooter. The symbol token has a rich history, game history. The early Monopoly tokens were items taken directly from popular Cracker Jack. The symbol along with the iron and old shoe were historically effective, symbolized working class, every household item. Recent comeback. Thimble was temporarily retired in 2017 after public fan vote. However, in a subsequent fan vote, the thimble made a triumphant return and officially replaced the T-Rex. Yeah.
Fuck the T-Rex. I bet you were one of the people who voted thimble out.
No, why would I vote out the thimble? I was one of the people that were like, yo, get this T-Rex out of this game. No one historically has ever wanted or needed a T-Rex. It's not a common. You think a T-Rex is a common household everyday item that relates to the working class? Get out of here, thimbles.
A T-Rex was an I decision.
Exactly. Straight out of the iCarly fucking Roscoe.
Oh, fuck. Dog, what happened to Miranda? She started in iCarly, I think.
Oh. I think she like retired.
I think she
does. She's basically just coasting.
is literati her free time. I bet she does. She'll watch my stream and become like a major literati player, but refuses to play Scrabble. Do you think literati one day will become more Scrabble?
No, that's like saying that like the thimble with holes will be more popular than the dimpled thimble.
Then why did you reference a thimble with holes as your analogy?
Because people know that thimbles with holes, and many of them, in any true thimble, and they definitely referencing holes and thimbles. They're talking the thimbles with holes in them, not dimples. And you can argue that dimples are a form of hole as well. So
No, it's an indentation, dog. Everybody knows that. Don't you know what an indentation is?
and what is a hole?
A hole is, by definition,
No. Because you can dig a hole in the ground like a gravesite. Go all the way like hollow, the finite like wholeness to it before an edge comes in. So
Doug, that's actually
referred to as a hole.
an amazing point. Maybe they should just call them indentations. Let's look it up. Yo, dog, is a hole in the ground technically a hole? Because doesn't a hole need to be able to pass through on the other side? Completely through.
Right. So are dimples holes?
Technically, yeah, then I would say so. So then let's look this up. Are dimples holes? No, dimples are not holes. What the? That's not. I think,
Are holes.
it depends how you define it, but yeah, I would say dimples are holes. Okay, we're gonna go back to that previous thing that I said. Okay, are dimples holes? Wouldn't dimples technically be holes then? Yes, dimples are technically considered holes or indentations. It just said that they're not holes, but then it said that it were solutions.
I mean, so you were talking down upon my analogy, and spot on. How does that make you feel? That the rest of entire life and immortality through mind uploading technology, infinite non-reincarnated life. Every in the next billion years look at that moment and think, wow, that guy has a pylon on the top of his head.
Well, so here's the thing, though. The definition could change. And I'm just maybe using a futuristic definition. So everyone in the future would be like,
Okay.
oh, yeah, that makes sense. Holes need a fucking,
I mean,
like a tour
we
ride.
all know that dimples are clear holes and that will never change.
It could change. It could change in the world of 1,000 language Scrabble.
No.
Oh, it could. It
That'll never
absolutely
happen.
could. It absolutely could. Chances
Ryan
are,
Hill would never allow such a disgrace to the game of Scrabble like that.
can you imagine if
No,
we
he
said
only
that?
studies the words and he doesn't care about definitions, but definitions are lost and are a waste of time.
Can you imagine if we said to Marlon, "We're
Yeah, I love the concept of just finding ways to like deeply piss off Marlon. Different Scrabble.
I agree. Dog, I sent out 30 emails yesterday, and of those 30, like 11 of them came back. Like, never made. Did you listen to my fucking story? You did. You just cut me off.
I heard that. No. If anyone tells you that you have to pay them, ask them how many fucking spliffs they've smoked, and whether Marlon Hill would agree with their definition of what a fucking hole is, because they have to put, instead of them a hole in your pocket, they have a hole in their own pocket to get you as a guest.
I agree. I had to pay for my first 3 podcasts.
No, I would be like, yo, your shitty podcast has 4,000 views, and look at how good of a guest I am on these other podcasts. No one's listening to your shitty podcast. I mean, I don't know, unless they have like 70,000 views an episode.
No.
But even then,
It's my top
like,
viewed
I'm
video.
too good of a guest to pay.
Video on
I
YouTube.
there.
It's my top viewed video on YouTube. It has 789 views. Now,
Who's the guy asking for money?
It was
How many views does their podcast get?
69. He's some Italian guy. It wasn't even he didn't even send me a letter back in English. It was like, if you are interested in being interviewed, I had to translate it or whatever. So this isn't even what then you have 2 options. One, send a Zello or something, or Zelle. But if you're in Europe, or if you're outside of Europe, then you can only do number 2. Like, I was just like, dog. F that. But the good news is my Spotify is still going amazing. Okay.
He is one left.
Oh, we need a key, so.
Yeah, I honestly don't know where it has warmed up to. Normally, I'm pretty good at not losing it.
Are you still in your abode?
Yeah, I'm in my. About there's like just like the saying of like, oh, this little like tiny bar is like on the wall.
That's
Just 'cause
not.
it's like,
That's not Japan.
it is both an indentation.
That's not Japan.
and
That's
a
an
hole.
English phrase,
Like a
dog.
hole.
That's an English phrase.
I know. I was just saying, like, there's like a lot of miniature, like,
If they did.
I mean, I bullying you for the sake of it.
Associating an English phrase with Japanese stereotypes, which makes you anti-Japanese, and it's just one of those things. It's very iCarly. Yes.
Yeah, I found my key.
Where was it?
It was in a hole in my shorts.
Are you?
Pockets are definitely.
I agree. It makes me think that everything could be a hole.
No, definitely not everything. I mean, I think more things than we think aren't holes are actually holes.
Name something that's not a hole.
Like a cave is a hole.
Agreed. Yeah. According to that bullshit iCarly definition, okay, is a car a hole? I think so.
Yes, because those are the holes, clearly.
Yeah.
But
A sand
just
bunker.
like a slightly indented bunker.
Definitely a hole.
Hole?
Definitely. Not only that, it's on a hole.
Yeah. Good point.
This
There's
is-
probably some sentence that's like buffalo, but for like this.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. All right. Now let's think this out. Is the universe a whole?
Is the universe a whole?
I don't know the answer to that one.
I mean, I think it kind of has to be.
But
Because it's like the universe, it's either like, well, I don't know, you can't really have like an ending to like space, like the border of like between universe and non-universe. It's kind of like, well, it's like void, the concept of like void and just non-space, and then like universe. And so the universe is void, and will whole be like within another.
I guess the
Do you
universe.
agree with that?
I guess the universe could be a whole within the multiverse.
So now you're expanding to. Well, you mean omniverse?
Yes, I do.
Because multiverse is like one. Every moment is like a different universe.
I made up the term. I definitely did.
I definitely think that's an actual whole of lies.
No, I did. I made it up. Either that or it was parallel thinking where I made it up alongside other people.
I don't know.
Here's my question to you: is iCarly a hole?
Yeah, because iCarly is kind of like a made up, like, piece of nonsense thing. Like a hole is like an absence of a thing. So I'd say that they're related.
How is Kill Tony a hole?
Yes.
No, not like that. Is it a hole? The fact that they consider indentations to be holes causes issues. I mean, like the comedy mothership. Can we agree the comedy mothership is a hole?
They're holes.
Yeah. So we're in agreement. The comedy.
Like the physical space. I thought you meant more of like a philosophical, like the idea of comedians for getting roasted.
We're getting there.
I think that's also a good argument for why it would be a whole. And Tony Hinchcliffe, the gang, that are basically just
his gang. That's so fucking funny. His gang. like they're the Bloods and the Crips. All right.
Exactly.
So you're saying that Tony Hinchcliffe is Tony Hinchcliffe a hole?
And that's how you want to define hole. What do you think Tony Hinchcliffe is?
Do I think Tony Hinchcliffe is a hole? Yeah, he's a hole.
Yeah, what parallels can you draw between Tony Hinchcliffe and hole?
Like dimples, maybe. Those are holes.
Or like your torso. But that mean that your holes and not just singular holes, like plural holes. Every human basically.
So do we agree every human is a hole?
No, every human is whole with like plural with an S on the end, like you tack on after to just like make fucking Marlon Hill tumble down a fucking jitter infinitely.
Here's my question.
That's another question from Marlon. Is what do you think of tacking on S's every single time?
That's another question from mine. That's right. And what do you call the name of that? What is that called? S tacking? I think it's called sadding.
Yeah,
no, it's sadding.
It's like
sadding.
Piggybacking and S tacking. There needs to be a strict definition for both.
There's,
I think piggybacking is a broader term where if you tack on like an INT or an ED, but S tacking is like specifically piggybacking.
Let's look up Scrabble lingo. Nationally ranked Scrabble player, and I have a simple trick. Okay, so no, not bingo, dog. Strategic
There's
focus.
bingo lingo.
No, that's a different game.
I know, but bingo lingo is higher.
Like the space. It's wordplay, baby. Space.
That's reduplication.
That's reduplication.
I guess it. Yeah.
Doug, just one moment. I gotta take a whiz, and then I'm gonna show you what's up in literati, baby.
Pea-sized bladder. Yeah, man. I knew I should have grabbed another day. All right.
Just one moment, Doug. Do you like chill wave? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Yes, sounds great job. I've heard of, or in a DeLorean,
Right.
The 70s.
80s.
Or, yeah. With like amazing tachometer aesthetic.
Where, Doug?
All right. Are you in the? Okay. What are your thoughts on losing 3 straight games of golf to not only me, but you and Zood both lost to me? Why did you?
I came here.
Okay. Did you ever see that movie with Shia LaBeouf called Bowls?
I did. My entire personality is modeled up.
Shia LaBeouf.
That movie.
What is a hole? Yo, dog, can you give me Scrabble lingo like a glass or like getting double blanked? Okay, a bingo using all 7 tiles and 1 move for the 50-point bonus. Rack your current set of tiles. Leave the tiles you keep after making a play. To keep a strong leave for the next turn. Hook, adding a letter to an existing board, like turning cat into cats. So what you call tacking on is known as a hook. Parallel play, placing a word alongside another to make multiple words at once. You're good at doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, no. What? Good. I just want to like yellow. Good night. Oh, good night. He's a jerk. Why is
Yo, dog, are you ready for me to complete the glossary?
yeah?
All right. So there's parallel play. There's phony, a fake or invalid
Your
word.
mesh,
Phony, a fake or invalid word. Those are those like Carly words that you like to play. Bag tracking, keeping tracking tiles, tile tracking, memorizing what's been played, cue stick, getting stuck with the cue. I don't understand why they think that's bad. You give me that cue all day long, baby. A clunky rattle of hard to play tiles, a vowel dump, getting rid of too many vowels. I like to do that. Consonant soup, too many consonants. Step, common bingo building or satire. Power tiles. Q, Z, X, J, and often blanks. Blank is the wild tile. I like calling it that, the wild tile. Double blank. Your opponent drew both blanks. Triple, triple. A bingo hitting two triple word scores at once. Back hook. Adding a letter to the end of a word already on the board. Front hook. Adding to the front, like making he into thee. Floaters. Open letters sitting on the board that are easy to build from. Tight board. Few openings. Open board. Tons of bingo lanes available. Burning a blank. Using the value instead of saving it. The bag. The remaining unseen tiles. Are you listening?
yeah.
Endgame, when the bag is empty and perfect calculation starts mattering. Spread, total point for cross game. Sim, value of a play. Self, but low scoring move to avoid opening the board. Hero play, risky aggressive move for a huge upside. Tile pool, what tiles remain unseen overall. Rack balance, good mix of vowels and consonants. Garbage time rack, horrendous letters late. I talk of garbage all the time. Glass, slang some players use for an extremely smooth, beautiful rack. Not universal tournament terminology, but you'll hear housing like that. I use it in tournaments though. Some fun trash talk phrases. He bingoed through the triple. I got absolutely blanked. The bag hated me. That rack was toxic. Pure vile diarrhea. He drew all the power. Fishing for the out bingo. I got Q sticked into oblivion. The phony looked real though. The boards locked tighter than a bolt.
Is there a term for like when you're like your tiles or so?
Because usually that's called exchange or swapping tiles. Forced exchange when your rack is so awful you basically have no realistic play. So it's a forced emergency exchange, informal slang for a desperation, throwing back, casual slang for exchanging tiles, rack dump, sometimes used when unloading terrible tiles, though usually by playing them rather than swapping. Dead rack, a rack so unplayable that exchanging becomes necessary. Garbage rack, trash rack. Self-explanatory. Okay, Here's a is it better to go first or second in two-person Scrabble? Better. Player gets immediate or double words. But there's a
you get a double word if you hit a 5.
But there's a trade-off. The second player gets reactive opportunities and can sometimes counterattack up the opening. A weak opening can give this edge initiative, sometimes or the opening tag. Are you ready?
Just admitted that you literally have because you literally invite me and get host advantage and go first.
Let me ask you
That's
this.
what I heard.
Let me ask you this. Have we ever played Scrabble?
Yeah. No, I mean I game.
Dog, you got an invitation. Everybody's waiting on you.
We haven't discussed holes.
Now that is an excellent point. Hold on. Now that is an excellent point. Yo, dog, is everything a hole? If the argument is that anything with a dimple or an indentation is a hole, is everything a hole? Like humans are then holes, cars are then holes, rooms are then holes. What would not be a hole? You're getting at a real problem in philosophy and anthropology that almost everything starts counting as a hole. A coffee hole, a donut has a hole, a cave has a hole, but then a belly button is an indentation, a room encloses empty space, a car interior encloses empty space. The human mouth, torso, general, like gastrointestinal tract form tunnels. Even a dent in metal becomes hole adjacent. As that definition explodes into distinguishing useful categories. Philosophers separate holes through structures or cavities, indentations, dimples, dents, voids, enclosures, rooms, containers, topological holes, mathematical genus tunnels, perforations, actual hole openings. In topology, a and mug are famously equivalent because each has one handle hole. But a bowl, how does a donut have a handle hole? In topology, a donut and a mug are famously equivalent because each has one handle hole. But a bowl usually is not considered to have the same kind of hole because it's more like a cavity than a tunnel. Humans are especially weird under whole discourse because the digestive tract nostrils contain microscopic structures, and depending on the definition, a human body may have holes or none in the relevant topological sense. The argument is basically if every concavity, enclosure, or empty region counts as a hole, the category loses discriminatory power. And that's a legitimate critique. Definitions become useless when they overgenerate. Under a strict definition, a hole usually requires the absence of a host material object bounded by that object with material significance. Often aligned passage through is the universe a whole?
It's like
with the definition that like, indentations and everything as a whole, because what is the universe making a hole in? You run into the edge where the ordinary language whole breaks down and turns into metaphysics. A whole is usually understood as a lack of or absence inside or through something else relative material. A hole in cheese because there's cheese around it. A ton may exist because there's earth around it. So your question is devastating to the everything as a whole definition. If the universe itself is a whole, what is a whole in? If there's no larger surrounding substrate, container, or background material, then the concept starts failing. A whole normally depends on a host object. That's why many philosophers would say the universe may contain holes, but the universe itself is not strictly a whole. Because media relative to or merely lack of a thing. In topology, meanwhile, holes are more abstract. They're properties of structure, not necessarily literal missing material. So a torus, I love that, as a hole because it's connectivity properties, not because it's missing donut stuff. Under the mathematical view, the entire universe could potentially have non-trivial topology, finite but unbounded, multiplied, connected, looped, toroidal, etc. But even then, that does not necessarily mean the universe as a whole. Instead, it means the universe's geometry may contain whole-like topological properties. Your intuition is basically exposing a hidden assumption. A whole is not a standalone object. It is relational. It depends on a host. And if there's no outside to the universe, then the phrase whole of the universe may be a category error rather than discovery. Yo, dog, is a television show a whole? It's very metaphysical. A television show could be called a whole only under a very stretched metaphysical or informational definition. Ordinary is not a cavity, not a perforation, not a topological tunnel. But philosophically, you could start treating holes as absences, containers, gaps, channels, or spaces for attention and meaning. Then a television show starts looking weirdly whole-like. It creates a temporary world space people mentally enter. It occupies attention by carving out time from ordinary life, often revolving. Screens literally are a dark chamber, lighted by rock. A TV show is an imaginative space bounded by narrative and time. Both are regions humans inhabit experientially. But if you universalize whole that really philosophically interesting, but it's no. Is that enough whole discussion?
Not even, but that was very interesting. The last line.
I agree.
If you just define like a whole as like an absence of or like a void, and like every single thing is like sculpting out, like you're basically like chiseling away and sculpting out, and which is dope. Also, yeah, I think there's like the definition. It says AI was being like reluctant into having a broad term or definition of what whole means, but I think that is wrong. I think that some things in life just have really extremely broad definitions. The whole thing in the universe is made out of matter, which means that it has an extremely broad
Incorrect.
definition.
Incorrect. Antimatter, dog.
Well, that's still made of something.
It's not made of matter.
How do you know that?
Because it's antimatter. It's not matter.
No, but matter just means like anything at all, like the building blocks of things. But sure, maybe that's like a little loophole that practically everything is made of matter in the definition of it's constructed of some substance.
Except
so even
antimatter
is its own type of substance.
God, we're gonna look this one up. We're gonna look this one up because that if it has matter, yes, matter still matter on broad physical sense, but with opposite definition. For every fundamental particle, there's usually an antiparticle: electron, positron, proton, antiproton, neutron, antineutron. These particles have the same spin, but opposite electric charge and some example. And one. Okay, so scientists confusing part linguistic. In modern physics, matter can mean ordinary baryonic matter or generally material particles. Under the broader meaning, antimatter absolutely counts as matter like physical substance because it is just the opposite version under certain symmetries. However, I might have been looking at this like baryonic matter or something. I'm saying definitions change over time, and I may just be referring to. I think it is fascinating. Are you ready to lose?
If you lose, will you discuss what a hole is for half an hour?
Yes. I don't lose though. So it's a moot point. Do you know that the fighter on the kid is going to be on soon?
I don't even fire in the kid and rapist is.
Are you going to get an invitation?
Did you send it?
Like 12 times.
Is an invitation a hole?
Yes. They said a website's a hole, so an invitation's a hole.
Okay.
The only thing that isn't a hole is the universe, apparently.
No. Flat surfaces are not holes.
Oh man, that's a good
Even
one.
though they probably. I mean, we don't know the shape of particles probably, but they're probably spheres, or they could be. Actually, they could be like hexagons. You sweet.
I don't want you to say, "Oh, I got the advantage by going first or whatever."
I would never say that.
It's an iCarly term that you regularly use. The thing I don't like about using iCarly is it gives Dan Schneider like a oh wow.
Oh, I should have fucking. Oh my god, I couldn't think of it. That's bullshit.
That was impressive.
Could have really bingoed there. It's already handing me the shit tire.
You have letter diarrhea? Hi, Carly.
You're gonna play an E and an S there.
Doug, why do you assume that you know what I'm going to play? It gets insulting to me. And I'm not even kidding. E and an S.
No,
In honor of
rape or rape. Like separating the molecules in my machine that makes. No, are you fucking?
not a word.
What the?
Arlen Hill would say, don't have your chickens count before they hatch. Not a word. Marlon Hill would say, don't count your chickens before they hatch.
Wow. Sometimes this game just
This motherfucker had a Z. Oh, that's a good one.
no, I almost just made you like flip the board. Oh man. Wouldn't you like to know? Oh my god.
Not a win. iCarly.
I fucked up. God damn it. I fucked up.
Neon. Should be a science word. What was that long word?
No. Oh my god. Fuck, this is all this so terrible.
Why did you fuck up?
I can't say or else it'll dox my position. Oh, you like. Absolutely botched.
Things are remaining. How many things? Garbage.
No, I fucked up. Damn it. No. Oh, I fucked up. Yeah. Oh, terrible. God damn it.
How did you fuck up?
Could have played like a monster score. No, I'm just SOL here.
We
I'm on a tile all game and if I zoomed, but if I had held onto the pen, I could have played a flying 2-letter, and then I was playing this. I could have played black and also a 2-letter. Now I'm definitely going to lose because those are so egregious.
It's over, baby.
It's over.
It's over. It's over. The champ's here.
So,
The champ's here. Now, what was that one that you were going to play?
I was going to play the Quine, but then I fucked up. Played and I held on to the best performance. Run it back, though.
You need to just hold on. I need 3 real minutes. So you got the Q and the Z and the X.
Buddy, what are you talking
That's true. Doesn't even matter. I had the
about? Well,
okay. I didn't have the Q or the Z.
you had the J and a blank tile, numerous S's.
You got to go first.
It's a disadvantage.
Says whom?
Consortium of Scrabble.
Who is this Scrabble consortium? Who's on the board? G.I. Joel, Marlon Hill.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Joel.
Rosie Thornbush.
Who's that?
Lucy.
What's that bitch's name?
No, Carly is not on the goddamn.
That's what's Miranda Cosgrove.
No.
What is her name? It's like something.
Shannon equation is on the board.
Hold on, we have to look up this bitch's name. They're alternates. Jeanette McCurdy and Miranda Cosgrove. Miranda Cosgrove as an adult is pretty, and so is Jeanette McCurdy.
You're reading some guy response earlier, and it's like there's like some guy that a real goofy name. It was like Kluby or something.
Yeah.
Like some real goofy name that I thought was funny. I don't remember.
Are you gonna accept the invitation, or are you gonna just jerk yourself off? Well, have
You're downloading software. You need software to.
Are you fucking serious? You want to use?
Got rid of all of them. Oh, that was amazing.
Thanks, big man.
That's the word. I hate to inform you, but that's not a word. Whatever you're playing there is just simply not a word. You want your time back?
I'd like it. Thank you, sir.
Oh my god.
Double blank. You know it. That's an iCarly word. Are you saying that Lucy Snorbush does not know that's an iCarly word?
Everyone knows it's a real. And that's a word
It's a Lucy snore bush. Lucy.
Man is a word. M-A-N.
No, it's a
Contraction.
thing.
On the Braille version. Contractions.
Cat, mom, a Mara, like that. Oh, that's known as Scrabble. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So bad. Or sucks. Sorry, I can't believe I'm already double blanked. Marlon Hill would say, Rabbi, this is bullshit. Then you shouldn't even play this game anymore. And I'm like, I know, but I do, out of the goodness of my heart. Well, proportionate amount. Like, no wonder I get compensated with blanks and stuff. every game is like at least one point in a game will have 5 eyes. Swap them. That was absolute horseshit.
Parallel play, baby. Parallel play from the world's biggest pimp.
This is botted. This is just botted. This is just straight up botted.
Are you fucking serious? Botted.
You can't just steal my word.
Get this game is rigged. Incredible amounts.
I'm being robbed.
Dog. Dude, they give you everything. They give you everything. They give me nothing. They understand my overall score is superior.
KAI is a fucking word.
This game is rigged.
This game is botted.
It's rigged.
can S-tack if you want.
No, it's not even a term.
What do you mean? You declared it a term. Baller. Baller.
How many things, man?
11. 11.
This game is rigged.
That's what losers say, yeah.
No, it's not even close. It's like
So
they give you the Q, they give you the J.
Or Marlin Hill to losers say. Oh no, I fucked up. God, no. Oh, that was bad. I plopped something down. Damn. Hacking. Zero tiles left. Oh my god.
This
It
game
gives me the worst tiles.
This game is rigged.
Yeah, you can plop down anything.
Hey, oh, shut up.
Botted. This game is botted. The fuck? This game is more clavicular Twitch streams.
not a word. It's like that's like Carly
Yeah.
word. That is in
Yeah.
that is in the glossary of iCarly words. Everybody wants to know what that bitch means, son.
It is alternate spelling. Alternate spelling bullshit. Everyone knows it should be illegal.
That game was weird.
I want you to listen to me, and I want you to listen to me well. The fact that I didn't get the Q, the fact that I didn't get the Z, and the fact that I got double blank tells me that this bitch is rigged.
If you want, I have a business card of a guy, and he might be able to do something about it. I can pass it along if you need.
Does he speak English?
He's really, really good. He actually might be able to do something.
Does he speak in English or does he speak
the Hebrew version of Braille only?
All right. Well, you don't speak that.
Braille sign language in Hebrew.
Okay. That's not something you speak necessarily when you communicate. That game was you sign language.
That's a fun fact.
That's what I want to know. The little Scrabble pieces, are they flat or are they indented?
Have you never played Scrabble?
It's been a long time.
Like, are you talking about the left? That is probably one of the most easy full facts.
Are the Scrabble tiles indented or are they like inscribed or are they flat? Because I would think that they want to make them indented so that blind people could play with it, but then I think they'd be flat because then you couldn't feel like when you're going in the bed. Where do you think they are?
Do you think there's a board game?
There already is. I invented it. I'm the king of it. They are inscribed though. So like blind people can use it. They aren't simple flat surfaces.
Why did they not make Braille just like engrave like letters in instead like dots. Do they condense more information with it?
Yo, dog, why is it like just inscriptions as opposed to bracelets and vision? Difficult to distinguish complex of standard alphabet letters by feel alone. Everybody knows that. Why didn't you? You know who taught me that? Jeanette McCurdy. I was having a three-way.
Yeah.
I was having a three-way with Jeanette McCurdy and that other bitch on their 25th birthday. I forget which one it was, and they were like, "Rabbi, do you want to know why Braille is not in great like raised letters?" And I was like, "Oh, I already know, because the human sense of perception doesn't know, or it's difficult to know like the roundedness." And they're like, "That's absolutely right." And then we fucked. I have a question for you. Would you rather have?
Do you think Helen Keller was fake? Like her ability to right? Like, because I've heard that. Okay, so it's not really a giant mystery. I mean, still, how do you? Was she only partial? Then I could totally buy that she could write a book. Someone who's completely deaf, I don't feel that.
Completely blind and deaf. He was adopted, and along with my other cousin who was adopted from China, and they're both really, really smart. You know that they have these issues. Like my cousin, she got married, children. My other cousin, I don't know if he's authored a book, but I haven't spoken to him in a long time, or like even with my uncle. But not because negative. It's just like he lives far away. But I would say that it's possible. Yeah, especially with modern internet, definitely possible.
So they're fully deaf and blind, like cannot hear a thing or see a thing, and they're still able to.
Yeah. So my cousin, I knew him a lot better when I was younger, and he had just been adopted from Thailand. And
That's funny.
no, all I know is that you got the Z. I don't really have to, and you got the.
And me send the invite so the titles aren't as big.
Why don't you send the invite? I'm waiting on it. Where's the invite? 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 Where's the invite?
Chill. It's turn-based, right?
No, it's live.
least we know what dictionary.
Garbage.
It was garbage.
Totally rigged.
Here comes the Z. Are you fucking Z letter there? No, it's a 2 letter. That's us. Fucking bullshit. That's absolute horseshit. Everyone knows it's horseshit. The Zeta Reticuli know it's fucking horseshit. Absolutely despicable. More rigged horseshit. But fuck this. Wow.
Dude, I was trying so hard to get a fucking ass to play it, and I didn't even play it.
Yeah, welcome. Ask for zaps.
I didn't even see that.
Oh, you didn't, and I just kept my mouth. That's why I kept swapping.
Yes.
Dude, I kept swapping. I kept swapping. I kept swapping. You were like, what are you doing?
Oh, fuck off.
I can't believe you did not see that. You even said, Dave? You even said safe? And I was like, don't fucking take it. I must have passed like 15 times in this game. Not that many, but a lot.
I don't know what the hell you're.
Well, now do you know?
Yeah, there's clearly cheating.
Wasn't cheating.
That's a fucking word.
That was
21.
Fila.
Yeah, that was a terrible waste of a blank. Probably one of those.
Probably. Stop.
I just want to know.
This motherfucker got the Q.
Zapper is too deadly. I don't know if there's much danger with this.
Are there any tiles left?
There's 5 left. That was terrible.
It was. I'm just playing to get it over with.
Yeah, always my points. How did Brig
Zapped, bitch.
Damn.
Zapped, bitch. Is it an iCarly word? Zap, zapped, or R, A-R-E. What word is A-R-E? Let me go into messages, use an alternative app, which is obviously cheating. They would never allow this in San Diego. They would never allow this in Marlin Hills World. And they allow this in the iCarly universe. Never.
That was the definition of a whole in relation to this playbook. Summary of the entire novel, members not limited to Lucy Thornbush and Shannon Equation Guy and Nigel and
G.I.
certainly
Joel.
Marlon.
G.I.
Marlon
Joel.
would be rolling in his grave right now.
He's alive.
Even if you... Do you know that for sure?
Yeah, and is his grave a hole? Yes or no?
His grave is mostly... I know at least that it's a cavity and that he would be doing back.
I can't believe antimatters matter. That's bullshit. Should be a word matter. Then what is a word that's not matter?
Non-matter.
That would work. That's good.
Yeah.
What is a word for something that's not matter?
I just told you.
Energy. I like non-matter though. It's not matter. Apparently.
Things that matter.
Okay, let's look at dog.
That's absolutely.
Energy, not matter. Energy and matter are different kinds of things in physics. Matter is stuff like atoms, electrons, protons, things that have mass, and occupy space. Energy is not a substance. It is a property or quantity that matter and fields can possess. Motion has energy. Heat is energy. Light energy. For example, a baseball the atoms it carries have no rest. So historically, people said light is energy, not matter. Matter is more subtle because matter and energy are deeply connected. E equals mc squared. That equation means mass can become energy, and energy can become mass. If the sun matter turned to radiant electrons can create antiparticle pairs. So the modern view is less matter and energy are totally separate substances and more mass is one form of energy and both emerge as underlying quantum fields. A useful analogy. Matter is like the actors, energy is like what the actors are doing, moving, vibrating, interacting, radiating. Energy is real and
Yeah,
measurable.
that's like a property.
No, it's like matters that actors and energy is what the actors are doing, dog. Did you not just hear the analogy? What kind of iCarly like information are you trying to digest? I'll wait. Jeanette McCurdy and that other bitch would be very disappointed in you right now. They would be disappointed in your knowledge of Braille and your knowledge of your lack of knowledge thereof in Rabbi's number, which is all of the Scrabble types of games that there can be, which is like 10 to the between 100 and 200, but has it's not in Super Rabbi's number. Super Rabbi is all of the played in like kind of clicks and stuff. How baller is that shit? How baller is that shit? Yo, dog, remember that time I asked you a question, your best impression of Zoot? Everybody remembers. You don't even know anything about vape or synth wave. You're not even in universe's wave.
I talk about
I'm the king of synthwave. I was born during the era of synthwave. Synthwave was playing at my birth. You came along with like alternative 90s rock psych. You were in like fucking I don't even know what early 2000s is. It's not a thing. It's not molded. Yeah, Trevor something sang a song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Everybody knows that song.
he's a synthwave producer.
Yeah, and everybody knows he's a synthwave producer. He played Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to synthwave. Everybody knows that. I know it. Jeanette McCurdy knows it. Daniel Snyder knows it. Nigel knows it. Marlon Hill knows it. Gee, I think about that all the time. That's not a name, Joey. That's not a name. That's not Carly. Just the fact that they're like that's this woman's real name, but to Joey it's like a normal name, but to them since they've never heard this name before. Like the hilarious thing about that story is a bunch of it. The eating pussy Quaaludes, all that shit. But what's really funny about it to me, that Joey's just so normalized by that name that it's just like any other name. But to them, when they hear it, that's the punchline. And it's like, no, that's not even the punchline of the story.
Yeah, it's such a. It sounds like a made up name.
It sounds like an iCarly name.
Snore Bush. Lucy Snore Bush.
And her kid got caught in a gambling racketeering ring, and he's on like this like FBI like racketeering chart, and he's like 18 years old.
Pretty sweet.
I don't even know if they're related, but it's like the last name Snorbush is pretty rare. Well, it's not just that; they're both from New Jersey, and it's like, okay, there may be something there. Now, here's my question to you, and if this isn't an appropriate question, apologies in advance. But let's just review your morning thus far. You lost 3 games in mini golf. Lost another game of literati. Then you cheated your way to a non-win, and then you lost again. So this morning, even if you count your non-win as a win, which it's not, you are 5-1. Apologies, you are 1-5. What are your thoughts on being 1-5 against the champ? And
everybody knows this is like fixed. It's
and in that
fixed.
you double blanked me in multiple of those games, and you got the Z or the Q single one of those games.
You played the Z last game.
Nobody calls it a Z, dog. Let's just get that straight.
In Canada, it's a Z.
Hey, guess what? Go drink a liter full of water, dog. Nobody pays attention to that. We talk.
I make my own water.
That was an interesting thing that you said. Who are you? Is that 1-5 is not a good record to have, and I want to interview you on. I'll wait. Fire.
The 2016 election.
Why did you call Marlon Hill Marcus?
That's what you told me.
I didn't tell you that. No.
I couldn't hear because of the distorted static TV channel turned to like channel non-channel.
Here's my question. Here's my question.
You
still have not. Are we gonna watch the Michael movie right now? Are we ready to watch it?
No, I'll be in my old bed of the grave site before I ever watch that piece of trash. It's not even. It can't even be considered entertainment.
Do you want to watch some Fighter and the Kid documentaries?
No, I sent you a beautiful 3-hour Bob Lazar podcast and just breeze over it.
Then let's watch it. Let's watch it right now. I'll watch it right now. Okay, we'll watch it again. I watched The Founder and you fell asleep during it. And I had already seen The Founder like a bunch of times.
I stayed awake for most of it. So.
You don't even know what you're saying. You compare The Founder to Pet Sematary and cult documentaries.
That cult documentary was amazing. Joe Rogan was amazing. Everyone on Joe Rogan knows it was amazing. The Joe Rogan subreddit knows it was amazing. It's a subreddit of the subreddit of the subreddit of Joe Rogan also knows it's amazing.
All right, well then tell me right now. Tell me right now. What's the link to the Joe Rogan subreddit? I'll wait.
What do you got?
What is the link to the Joe Rogan subreddit. I'll wait. What is it? It's https://www.reddit.com/r/.
Trick question.
JOEROGAN. No, that's just what it is. If you type that in right
I
now.
don't use the fucking web browser. I use the Reddit app and I go to RJoe.
Yeah. Yeah, and let's.
I don't fuck around with this URL bullshit.
Dog.
That everyone knows.
Dog.
Bullshit.
You didn't even own the Reddit app before I told you to download it. And you didn't even know about the William Montgomery subreddit before I told you about it.
That's not true.
It is true. I asked you one day,
I
are you
know
in the
about
William
Reddit.
Montgomery show subreddit? And you said, there's a William Montgomery show subreddit? And I said, of course, dog. There's a subreddit for everything. And then you joined it. And then you didn't even know that his friend had died. You didn't even send a manifesto to him, nor did you send a manifesto to Casey Rocket.
Dude, how's the Casey Rocket subreddit? Are you even a part of it?
Of course, I'm part of it. Not a member of the Casey Rocket subreddit. Dog,
How many visitors per week are there?
you're asking me how many visitors per week are in the Casey Rocket subreddit? Approximately 41 visitors this week.
Wow, there's so few posts in this subreddit. It's crazy.
How dare you critique the crab man? If you know anything about Casey Rocket's humor, you would know that Biden.
Are you a G.G. Allen fan?
I'm a fan of everything that doesn't suck.
You didn't answer the question directly.
I'm a fan of holes.
Are you a G.G. Allen fan?
GIGI space ALLEN.
No, dog. G.G. space Allen.
Well, there are both, so I didn't know what you meant specifically.
Everyone knows what I meant specifically.
You're asking me if I am a G.G. Allen fan?
Yeah. Are you deaf?
Dog, do you know what their birth name was?
No one knows what their birth name was.
Dude, look at their birth name.
Do you even know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, the punk rockers. Look up on Google what their birth name was.
Just tell me.
No. I've never known anybody to have that name.
Jesus Christ Allen?
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
What do you know about G.G. Allen?
Well, I would say that I know that they were an American punk rock musician who performed and recorded with many groups during their career. I would tell you that their live performances often
feature transgressive acts of self-awareness, like getting on stage and assaulting audience members.
yeah. And I would also perhaps say that they were the most spectacular degenerate in rock and roll history.
Spectacular degenerate. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that.
Yeah, well, of course you would agree with it. But let me ask you this question.
You had no idea who this cat was.
No, everybody knows who he is, dog.
No, you legitimately didn't sound like you knew who he was.
Are you really?
This guy's story is crazy. We need to watch a G.G. Allen book.
Let's do it right now. Let's do it right this very moment.
All right, well, let's.
Yeah. How about the one that's called Hated? G.G. Allen, Merle Allen, Shireen Kadivar.
Yeah. Sounds good.
It's a 1993 documentary.
I know it's a 1993 documentary, dog. It's directed by filmmaker Todd Phillips.
Well, guess what? It's on Tubi. And you know what else is on Tubi? Do you know what else is on Tubi?
Jackson's stupid movie that sucks. It isn't worth
Gearhead Joe Rogan showed up to David Pauletti's missing 411 guy and yesterday and mentioned that during a discussion about Tubi, mentioned because David Pauletti's is like, you can watch Missing 401 on Tubi, and Joe Rogan was like, oh, you can also watch Gearhead's Gone Wild on there, and then he laughed at Jamie because it had such a ridiculous name. What are your thoughts on that?
Everyone on Earth, every single person on Earth thinks that's the most non-interesting, non-mattered. It matters less than non-matter. In fact, they use non-matter to describe it.
Are you saying that non-matter isn't important? Because that's energy, baby.
G. Allen. Nice. I have the G.G. Allen documentary.
All right, well, I'm watching it. I'm halfway through it.
It's 51 minutes long.
And I'm ready to watch all 51 minutes, dog.
I have to take my dog out. Not kidding. But when I get back, you can watch it.
Are you going to be here so that I can shit talk you?
I don't know what that.
What's it like to always double blank your opponent? I wish Literati had different settings. I wish Literati had different settings where you could be like, turn off blanks, make sure that the tiles are evenly distributed.
I mean, that sounds like someone who's coping with the fact that I'm not very good at the game.
Dog, you are 1 in 5.
They want to rig. Sounds like someone who wants to rig the game, but they would, what their thoughts would sound like.
Dog, you are 1 in 5 in Play-Doh apps games today. You recognize that? 1 in 5. Those are Zoot-like numbers.
I'm the G.G. Allen of Scrabble, everyone on Earth, Neptune, Venus, and Mars knows it. And the Earth as a whole, look at it from the.
What we had to look up question is a.
No, can there be such thing as a perfectly flat surface?
Is a perfectly flat surface a hole?
No, that's not the question.
Is a perfectly flat surface a hole?
If it is truly a perfectly flat surface which doesn't exist, then yeah. But like there's small undulations. single
No, a
piece
perfectly
of matter.
a perfectly flat surface or topology. A hole with perfectly flat surface is not a hole.
No. Because matter itself is basically like holes. Like it's like 99% like empty volume or whatever. So everything is made out of holes.
Not necessarily. What if the perfectly flat surface was had like all the space inside taken off?
That's not how matter operates, but yeah.
Imagine a world where it does. Imagine a world where it does.
Okay. So that's assuming that, like, based on that fact, you're assuming that the standard definition of world is default whole. It's being constructed out of whole, and you have to create a separate parallel reality in a hypothetical scenario to justify the existence of non-whole reality. That's a cool thought, dude.
Are you still listening to yourself?
Yeah, I'm spitting game.
No one's paid attention to you for at least 15 seconds.
I'm staring at Toroid right now.
Rick Glassman.
You probably don't have a fucking Toroid.
Rick Glassman has no idea what you're talking about right now.
Rick Glassman is a bot. He's not even real. He's a bot.
Is Miranda Cosgrove a bot?
She's definitely whole. I know that.
Is Jeanette McCurdy a bot?
Look, I can tell you that the fundamental reality of nature is basically a thimble. And whether you want to play this game of charades of asking who is a bot and who's not a bot, that doesn't matter. What matters is that reality is a thimble.
Is a Tyrannosaurus Rex Monopoly piece a whole?
Absolutely. What kind of bogus question is that?
Okay, is a perfectly flat Monopoly board a hole?
A perfectly flat anything does not exist. Do you agree to that?
Perhaps in some
no such thing.
Perhaps in some type of metaphysical world there would be an alternate universe.
A non-alternate, like in our universe, everything is constructed out of imperfectly flat matter.
Agreed.
I rest my case.
But that doesn't mean that it couldn't take place. You could potentially, people in the future could potentially create a perfectly flat Monopoly board.
I think in digital reality it would be possible.
Obviously.
Or whatever, you create a plane, it's going to be perfectly flat because it's like mathematical.
Right.
But I mean, I guess there's an argument that it can potentially be not flat too.
Incorrect.
But I think it's able to simulate flatness.
Okay, that's fine.
It's not actually.
That's fine. I'm talking about in the here and now. I'm talking about the Zeta Reticuli. If they had some kind of machine to create a perfectly flat surface, that you look at all of the like atoms and they're absolutely perfectly flat. The flat surface lack hole. I think an argument could be made that it does.
I've never heard more pure high octane brain rot in my entire life from the sentence you just spoke.
Doug, let's just be honest about it. And let's imagine a vacuum. They create some kind of vacuum that nothing affects it. Or if it did, there's like a counter, like there's a counter, like the pull of gravity is countered in this vacuum. Everything is countered 100%. And they create a perfectly flat surface, perfectly flat, because of their high levels of um, like intelligence and stuff. Does that surface lack a hole? I would say yes.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, by the way, for the past an hour and a half, no one has been listening to you. But yes, you're right.
Okay. Did they listen to me when I won the first game? Did they listen to me when I won the last game? I think they did. Did they listen to me when I won all three mini golf games? Not just against you, because I didn't think you were tough enough of a challenge, but I had to include Zoot in there, and I beat both of you. Were they listening to me then?
Zoot is clearly a psyop bot. Clearly, what's it called? A rogue agent and controlled opposition. Everyone knows that.
Do you think that Zoot lived in the iCarly universe?
No, he was born there. Absolutely.
Do you think he's related?
100%.
Do you think that Zoot is somehow related to Lucy Snorbush?
I think there's significant evidence to support that theory. Yeah.
Do you think that Lucy Snorbush knows that Joey Diaz tells that story about her?
Um, I don't think that there's enough evidence to support that claim.
His friend Lucy Snorbush is on Facebook. I'll wait.
She's not a real person.
Dude.
I legitimately don't think.
That-
She's a robot. She's just bits.
when I
non-existent data.
when I could post on Reddit, I started a Reddit thread in the Joey Diaz subreddit for a petition for Lucy Snorbush to accept Joey Diaz as a Facebook friend request.
Yeah, and it didn't happen because she's a made-up character.
Do you want to know? Do you want to hear my contributions?
Okay.
Okay, just a moment. I have to go to his subreddit. Okay, these are known as theoisms. Okay, I found it. Okay, so there are a bunch of them.
Is Theo Vaughn a two-dimensional surface, or is he a three-dimensional
Three,
surface?
obviously. All right. Big Sydney was a girl who liked being blown smoke into her face, even though she'd get sick. Allegedly wannabe bulimic and or white thick and men's belt user. I did not. That was not mine. A brother is a black gentleman. I don't know. I think I did use that one. Brian St. Pierre, the first Whigger in town, and perhaps, according to Theo, the first Whigger ever who constantly played with an invisible basketball. Brian St. Pierre was eventually removed from the class because the school administration thought he should be with the special ability students based on the invisible basketball playing. Brian St. Pierre was apparently raised like Mowgli from the Jungle Book on the other side of town. Mr. Larry, he was a former schoolmate who was held back so many times the school administration eventually made Big Larry a school janitor. Big Larry was famous for being able to urinate in the shape of an arch over the head of another person. Billy Conforto, and this has to do with the movie Busboys. Person, RIP, allegedly the first homosexual anyone in town ever knew. Billy was a co-busboy with Theo. Billy was an Italian boxer who looked like Don Flamenco from Mike Tyson's Punch Out. As Theo has said, he would fight you and died around age 44.
Like coma-inducing information.
Cannon it up. At one time, it was apparently a common occurrence to see black women drinking baby formula straight from the can near the French Quarter.
That's a interesting sentence. Um, sorry.
Oh, dude, I can tell you all about it. This time when I was with Lisa at, there's Theo Vaughn, and I've told you this. Like, it's like these three guys from three different parts of the world. Joey's like Cuban in New York, Lee is from Boston, and Theo's from the South, like New Orleans or whatever. And they had these stories that were just like ridiculous. And I learned them so well that when somebody was like, "Hey, I'm putting together like a Theoisms, like a glossary of all of Theo's shit," I knew from these stories like a bunch of them. So the idea of canning it up, uh, basically, there was a thing where it was something like women would be drinking uh, baby formula outside of the French Quarter, which is in New Orleans, and that's what canning it up means. Do you have any other questions about it?
They said French border, not French order.
No, French Quarter, the French area of
Oh,
New Orleans. All right, here's a good one. Chesticles, breasts, referring to the female chest area.
sorry. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay. No problem. You as well.
Twice in 48 hours, they've told you that?
No, this time it was an actual fire person.
It was a police officer?
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
don't you think you should get your dog just a long leash so you can still play ball with her, but you don't get in trouble?
that'd be an interesting loophole if I had like 100-foot leash.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you just...
Like, technically, she's on leash.
Exactly. Why don't you...
I feel like... I mean, I'm not going to haul around like a giant thing of rope like that.
Doug, you're like not recognizing. They make ones that are retractable, that are like 35 feet long, 50 feet long.
Oh, is it? I've thought about that loophole before.
not a loophole, dude. You're not being a good.
The definition of a loophole.
You're not being a good. This is real talk. You're not being a good dog owner when you keep getting warned about your dog being off leash. Your dog is being angry around other people, and there's a simple solution to
My
it.
dog isn't angry. My dog never has a problem with people.
Dude, she was. You're always saying, "Calm down, be nice," or she's not good. You need to recognize that you could lose her. You just had the cops involved. All you need to do is just buy a long leash, and then all your worries are basically done. Even if she goes and bites someone, you can at least say she was on leash. Like, basically, the solution to all your problems is a long rope. I'll look on Amazon right now. What's the longest retractable leash? And your police are very nice. In America, they would take that dog from you, and they would.
No, if she actually bits someone, then there might be a problem.
No, they would
stuff.
cite you. They would cite you is what I meant to say. All right. So they have a 32-foot retractable dog leash for.
That's not long enough. I could buy just like a giant ass piece of rope. But I think there's probably leave that. Leave it. There's probably a clause in like the bylaw law that says like the leash must be within like 10 feet or something.
Dog, nobody has said that. You're making this up.
Do you want me to Google it right now? Because I bet there is a clause that says you can't have an 800-foot long leash.
Okay, I mean, look, I just don't want you to lose your dog, and you're playing very.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna just steal my dog for having wrong.
They're gonna
attack someone. That'd be different.
That's the thing, though.
He's not gonna do it.
Dog, you don't recognize. I hear her. She gets upset very easily. I don't want you to lose your dog, and I think that there's a very easy solution here. You just need a long rope.
Yeah. She's not gonna want her ball now. Yeah. I'm really not impressed about it.
Dude, you just had the police involved.
That was it. Animal bylaw officer. There's literally no one at the park. I don't know. There wasn't a person around. Just don't do that.
Can't they cite you?
Yeah, it's like worst case, I'll get a $50 ticket or $100 ticket.
Okay, now.
Big whoop.
Okay, but let me ask this: has Yellow ever bitten another dog?
No.
I don't believe you.
She's never tried.
She's never nipped at another dog.
No, she doesn't. She'll growl at.
I mean, with other dogs.
Yeah, they're playing.
Okay,
Yeah.
So has Yellow ever nipped at another dog?
Not in an aggressive way.
But that's what I'm saying.
Like
Wait. But that's what I'm saying. All that has to happen is that she has to nip at another person's dog, and that person can then say that your dog
She
attacked
doesn't
her.
do that. She doesn't do that.
Okay. I'm not
She's
gonna.
a well-behaved animal. I appreciate your concern, but
The only the solution to your problem. I mean, you have a leash with you.
yeah,
Okay, so just go to the department or the hardware store and get a long piece of rope and tie it to the leash, and then you're covered. And then you can go and play ball with the.
I don't think that I doubt there isn't a clause that says the leash can, like, there's gonna be a clause that says the leash can't be 400 feet long.
You're making this up. You have no idea.
Okay, I will ask AI right now.
And even still, nobody's gonna measure that. They just the people who told you 2 days ago to have your dog on a leash and today to have your dog on a leash just want your dog on a leash. They didn't say it has to be an 8 foot or shorter leash. They don't care. They just want to make sure that their ass is protected. And they make 100-foot leashes. 100-foot leash. They make 100-foot leashes. I mean, that's all you need is a 100-foot leash, and then nobody can say anything to you.
Maybe it's talking safe. Yeah, I don't think you're hearing what I was saying.
No.
Any leash longer than 8 feet, you're gonna be violating the law. So if it's 8.1 feet, you're violating the law. You can't just have a 200-foot long leash and be like, oh, it's on leash. That's not how the law works.
Doug, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Dude, there are retract.
Did you not hear what I just read? The answer is like.
No, I didn't, because you were muted.
Okay, well, listen to me again. I didn't know specifically a 50-foot leash, which it fails to meet the legal definition of immediate control. The leash length restrictions in Squamish. Under the Squamish Animal Control Bylaw number 2124, dogs are considered to be running at large unless they're kept on leash, tether, or suitable device, and under immediate care or control of a competent person.
Okay, so
Immediate control rule, well, the district's bylaw does not explicitly print a 50-foot minimum. It cannot, a 50-foot line cannot legally be considered under immediate control in public space.
I disagree with that. If you get a retractable one, it can be.
Explicitly define a dog must be on a leash less than 8 feet long in length to not be considered running at large.
Okay, so then, but you'd rather not have your dog at all on leash. And what I'm saying to you is like, that makes no sense to me logically. If anything, you could make the argument that I had control on my dog because it was on a long leash. Instead, you're like, well, no leash can control her, so I'm going to not use a leash at all. It's like, no, you can have a dog under a leash.
They're both the same. You're still going to get the same ticket.
It does not. No, it does not.
And it does. They're both considered running at large, whether your leash is 8.1 feet long or you have zero leash, or you have a leash that's 500 feet long. So I've only spoken to one bylaw officer at my I don't give a fuck if they give me a ticket.
Doug, you've spent
Whatever. They're not gonna take my dog to the pound unless she like attacks another dog.
you've been warned about this twice in 48 hours.
Okay.
So it's a simple solution. You just get a retractable leash that allows her to run, and you can go play ball with her and everything. And then anybody who makes an argument.
I suggest you look up the Islamic bylaw number 2124 to validate what you just said. It's still a violation of the law. It doesn't matter that she's on a leash that's 50 feet long. It's still considered she's running free and out large. So I don't know.
No, but you can make the argument.
I don't know why you think it's not.
You could make the argument.
You can't make the argument. It's pretty cut and dry.
No, it's not. Not at all. They don't give a length of the leash. They don't say that.
They do. Instead, it has to be 8 feet or under.
In the bylaw?
Yes.
Okay, so then.
Anything over 8 feet, your dog is considered running out large.
Okay, so within the city. Okay, I get that. So then why don't you just keep her on an 8-foot leash and recognize that, like you can't go throwing a ball to her if you don't want to get in trouble?
I take her out to the field every single day and play frisbees practically or to the park. Never had an issue, never been fine. Like, it's usually not a big problem.
Incorrect. You've had
and everyone else does it too.
You've had 2 issues in 48 hours.
Yeah, that's an anomaly though. I've lived here for 6 years. And the other guy said yesterday, if you could take her after school hours here, it's fine. It's just during school hours. I decided to fix myself. I won't be playing like in the field with her during school hours, and then school won't be activated in starting like end of June or whatever, in like 28 days. I really am not too worried about it, but I appreciate for concern.
Yes. I'm just looking for ways to control a dog without a leash. If there is a way that like you could use as a loophole to that. I think, and it's not my business. You're the animal owner.
Bluetooth leash.
Yeah, well, I was thinking they make those like radio frequency zappers, but that's too hard. The thing is, people in Squamish know that there are leash laws. No one in Squamish knows about the 8 foot rule. So I think that the loophole that you could utilize is that my dog is on a leash. Should have bring the dog closer. Come up to you and comment that your dog is off leash if you have a long leash. If they see that your dog is on a leash, and like as a dog owner, I would feel like I was getting the best of both worlds. My dog's able to go run around and do everything that I wanted to do and have a good time, and we'll continue to be able to play frisbee and ball and stuff. And nobody's going to approach us because they see she's on a leash. And the fact that she's on a leash, nobody's going to fuck with us. If they want to get really specific and say that's a really long leash, oh yeah, that if your dog's on a really long leash, really far away, nobody's going to come up to you. And so long as they see that your dog is on a leash. And the leashes are quite
I
inexpensive.
mean, maybe it'll be plausible deniability the first time.
It's not even plausible deniability. Nobody's going to come up to you if they see that your dog's on a leash. The reason why the guy 2 days ago came up to you and the guy today came up to you was because your dog, they could see that it wasn't on a leash. And they walked like maybe 100 feet toward you. But the fact if they saw that your dog was on even like just a long retractable leash, they're not going to fuck with you. And it's an argument that you could make. Let's say for whatever reason, Yellow did run at a dog, or even worse, a dog ran after at Yellow, or just equivalent at worse. Uh, you'd be able to say to any magistrate that you need, my dog was on a leash. And they may say, well, the leash was longer than 8 feet. You'd be like, look, I did everything I could to keep the dog under control or whatever. Like basically, this is a moot point for like $15.
I don't think that what's called like you're not exempt from breaking the law just because you weren't aware of it. Like you can't just be like, oh, I didn't know that murder was illegal. Your ignorance doesn't just acquit you of the crime you committed.
That's true, but at least the magistrate could see that you were trying. Right now, you're not trying. You're basically saying, "Fuck it, I'm going to do what I want." I've been warned about this twice in 48 hours, and I could, for $15, never have this be an issue again, potentially. And you continue to play with.
A 15-foot long, like I whipped the ball in the frisbee. I'm chucking a frisbee like the length of a football field in either direction.
Okay.
So leash.
Okay, so you get 100.
Like
so you get 100. So you get 100-foot leash, and you put it. You stake it in the ground, and then you go run 100 feet away or 100 yards away, and you launch the frisbee at Yellow. And there's all kinds of space, and Yellow has basically a 100-foot radius to be able to catch the ball. And at least with Australian herding dogs, now that I know what you're talking about, they're very, very, very smart dogs. They'll be able to figure that out.
Two, once like there's like at least 10 or 12 dogs all off leash, all playing with balls and frisbees. Like it's literally just a dog park, and they don't ever hand out tickets. Because yesterday, like normally my sleep schedule isn't so early, and I go out like 4, 5, 6 p.m. and it literally doesn't matter. It's only because I'm waking up at the crack of dawn that bothered informing me, even though they like, but I'm just taking her to pick the ball anyway, which doesn't require like chasing balls and frisbees.
No, that's later today. But what I'm saying is that for $15, you never have to have this be an issue anymore. And she can continue to catch frisbees and continue to catch balls, and another dog could run up to her, and that's like not like just because other people are doing it doesn't make it right. Make it right. I think this is my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. You're being very stubborn on this issue.
I've never had
2 times in 48 hours, Riser. Two times in 48 hours.
in 6 years.
2 times in 48 hours.
Yeah, I'm saying I've never gotten a ticket in 6 years for having my dog off, which is a pretty decent track record.
Your track record in the last 48 hours is terrible. And obviously, maybe they didn't always have the same.
I agree with that. I mean, one of them was just a non-district person with zero authority to actually do anything except call the off-leash people.
It's $15. I don't understand why you'd be so stubborn about the fact that you could.
How far my dog runs? 100 feet leash is not enough. I need like 4 of those tied together.
No. You don't have to have the dog run. I get what you're saying, because the dog's going to want to return it. Okay. I mean, at a certain point, you don't have to throw it that far, do you? You're basically saying, if I can't throw a frisbee 100 yards to my dog, then I don't want to, I'm going to do that no matter what. Okay, then you have to move towns, basically. I mean, like a place where they don't have these rules. Or you have to have a property where you can do this. You want to do it in a public area. And they're going to keep it. They've done it twice in 48 hours. I'm fairly certain somebody's told you before and you just don't remember. And if you got a 100-foot leash, you could throw the ball and throw the frisbee to yellow, and maybe you're not throwing it. You're not throwing a ball 100 yards. Let's get that straight. You're at best throwing a ball 30 yards. So if I can't follow perfectly, I don't want to follow it at all. I'm saying that's flawed reasoning. You can at least.
Saying words, but you're just constantly talking about it.
No, I could not. What did you say?
No. I'm not throwing the ball with my hand. I'm using this little catapult leverage thingy.
I get what you're saying. Okay. I mean.
And I go to this field all the time. There's like 10 dogs all off leash.
None of that matters. The only thing that you 48 hours. Worst case is they destroy your dog because your dog nips at somebody.
I don't know what fucking crazy ass town you live in, but they don't just shoot your dog in the head for being off leash. That's not what happened.
No.
I don't know what insane world you live in.
If she bites someone. If she bites someone or nips at a person, a child, or a dog, at least in most places.
That's not even what happens too. You have to mandatory muzzle your dog in public before. Like there has to be several instances of them attacking. They don't just kill it on the first incident.
I get that.
So that's not even how it works.
I get that. Okay. I mean, do you have to use that ball thrower that makes it go really far? Why can't you just use your hand?
because I like exercising my dog efficiently.
Okay, that's a valid point. I'm not going to say that it's invalid, but um, I you've become a target somehow in this place. They don't just go saying to someone twice within 48 hours, "Hey, you need to do something," without making a mental note of it, and they'll be back. And you could, uh, I to me, it's a $15.
I just keep paying tickets. I can just pay tickets.
To me, it's a $15 solution, and if you don't like it, that's fine. You don't have to, but it's very
I
stubborn.
don't think it's a. If I thought it was a solution, then I would. I don't agree that it's a solution. Because literally, the bylaw says your leash is over 8 feet. It's not in control. So, a non-empathetic counsel or whatever person, you're still gonna make you pay the ticket. Maybe the first time you get off, that's okay. The second time, this old leash trick doesn't work.
Why not? Why not just follow?
Best case scenario. Best case, it buys you like one free ticket of ignorance.
Okay, why not just follow the rules of your town?
I mean, an unwritten rule.
It's written. It's absolutely written, and they've made you aware of it twice in 48 hours. Like, there's a reason why. I don't know what the reason why is that they're so strict about it. But, and I understand what you're saying. There are other people who do this. A place where there's a certain, and you get about it. Why not just follow the rules? Riser, can you hear me?
I'm threat to.
Riser, hold on, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Just one moment. Riser, can you hear me?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I couldn't hear anything that you just said. So my question to you, I heard you saying something. I was trying to hear you. So why don't you just follow the laws of where you live? That was my.
Hasn't really been an issue ever. And again, in the last 48 hours, I've gotten 2 warnings. If I was getting tickets all the time, then I'd probably alter the way I behave, but really haven't ever gotten a ticket for having her off leash. And if I felt like she was a threat to any people or animals, then I wouldn't have her off leash, but she literally goes up to people.
She goes up to people. I didn't hear anything after that. Can you hear me? Can you hear? Okay, I just heard you say. I can now hear you. Yeah, I just heard you say, and you're making a valid point. She hasn't done anything to cause any issues. Okay, it's not my argument. It's not my fault.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be if it was a perfect loophole of the long ass leash, maybe if it was an actual like huge, huge hassle that I was dealing with getting all these tickets, I would certainly consider it. I mean, I get it might be a preventative to getting tickets. I don't want to argue the same thing, but I don't think it's a long is a so.
I know you don't see it that way, and it's nature. The next time this guy sees you, the guy who saw you today, he's writing you a $50 ticket, and that $50 is going to be more than what your leash would have been.
All right. I mean, I'll switch up if I keep stupid tickets for sizing my dog with no one around. Yeah. Around, be like,
Incorrect. Nobody's gonna fuck with you then.
That's an assumption.
Dog. All I'm saying is that
maybe the first time.
Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. If you have let's say a 50-foot leash or a 100-foot retractable leash, you let your dog go do whatever it wants to do. You're throwing the ball and all that other stuff. And the second you see someone approaching you, you just retract the leash back to 8 feet. Before they get to you, you're going to say dog is 8 feet away. What are you talking about? And they're going to say, if they wanted to push this, and nobody in the entire world would do this, because all they want is your dog connected to something. That's all they care about. That's all your city cares about. And you can say that my dog is under 8 feet. Look at the leash.
If there's a dog that is like, it happens all the time. There's like a dog that's clearly reactive going by, and they're playing off leash on like this little field here. I just call her back and say, "Yo, come here." She'll come here. I put her on leash. Same exact thing as retracting the leash.
Incorrect, because the person's going to say, I just saw you playing with your dog off leash, and there's a rule. Your dog has to be on leash. With my scenario, your dog's been on leash the whole time. So you do the same thing. Yo, come here. And then she comes, and then you push the little button, and she's within 8 feet. Nobody's going to argue that one with you.
I mean, yes.
There you go. I guess.
She's going up to a reactive dog and like trying to sniff and play with it. That would be bad.
She's a reactive one then. If she's the one who's approaching another dog, you may not recognize it, but your dog is the reactive one.
I'm saying if she was doing that behavior, that would be bad. But she won't do that. If I say like, come here, she's not gonna do that.
I'm not even saying with the dog there. I'm saying in a perfect world, with a perfectly flat surface. I know that doesn't exist. And you have 1,000 feet of free field around you. You have your dog on a 100-foot leash. Nobody's going to approach you because they see that your dog is on the leash. If anybody wanted to, you just retract the leash before the person's even within 500 yards of you or whatever, 500 feet. You retract the leash back, and she's going to be within that 8-foot distance.
In the eyes of the law, I read the fact that she was more than a leash or not.
Rather not have your dog on a leash at all. You're being stubborn. You're like, hey, I got this ball and launch set and a frisbee, and I want to keep doing that on property that I don't own, and I want to have my dog uncontrolled anyway. It's incredibly stubborn when there's a solution
No,
here.
you're thinking that somehow having a 50-foot leash is immunity. I'm saying it does not.
I'm saying that you can at least make the argument that before the person comes to you, when they're still 100 yards away, you say, "Yellow, come." She comes here, and then they come. Nobody knows about that part of the law, and you're going to say, "Yes, it was."
Okay, well, so how do you know? We live in a perfectly flat universe where people do know that part of the law. And in the eyes of the law, it doesn't matter that you have a 50-foot leash. That dog is not in control. That's clear as day within that.
No, it's not. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. You didn't know it an hour ago, but before you looked it up, you didn't know what that meant.
I did know that. I told you. I'm like, yo.
No, you didn't. You didn't say there's an 8-foot rule. You did not say there's an 8-foot rule. You didn't know the distance. You did not know the distance. And nobody else knows the distance either.
No, I told you. I'm like, yo.
Riser. You can't change my opinion on this. I'm just looking out for you, my friend. I'm looking out for your dog. I don't want you to get fined.
I appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. And, yeah. If I get a ticket, I'll definitely consider it to that point. Yellow.
With that being said, aren't Australian sheepdogs like the smartest kind of dog? You're muted. I've heard they're very smart.
Lie down and like weekend, and then hurry up, and he wants to so bad, he can't. And the dog starts running, and he is running, and he's not supposed to run. And they're just running in circles like that. Your family around and grab and get the guy who needs to help.
How old is Oliver? Is he a straight pit bull?
He's going to start next. I don't know when.
Okay. Nice. And he might be adopted soon.
Maybe. Yeah. Because, I mean, he's got a lot of needs too, so some of them are
Yeah.
He's got a lot of hair and stuff.
Alright. Is that contagious to humans?
What?
The skin condition?
No, it's just like an allergy.
Okay.
You're starting to go back to now.
Yeah, but okay. Rabbi, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. I couldn't hear you earlier.
Trish, do you want to say hi to my friend Rabbi? Okay. That's my
Hi.
name for Trish.
Hello, Trish.
Hi.
I hope you're having a good
She's
day.
dog trainer. She's a professional dog trainer.
Excellent. I hope you're having a good day, Trish.
He.
Oh, okay. You too. Oh, I see that. There.
Thank you. Take care.
Oh, there. There we go. How you doing?
I'm well, thankfully. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Excellent.
Nice day here.
That's wonderful
Yeah,
to
what are
hear.
you up to?
I am returning an email to a friend and I played some games with your neighbor earlier today, and we're gonna watch a documentary. Yeah, he won't be happy, but we're gonna watch a documentary I think pretty soon. So I hear you're a very good dog trainer, and I think that's a wonderful hobby to have, and wish you the best with it.
Okay, thanks so much.
Most certainly.
Yeah, no, she's a pro. That's her new career.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Are you happy now?
Yeah, I was nice. I didn't say anything. I almost did, but I
You could have, I'm sure you wouldn't have minded playful compliments, but maybe on the second try.
I'm not gonna hit on your neighbor for you. But your neighbor.
Oh, it sounds like you wanted to.
No, I'm okay.
Shoot your shot, buddy. Shoot your shot.
Dog, I'll be able to rail. I'll be able to rail that chick when I've gone viral. I'm not too worried about it.
Okay. That's a cool story. All right. GG, Alan. weird eating lunch at like 9 in the morning. Yo, Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
can I just call my mom real quick?
Go for it.
It.
Excellent. I am additionally a certified project management professional, having successfully launched multiple applications on the App Store and Google Play. Go ahead, Bryson.
GG
Are you done?
Allen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready to write. You ready?
Somebody got back to me, and I'm replying to them. All right, I just sent them something. So around 2013, I saw this. I've talked about it before. It was like orange orb. Basically, they said to me, "Hey, like it sounds like you know a lot about aliens and stuff, and that's cool. But I only want to talk with people who are like real experiencers. And I didn't mention this in my original email, but it was like, hey, I saw this orange orb around 2013, and it flew over my car, and it felt intelligent. It was about the size of a beach ball, and here are a bunch of other people who experienced the same thing around that same time, and their video of it. And then I also said to them, you know, uh, and I don't know if this is of interest to you, but since then, I don't know if this was related to that, but in 2021 or so, I was living a normal life as a certified project management professional, going to uh, synagogue daily and all the other things, and had a dream where it was like a dream state. It was like almost like thoughts were implanted in me in this dream. Um, that I would stream my life and do all the shit that I do and talk about futurology and all this other bullshit. And I said, so if you want to, I don't know if that was necessarily an alien abduction. I don't feel like it was, but I feel like certainly that these ideas that I have, they talk about the Galactic Federation and told me about AI, which wasn't yet a thing, and how accurate it would be. But I said some of the predictions in there. They told me when I say they, whatever beings in the stream, uh, they wouldn't all be accurate. But it would seem very funny in the future that I would like people would watch my streams. Anyway, I talked about this. I'd archive my life and um, perhaps be a very famous person in the future. And so I just sent that email to them. I don't really want to go on like a paranormal podcast where I talk about that, even though it is true. That's absolutely true what happened. But I don't know. It gets me into that whole like world of like the paranormal, and I don't necessarily like that because I like to talk about science and hard facts and evidence.
UFOs, paranormal,
Yeah, but I like the science of it. That's why I like Bob Lazar so much. And I don't think it's necessarily paranormal. The president talks about releasing UFO files, and usually that kind of stuff to be like ghosts and like um, maybe like Bigfoot. And but I don't know. I mean, I guess paranormal is just anything that isn't mainstream. And um,
let's look at the actual definition. Just means like kind of like otherworldly, unexplainable stuff. Paranormal refers to events, phenomena, or experience that lie outside the realm of not be explained by known natural laws. So, I mean, when you're talking about alien crafts that like flying at Mach infinity and don't behave like in accordance to like the laws of physics that we have typically for flying air stuff like aircraft, that seems qualifies as paranormal, in my opinion.
yeah, I get that. It's just
And there's not like it's not like there's like tons of scientific facts about. I mean, there's accounts of actual UFOs, but it's not like there's like
there's video,
scientific open scientific research on an actual spacecraft that the public has access to.
right? Because if they did, it would change society forever. Knowing that this type of technology exists, I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna respond. They responded to me. They were nice, and I just sent them what I learned or whatever. Like, what else did I learn in this dream? That I wasn't gonna die. That transhumanism would like be growing. I remember talking about. It's like who was talking to? It was people who I knew. It was like people who I knew. There were other rabbis who I knew, And I kept asking, who are you? Because you're not like the people that I know. And it was just like uh, the reference was the rab, which the rabbin is to masters or teachers. Generally, it's referred to all of the rabbis of the world, but it was different. It wasn't like they were normal humans. And and I was just in one of their houses where I would go. I've been in my life like hundreds of times, and just it's a house in Irvine. It's like any other house, and it was like you're going to archive your life, and it's going to be the biggest event in global history, and it is going to be very frustrating to you because it's going to take a while for you to go viral, and you just have to persevere. You'll be the one thing I remember was like you're going to be comfortable during it though, so you don't have to worry about like it's not going to be painful because I was worried about that, and I had already started archiving my life before this dream on GoPros, but this is the thing that started me to start YouTube. And 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 it could have just been like a different dream. I've had like two of them that I recall, and they were like talking about the Galactic Federation and the humans were not yet a level 1 civilization on the Kardashev scale, but I didn't know these words like I know them now. And like what the future of humans would look like. Um, Everybody would be blonde with eyes, and um, but that doesn't mean that like brown eyed. It would be like the they call them the not Aryan people, but there's a certain they're called the tall whites or they're called the Nordic people, the Nordic like aliens. Basically, I heard are humans from the future, but those were not in the dream. These were people who I knew. They were rabbis that I knew, and then uh, we talked about the rebuilding of the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, how that would happen, and I would advocate for it to happen in a very peaceful way, and that's what I want, and how it would happen, and the idea was that basically there's the Dome of the Rock's there right now, Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the reason why this is considered a holy place to both Islam and Judaism. In Judaism, it's where Abraham Avinu, Abraham, our father, was going to sacrifice his son Isaac, and it's also um, in Islam. It was where allegedly Muhammad went into heaven on like a white horse, and and like for Christianity, it's impactful because of its connection to Judaism, and um, the way that I advocate for it to be done in a peaceful manner is to call upon the United Nations um, well, the United Nations would basically say we're going to have uh, of the 13 largest religions in the world, each one will get 2 UNESCO heritage sites, basically, and uh, Islam will choose Mecca and Medina, and like Christianity will choose like Saint Peter's Basilica in Rome, and like and Westminster Abbey or something in London, and like there are like Buddhist temples that'll be chosen, and Taoist temples that'll be chosen, and Confucian temples that'll be chosen, and basically Judaism doesn't have 2 places. We just have one. We just want that spot. And so we would give our other UNESCO heritage site to Islam in exchange, and it would go in Islamabad. And because that's a major holy place for Muslims as well. And in exchange, and put on a, it's not that big. It's like it's like it's like the size of like a McDonald's. It's not that big. It's not like overwhelmingly large. And it would be put on a boat and taken to the major ports of Islam, like Jakarta. Jakarta has more Muslims than anybody, and it would be taken to like Dubai and people who would never be able to make the Hajj, like basically be able to see this, and then even though the Hajj is in uh, and then eventually it would be put in countries don't have a, and there's a lot of Muslim whatever, North and South, and the way to perhaps be able to have a peaceful um, conclusion to that whole mess, and then the Beit HaMikdash would be built on that site. When I say the Beit HaMikdash, it's the third temple of Solomon, and then sacrifices would be done and like prophesied, but and then like um, basically people would be able to use like reverse aging technology so that they live much longer lives, like the lives of people in the Bible, and thousands of years, and um, that disclosure would happen, but it's or it's soft disclosure, and people just have to be okay with it that we were perhaps seeded here from another planet, being Zeta Reticuli, and that uh, my streams would be like history, like the Bible or the Epic of Gilgamesh. That was a big one that was like apparent to me that I'd never really gotten into. But the Epic of Gilgamesh, it would be like this story of an individual's life. Not that the Bible is a story of one person's life. It's like a multiple people's life, obviously, in stories and history. But it's not a history book. But as humans as we could get. And that I would travel the world and really try to help people, almost like a Robin Hood figure. And I would say that I'd make people trillionaires. And uh, there are multiple ways to this. The way that I could do it is through cryptocurrency, which I wasn't into by any means before this. I had purchased Bitcoin like in 2015 or 2016, but I wasn't in like Harry Potter, Vamos on Infinity, nothing like that. And that
I agree with Elon Musk prediction that future currency will just be like energy units. Like we don't even need an actual kind of crypto. Like the whole society runs on energy, so it just was like this currency is equal to whatever 1/4000th of the nuclear energy watt.
because I think that the need for currency far enough endlessly. So we would move from socialism to pure communism eventually. That there would be two different tiers of society, basically the people who run society and then everybody else. There would be
The GTRs?
the what? Yeah, the
GGI.
Yeah, exactly. And what else about it? Just let me go for a second because I'm trying to like think of the other things that we that was it was just in this dream and that So what in the dream came true that the Jew license that's and recognized by the rabbinate, like the people on rabbis on earth, like they congratulated me on it. And that's that picture that you see in um, my little avatar everywhere. And that AI, I remember, I remember laughing in this dream. They were like, those chatbots that are on websites that don't work really well. I'm like, yeah, those are a joke. I don't even know why people waste their time with those. And then it was like, well, guess what? These things are going to get really, really good, and you're going to utilize them like more than any person ever. And I see that like with the blogs that I'm creating. Like, I mean, I've created now over 1,000 blogs, and not even including like the posts. And then it would be like I would start a community, and eventually I would build a synagogue in Irvine. I know exactly where in Irvine. It's where this heliodromes are, these big blimp hangars, one of which burned. Um, and religion would be much more um, open, especially Judaism. People would, like the whole world when they saw this would basically recognize, at least it's a pretty common discussion that's happened, that of your three major religions, they're all basically daughter religions of, well, two of them are daughter religions of Judaism. Both Christianity and are daughter religions of Judaism, and they all trace their roots to Abraham. And when people start to hear that, it's basically like, so all of the people who are involved in those are in their own way. You can argue this fact, but connected to Judaism. And there's a route to convert, and I would teach people how to do that. And anyone who didn't want to convert, they don't have to. But there'd be an expectation they would abide by the Noahide laws, which are 7 laws that are um, do not murder, do not steal, do not blaspheme, do not uh, do not commit idolatry, do not have sexual impropriety, basically like incest and stuff like that. Um, don't uh, eat the blood of a living animal, and create a system of laws. And basically, everybody does that already. Generally, um, and then like all this stuff with science, future use a thing called jump rooms, and these jump rooms are like um, teleportation portals, and you walk through one, and it literally kills all of your cells, but then they're recreated on the other side, and that would make it really easy for people to travel. And there would be oh yeah, people would want to get off the world eventually, and then we would start doing terraforming and Olympus Mons, which is like the largest um, mountain in the solar system, but it's not that hard because it's really, really flat. It's just like walking across the state of um, Arizona. It's like that size. And women, there'd be an argument that like men dominated Earth and women would eventually terraform Venus. And Venus has a similar size to Earth, and so gravity's not that much of an issue there. And then we would.
Is that a giant volcano?
No, it's not. Well, it has sulfur volcanoes, yeah, but you can terraform these things. So over the course of thousands of years, you can make them habitable. And then eventually we would like create like spaceships like you would see in um, Star Wars, but more like Star Trek, and travel like super far distances. And what else about that? That I would get to captain one of those. And that wasn't ever like an interest of mine. I didn't. That's not my thing. Um, and I know this can be like, well, that's a bonkers dream. Who the fuck dreams like that? And I get that. But like this dream that I had, two dreams that I recall. Um, they were very, very accurate to some extent. Now, some stuff wasn't accurate, but I was like informed in the dream that it would be funny about that. Uh, like some of the stuff would, like for instance, Kamala Harris. Uh, well, I remember they were like they told me who the future presidents would be, and it was not Donald Trump being there again. However, or who would win the election. That was more key. And like Trump won the election, but there's an argument to be made, and it might come up in the future that Kamala Harris may have gotten more votes. Like Hillary Clinton got more votes than Donald Trump did in 2016. And there may be the same thing that Kamala Harris may have done that in 2024. And but I remember them saying like, don't talk about politics and stay very neutral and just promote world peace. Whenever anybody asks you anything about anything controversial, just lean on world peace because that's not like controversial at all. Things about cars, like I thought the electric car would be the future, but it's really going to be the hydrogen car. Even though those didn't really catch on, neither did. Like it's just a matter of time because electric cars are limited. And then it was like that was going to be pretty accurate, that timeline. Um, and that one whatever, like I'd find that one website that whatever that I think she's hot, that whatever, that other website, that Wikipedia for spirituality, and that would spread. And trying to think of anything else to include. Um, I would get really frustrated with my streams because of connectivity issues in the future, and like Wi-Fi would be perfect, and like all of the issues that I go through, people would witness it and be like, "We need to fix these things: startup times, lag times, RAM, um, like being able to do multiple things on your own." And then phones would eventually go from what we have now, and then this was early. This was the thing. They would become flip phones, back to flip phones, and like the folding phones, and then it would be a thing that would be projected on your arm, and then it would be a thing in the air. And I could show you a picture of that if you want to see it, but it's basically just like a projector in the air that you can type.
Say square projector.
No, I'll send it to you. Let's just
Well, no, it's like a hologram screen.
exactly.
It's the aspect ratio of square.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. No, that's 100% right. And that was in it. That was absolutely in it. That's why I argue so hard for this stuff when I don't really give a fuck. But that's what it was. It was a question that I had. What is the future aspect ratio? And it may in the future, but the far future, be a circle because that's like. But for right now, it's a square, or it's going to be a square. And that's because the components for this stuff are that's how they're that's how they're arranged, and that silver would surpass gold in its value uh, because it has a higher melting point and is more needed in computers, and it's neutral. In fact, like imagine this is what it would be like. This is how it was like described to me. You're gonna have this soapbox to be able to talk about whatever you want. Now imagine we had 100 people in a room, and I just said to them, okay, we can choose between silver and gold. Silver has a higher melting point and is more neutral when it comes to clothing, meaning for the women out there, it looks better with more things. If people heard that actually being said, if I said it at their they're both equally as available in society, that would change people's minds completely. The people who are tech oriented would be like a higher melting point, which is yes, that means that oh, it's the most. This is what it is. Silver is the most conductive metal. I think that's true. And when people heard that, they would be like, "What? Silver's the most conductive metal." It's something like that. I could be wrong on that, but silver is the most electrically and thermally conductive metal on Earth. And when people heard that, it would make silver prices go through the roof. Like silver becomes more valuable than gold. And actually, in the future, the Olympics, the silver medal becomes the best medal. And what else? But yeah, so like I didn't.
Does bronze go to silver's place, or does gold go to?
I believe gold goes to 2. But the other thing is dark. If I had to tell you right now in the stream, I would say invest very heavily in silver, and but even more than silver, palladium for some reason is going to be really expensive. When I was younger, everybody talked about platinum. Platinum was the best or whatever. And the reason why people like platinum was because it's neutral color. It's not like gold that it's like yellow. It's new, but platinum ends up not being that important in comparison to palladium, silver, and gold. Um, what else? But like the idea that silver is the most conductive metal, I didn't know that. I didn't like that was like something that uh, I didn't know that before the stream. And what else? I'll fit in a second. Um, I mean, like it covered so many different things, like advertising, mere exposure effect. People say that marketing is like useless. Actually, marketing ends up being like the most powerful type of like um, major you could want because it's like how to influence large groups of people. Um, in terms of uh, like just like really minute stuff. Who would win out, Nike or Adidas or Under Armour? Under Armour would become really big. Um, but like the biggest one is a brand called Kangaroos because they have pockets in the shoes and they've had these since the 80s, but no one wears kangaroos. It's just like not a thing. And
It's a shoe with pockets.
exactly, and people would think that's really cool. And the shoes had pockets in it since the 1980s, but nobody pays attention to them. And but even you are like, oh, that's an interesting thing. But it basically like oh,
Holes in them.
that of course it has holes in it. Absolutely. That whole discussion was in it. If you're like, well, why didn't you say that before? It's just like it was. It was like a metaphysical discussion, and the toroid would be a very important shape. Whenever anybody asks me what my favorite shape is, I should say it's the toroid, which is like a donut shape. Um, what else? Oh, cars. In the future, cars would be so hydrogen cars would be really big, but then eventually there would be some kind of like anti-gravity car. Not yeah, I guess. And it there was a version of this car that I saw in a video game called Full Throttle, which is like a Lucas Arts, George Lucas game. That was a game in the in the 90s. Basically, it's like about um, Orthodox Judaism make a permanent imprint in you. But this restriction would be relaxed because there'd be some kind of technology that would allow people with tattoos to get their tattoos removed in a painless manner, so it wouldn't be considered a permanent marking. So tattoos become really big, even though I'm not a fan of it. What else? Like things like digital contacts would be big. People would be changing their eye color, which is already happening. They're extremely good looking because everybody's skinny the next like 50 years due to GLP-1s and everything. So if you've ever seen from uh, what do you call it? Like ancient like Sumeria and their fertility dolls, they're all fat, and that's because like traditionally, if you don't have food, that's seen as like a benefit. Um, I would get really thin and really muscular too, but for right now, I don't care about what I look like just because it's going to be like this big glow up that I have. My I my beard would eventually I would just go like all white, um, like white hair, white beard. Um, I would. Let me think. Okay, give me few more minutes just to see if I can get anything else more about this. Yeah, the Zeta Reticuli, that would be a thing that we were seated here by them, and that's not my idea. That comes from alien abductees. Um, I would make Bob Lazar, like, I would advocate he's a hero. Um, the um, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez would one day be president. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. So would Jeb Bush, perhaps, but on the timeline, he'd have to use like life extension technology to be able to get there. Other people would be Chelsea Clinton would be one, and George Bush. It's George. It's son. I want to say, who's named George Bush, and um, I want to say there's another person in there. Anyway, but the political things I wouldn't go too hard on. I it would be like I would call into Coast to Coast AM, which is my favorite radio station, and I would make predictions. Some would be right, some would not, and I did that years ago. What else? Um,
Did you know that from the last episode of this? Actually, I don't know if it was. It wasn't. Never mind. Never mind. But who was the last guest on the Stephen Colbert show?
oh, that happened today, or that happened tonight. I don't know.
Honestly, I've never watched a single episode. Actually, no, I've seen clips.
I've seen clips too. Yeah.
Did your dream mention Stephen Colbert in the future?
So no, but
Statue of him.
no, but bronze statues that they make of people.
Yeah.
There would be like a thing, like this is like millions of years in the future, but you know how the sun's going to expand and eventually engulf the earth?
It's just a giant bronze thing.
So, yeah, basically, those bronze statues, eventually there'd be a goal to have something interesting happen on every inch of the earth so that the whole earth becomes bronze and then eventually gets engulfed by the sun. We're off planet by then, but that would be a thing. And so, like now, would be like
bronze.
yeah. So there could be like bronze forests, I guess, but the idea would be eventually the Earth is going to get pretty hot, and you may no longer have trees. It may be like a desert-like planet, so there wouldn't be trees. Um, and then eventually it's going to get engulfed. That was just I remember being like, okay, That's what it is, I guess. Um, in terms of what people wear in the future, people end up wearing just like jumpsuits, like almost like tracksuits. Um, the idea is how big are the right size breasts, and would be like softball size is ideal. Um, but eventually, it doesn't really matter. It's just for women what fits in a um, one of those like onesies the best. Um, so not super large, but not. But people, there's a bimbofication that happens in society where women all want to look like have huge tits and huge lips and everything. Um, people start to look like more Asian, like almost like I don't want to say Asian people look alien, but like the eyes kind of have that upturn in them, and there's just a lot more just interracial dialogue and stuff when people see this, and eventually everyone becomes generally tan, but tan color, like all the same colors.
Bronze.
Not browns, but everybody looks basically like uh, an amalgam, like a mix up of all of the different races. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why. Well, I know why I sent this email because it's like how I really felt, and if that's what they want to learn about, that's fine. It's just my experience, and I would probably say 15 times in this interview, this could have just been a dream. So I don't know, but if anything, you're going to hear some words and some phrases that may not be used all the time, like Galactic Federation and de-extinction and transhumanism, like at least anything that's going to pique some people's ears. And that they may not get back to me. No, who knows? Um, one thing that I did do is right when I sent this email back to them, it would not send. I had to relog into my Google account and like put in a passcode, which is bullshit. But I have a feeling that has to do with um, I was sending too many emails within a 24-hour period. So I don't know. Okay, with that being said, um, I told you about things before, and again, I don't know. Should you on this? I want to know. Are you ready?
Yes, I mean,
You have it in, right? And everybody's awaiting you to accept it. Sports and stuff. I think eventually football, 7-on-7 becomes really big. But eventually rugby becomes like the best sport, and um, and in board games become really big. Scrabble becomes giant. Go becomes chess and stuff. That all gets rewarded really well. But but billiards becomes really big, specifically pocket billiards, or like the billiard table that we don't play with, but it's like small. Um, it's a smaller table. It becomes really big. University of Vancouver would be a thing. All those, anything that we talk about on the stream would become a thing. Um, my favorite school would though become Technion, which is like Israel's MIT. I'd have a bunch of houses around the world. Vancouver Island would be really big, but there's a place in Seattle that would be really. Baby, I'm playing like a baller. Oh, get that. If you got that, that'd be huge. That looks like it'd be worth a lot. I asked you this, but I don't think you heard me. Aren't Australian? What do you have? Australian sheepdog?
Cattle
Yeah, Australian cattle dog. Aren't those the smartest kind of dogs?
dog. They are up there. I think border collies are smarter, but she's half border collie too.
Okay. And collies become really big. Um, what else becomes really big? Shih Tzus become really big. Pugs become really big. Orion. There's something about Orion, and not just um, that browser that you use, but uh, I think Zeta Reticuli is in Orion's belt or something, which is like from um, the movie Men in Black. What'd you say, big man?
Uh, Gang Aztec.
popular in the future. Bullshit happening there. Lamest piggybacking S-tag in combination with Q. This is why Marvin is no longer. Marlon is no longer.
It's nice to finally play a game without iCarly words. That was good.
Man,
That's good.
I don't know if I can catch up through bullshit, but it's prizes. What the fuck is? Explain to me what the fuck prizes is. Explain to me right now. That's egregious.
What I don't. I guess it's the plural of buys.
What the fuck is prizes? Eating.
I'm gonna give you something good. How many things are left?
17.
Yeah.
I don't care. You can go full throttle.
No, I mean it gives you a chance.
Cute is that I would go flanked. Like 4 S's. Just a joke. Just a rigged fucking joke. Everyone knows it's a rigged joke.
Dude, you are not far from. Dude, you're playing. You could still win.
Deadly. That was good.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, no one knows what the fuck play even means. It's a bogus word.
No, flay means
Illegal.
flay. I know what. Well, I don't know what flay means. FLEY. I know FLAY is where you like, you skin
That's a
someone.
cooking shit.
Yeah, you skin somebody.
That's literally not at all the word that you typed. Disqualified. Biases and play with the keys with the fucking S tacked on and a this is just absolute garbage. And you still didn't ask them to thank.
That was
That was one of the worst.
that was one of my best games. I can't believe how close you got. If you combined our scores, I think that was one of our high scoring games. All right, are you ready for a reload?
Yeah, last one.
That was unfair.
I don't think I really made a game too badly either. Like, I didn't know.
No, you didn't. You still didn't get double blank though.
I don't know where it is. I'll be back.
That's known as parallel play, baby.
Not really not a word.
It's somebody who lives on a hill, which is the opposite of a hole. Oh, that's a good question. Is everything a hill? If everything's a hole, isn't it technically everything's a hill? Which a hill is just an inverse hole?
What in the fucking Marlin fucking twist did I just think? A hill is the inverse of a hole. Yeah. So what were you saying? Everything's a hill because why?
Because a hill is an inverse of a hole.
It's just here now. It's not at all.
That's devastating.
I believe it. Why is everything a hill?
Because a hill. A hill is an inverse of a hole. Toroids? That's my word, dog.
I don't know. Optimal.
Oh, no way! No way! No way! This is like a boxer who just fucking knockout punch. A knockout punch. Folks, I dedicate that knockout punch to the one, the only, Marlon Hill. Fuck yeah, you got knockout punch, dog. Dog, you went 1-7 today in games.
Absolute fucking fucking stupid fucking ass.
Do you get to see what tiles I still had?
Yeah, probably the fucking Z and fucking another Q and fucking all blanks.
You didn't once get double blank. You didn't get once double blank. You did not once get double
I
blank.
got double keyed like 8 times.
You got double what? Dude, you just played one of the great toroids. You played toroids, which is like the best word I've ever seen played.
Yeah, I get like 18 fucking points for that magical, beautiful word.
I know.
And you like plop down some absolute fucking egregious level fucking iCarly dog shit. Like 50 fucking points. Scrabble, Marlin, only Marlin. My sorrow, my fucking grief.
Marlon wouldn't understand because you didn't get double blanked once. But that was a knockout punch. We have yet to have experienced a knockout punch. Just one word that is so good that fucking takes the opponent out. That was a knockout punch, folks.
No, I could have kept going and win. I just didn't want to
No, you couldn't have. Dude, I was about.
No, I could have.
Doug, I had.
Dominating that whole game, and
Doug, I was about to drill you with a Z.
I was on steroids. I played fucking steroids.
I was about to drill you with a Z.
Yeah, of course. Fucking game over.
Doug, you weren't dominating
Created by a fucking jackass.
You weren't dominating shit. I played Jade.
Zeta Reticuli know that game is just a load of rocket trash.
That's a level higher than, perhaps, than Marlon Hill. Which is an interesting name that he has because one of the most famous and the first documented interracial alien abduction is by Betty and Barney Hill.
Maybe they're related.
Wouldn't that be wild?
Absolute joke.
We had a knockout punch, folks. I have felt that way before, that I just wanted to fucking quit. But I don't, because I persevere.
No, I could have kept going and winning. I'm just like,
Doug, you obviously
I'm
could not.
hungry. I needed my fucking pasta and lunch.
Doug,
I don't have time for this.
Doug, you recognize that you got
In
knockout
reality,
punch.
I told my neighbor Trish that I would go with her.
She has a pit.
It's really Trish.
She has a pit bull.
It's like a mastiff, but they're basically the same.
Isn't that like a mean dog?
No, it's super friendly.
Oh, that's good.
Not all pit bulls are evil monsters, only 50%.
Well, here's my question for you. Is that her dog?
She fosters dogs.
Oh, that's right. Well, here's my question for you. Are you going to tell her about your 1-7 record in Play-Doh games today?
No, I was telling her my 1-7 record in iCarly games. She was fucking playing fucking
Riser, you.
games.
I tell you this. I told your mom this. You are funny. You are fucking funny. Not as funny as I am, but you're funny.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, dog.
You as well.
Oh, I'm fucking hilarious. In fact, I made up my own term. It's known as hilarious. Fucking hilarious. Now, let me ask you this. This is another. I feel these are great questions for the history of the human race to be able to experience, and perhaps the Zeta Reticuli beings and the Galactic Federation and Miranda Cosgrove and perhaps all of the iCarly universe. Here's my question. It's a good question. I feel it's a good question. What's it feel like to get KTFO?
Knocked the flip out.
Yeah, dog, you did really well. Good job.
I mean, it wasn't really a knockout.
Oh, it was. It was when I put a word down that is so devastating to you. I don't even get a chance to say devastating. That you quit. That's a KTFO, baby. You have yet.
It's because like back to back. There's like one game you use a blank tile. You stack you pay back S tack the blank tile. Already a low ball man. Already a scum of the world fucking rogue. And then you play a fucking Q and an I.
Oh yeah.
And a triple word score. I've just been saving and just criticizing about playing.
Absolutely.
Next game, I played wonderful frozen rep to right field toroids.
It was phenomenal.
And then you do the same exact fucking bullshit fucking QI, and you're boasting about how good you are at literati when you're playing absolute, like, you claim that you and Marlon are like, but you guys are so fucking far different. You're not even in the same universe.
I'll be honest.
Fucking Hill universe, Marvin and Marlon and
Hiller, dog.
Exactly.
You and I both know that Hiller is one of the, if not best words that was played in the early game. But Jade was big. You played whatever, Jun or something. I can't believe June is not a word. I know it's a proper noun, but whatever. That to me should be a word. But okay.
What was it? Daisy or whatever. Like, it was like.
Oh, busy. No.
And he like kept iterating on it, like tacked on it like 6 times.
Exactly. It was biz. Biz is business. Then buys. And you didn't fuck with it. And then I did buys. It was like 30. It went like.
What kind of clown show circus is this?
That.
You're making a mockery of the entire game. Scrabble. Everyone knows it. G.I. Joe fucking knows it. Talk to G.I. Joe what he thinks about your play style.
G.I. Joel, I think, would take his hat off to me and recognize that I'm the best literati player, perhaps, that he's ever seen, experienced. I wonder if you went up to Marlon Hill and you were like, I know you're good at Scrabble, but are you good at literati? If he'd be like, what the fuck is literati?
It's a knockoff one for people that don't know what words are and they play just absolute purebred iCarly nonsense.
Dog, you and I both know that some of those words that I played were so good that you can't wrap your head around them. The thing is that the first game not the game we just played, but the one before then, you didn't make any mistakes, but neither did I. Meaning, like, wherever there was a spot, I was going to take it. Even if it wasn't worth a lot, I didn't want you to be able to just fucking destroy me. And the second game we just played with toroids, you were playing well, but once I saw that I had the Q, or once I saw I had the Z, if I have that Z and I don't get 30 points from it, it's a waste. But you played that X.
Yeah.
You played that X, the XE and XI or whatever, and you got 42 points from that. That was great.
No, I think it was only like 32. It was like, or 34. It was like 17.
Oh, okay. But that was really good. That propelled you into you thinking that you were going to win that game. And I did not let that get to me. I recognized that I just had to be patient and watch my spot. And then when you put down toroids, I was like, oh, I might be fucked here. But I saw it was only like 18 points, which is bullshit. Again, I say this, there should be a version where if you play like scientific words, you get more points. I feel like that makes sense. But I don't make the rules. And then for you to play to give up the way that you gave up, I recognize it. I'm not going to say I haven't ever felt like giving up, but I never have, and I never will. You could play that one fucking word with two Z's and a J, and I won't give up. Because I don't give up. Now, here's my other question. This is a serious question. I know I'm being a dick, but let me ask this: why don't you play mini golf better?
It was like 4 in the fucking morning.
I
My
know.
brain wasn't even turned on yet, and I only went in because it like woke me up of my days and was like this sport, this sport.
Shout
I was
out.
not even conscious. I don't even remember playing those games. And I was literally beating you half the time, not even close to being at all awake. So it really says more about how terrible you are.
I mean, I won them all. I don't really recognize how you could say that I played badly. I've won 3 games in a row without even trying. I didn't even need any fortunate.
And you barely beat someone sleepwalking.
I beat one of the finalists of Raw Comedy's state tournament. I just want that to be known. I love that Zoot called you. That made my fucking day.
Yeah, it's funny.
Do you really think so?
Like not his comedy, but his personality.
We should come up with a word for that, where somebody like there are funny people like Shane Gillis is very funny, Chris Rock is very funny, but then people whose actions are funny, that should be a different word. Like Brendan Schaub is funny. He himself is not funny, but his actions are funny.
Yeah, it's like that.
It should. I bet people in the future, when they watch this from Zeta Reticuli, they'll just say that person is Zoot. If somebody's like funny acting but doesn't recognize that, but people don't think that they themselves are funny.
That's the word, just the zoo.
Yeah, it could be something else.
It is a good point, though. There should be a word for someone who's all funny, like they're funny unintentionally.
Right. A thing that happens in the future is words like tire, Tire, since they can get confused with other words like tire, like on your car, they're like homonyms or whatever. Americans start spelling it Tyre. Isn't that the most baller bullshit you've ever heard or ever experienced?
Or a hillier type story.
It's not hillier, it's hiller.
That makes even less sense.
I agree. Well, what would you call someone who lives on a hill?
I don't think that's what that word means at all.
Oh, it most certainly.
Hill actually means person who lives on a hill.
Do you want me to look? Do you want me to look it up for you?
Yeah.
All right, just calm down.
I mean, hillier means like something like multiple hills.
I know what hillier means. Everybody knows what hillier means.
What? I don't think you do.
Oh,
really don't know.
oh yes, I do. Everybody knows what it means.
What does it mean? Tell me right now.
Hillier is a comparative adverb or adjective that is like you have a hill and then another hill that's has more hill, or like you have land and maybe there's a hill on it, and in comparison, land that has more hills than the first hill is hillier land. That's easy, dog. Everybody knows that's easy. Now Hiller is an interesting one because Hiller
Piece of farming equipment. Surname or regional term. Agriculture and gardening.
Stop. That Hiller means dweller on the hill or hill guard. Like I said, somebody who
No, in parts of Appalachia, Hiller is a colloquial and sometimes derogatory term for a rural person or hillbilly.
yeah, nobody means it like that. I mean, it's somebody who lives on a hill.
So that's your imposed definition.
I'll look it up. Does Hiller mean someone who lives on a hill? Yes. The name Hiller means someone who lives on a hill. Technically, the surname Hiller. The name has dual origins that support this meaning. English origin. It is derived from the Middle English word hill, serving as a topographic name for dweller on the hill. That's what I mean it as. And then a German, it means Hugo or Hiller, which translates to hill or hill dweller. What more about hills do you need to know? And let's look this up. Is a hill an inverse whole? Okay, they say a bump is an inverse of a hole, but a bump is a hill. Do you agree that a bump is a hill?
Um, I mean, they're not far apart.
How can you have a bump that's not a hill or a hill that's not a bump? I'll wait.
I mean, a hill implies that it's part of the terrain, where a bump could be on any surface. Like you don't look at a extrusion out of a piece of plastic and say that it's a hill. Typically, it's like a geological formation, whereas a bump describes like a surface texture.
Okay, here's what I want to know. You said implies, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's accurate.
Well, what's your more accurate definition?
A hill is an inverse hole.
No, you're saying that all bumps are hills. I
Yes.
don't agree.
Well, you should agree.
I think all hills are bumps, but not all bumps.
No one would say that person lives on a bump. They would say that person is a hiller, someone who lives on a hill.
Yeah, I said all hills are bumps, not all bumps are hills. I like say you have what's it called chicken. Oh yeah. That thing where like your skin goes all bumpy, like
Goosebumps?
whatever.
Goosebumps?
Goosebumps. Yeah. Goosebumps.
Some people
They're
call
not
them.
hills.
Some people call them
You
goose
know,
hills.
yeah, they're goosebumps.
Why wouldn't you call it a goose hill?
Hills are geological formation.
In some contexts, but they could be metaphysical. We got over the hill.
But I mean, I get you're trying to be cool and try to bump up hill to be just like whole, expand the definition. I respect that, but I mean, I'll try to be open-minded. I think you could define it like that.
Okay, so
That's fine.
So I'm glad
That doesn't mean it can change.
that's true, and I admit that with anything, any definition can change.
Any true definitionist would know that definitions should and will change.
Do you? Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. Now, here's my question to you, and I think it's an excellent question. And if you don't think it's a good question, well, that's on you, baby. Do you think the people of the future will think that you are a good literati player?
I mean, what's the question? I only heard facts.
You're funny. Let me say this. I think that okay, so we didn't play literati for like 6 months, and then you played with your mom, and then you got really good at it. Like whatever your mom did to get you to be good, she had a significant impact because you got really good after that. Like I used to beat you, like as you know, uh, I'd won like 30 games straight against you. But then your
No,
mom,
I only play like against her like 3 times, and every time it was like painful because the timer would expire every single time. I'd offer to give her more time, but she was so stressed about the timer. It wasn't. I don't think that impacted my.
why didn't you play? Why didn't you play turn based?
I forgot it was an option, but we did try that one time, and then it was like so boring.
Do you think we should play turn based?
I mean, unless you want to lose every single time, then we can do it.
If we played turn based, I would be such a dick. Purposefully, I wouldn't, but I would do every combination of every spot until I got the most amount. It would take like 2 hours for every game, every tile to be played.
Yeah, I mean, that issue with it when you have infinite amount of time.
Right.
I gotta go to Trishy's and say hi to the dog.
All right. What's your dog's name?
Oliver.
Shout out to Oliver. All right, big dog. And then don't you have pickleball?
No?
Didn't you say that you?
Not today.
Oh, okay. Are you coming back later tonight, or are you done for the day?
I don't know.
Okay.
I might be back. I don't know.
All right. And what does it feel like to get KTFO'd?
Feels like STFU though.
We'll leave it at that, folks. Peace. Did you get him? Oh, I fucking got him good, kids. Really? Yeah, I was given amazing tiles. And I played ballerific. Do you think you could have played better? No one in the world can afford this whole record. Really? It's impossible. I played so fucking well. The Zeta Reticuli people, they were fucking jerking themselves off raw.
Shout out to Nova's the birthday. They're the real Novelist on Discord, KG, and we're just yeah, fuck yeah, man. Shout out to you. Hope you have a great day. It's sick as fuck, dog. Yeah, that's everybody's favorite country. Good. Oh, for sure. Yes. No one really knows for sure how they ever did they ever think funny that this is going on. No fucking Wi-Fi because today is fucking night in Chile. Very cool for sure. Duh. Thirty-seven sixty-one creation of the world by Rabbi. 36 multiplication of the 35 26 235 Anderson second 34 36 taking 14 some of the ashes 1 33 66 395 33 01 460 years some of the world was 1 31 39 622 some of the years was 1.
Explore the arcade.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a very, very history. Is that true? Right? Really? Me, There's the thing. 126 days of this bitch. Anything else?
Philosophy and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas develop time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't going to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate the developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully enable you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Sophia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series on the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Okay, welcome back to more Shabbatai, the excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatai. We're going to talk about how what was some level of very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how we would think that the death of Shabbatai, the death of his prophet, happen, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Rothschild'S of blessed memory. People continue to believe in their Messiah's death is just a speed bump on the way to eternity. And so we'll turn to that and how the Shabbat movement continued after Shabbat's death and how it thrived all the way probably at least into the 1880s, maybe even that, especially in Turkey. Although we don't know what its status is in Turkey. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so did half the world's Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalist and healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, son of Gaddafi, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic pretensions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half of the world's Jews seemed to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get written. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi, the prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major rabbinical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. And we talked a bit last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the sort of the ups and downs of his life, the synagogue and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and times of Shabbatai Tzvi. But what we didn't get into last time is exactly how he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does it work exactly? Right? So what exactly does it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi or of Nathan of Gaza by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. It was justified and underwritten by the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enabled Nathan of Gaza and its Samuel Shabbatai Tzvi to develop this messianic story that allowed Shabbatai Tzvi to claim that he was the Messiah for Nathan of Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claims. There's a couple things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza. His prophet and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really important to know is that they don't really have the same education. Shabbatai Tzvi is kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented, he's very smart, and of course he's very charismatic, more charismatic than anything else I suspect. But Shabbatai Tzvi doesn't have a very strong grasp of Kabbalah. He certainly knows the Zohar very well. We know that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager. So he had a very strong grasp of the Zohar. But the developments in the Korban system of Kabbalah, the developments in the world of Shabbat, the world of Florianic Kabbalah, there's actually very little evidence that grasp of those developments. He doesn't seem to understand or appreciate or have education in the very complex world of Florianic Kabbalah. So we have just a difference in education level when it comes to Kabbalah and Shabbatai Tzvi from Gaza. Now, Nathan of Gaza, which is really important to know about Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, is that he is hyper aware of the developments in Florianic Kabbalah. And I mean hyper aware. He is so well educated that if you read some of his Kabbalistic works, which are among the most technical Kabbalistic texts written at the time, he knows very subtle differences between different schools of Kabbalah. So he even knows differences between how very technical ideas of Florianic Kabbalah are being debated among very high-level people in that world. For instance, people like Israel Saru and Tal. So Nathan of Gaza is someone who knows these conversations. He is a technical maestro when it comes to developments. He's at the cutting edge at some level of some of these developments. And it's going to be really important because how Nathan of Gaza is going to justify Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims are going to be by appealing to and, what's the right word, augmenting, changing, corrupting, whatever word you want to use. He's going to be relying heavily on Florianic Kabbalah, but he's going to do his own thing too. He's going to do his own thing. We'll see this in just a moment. Shabbatai, for him, His messianic claims, which we can see in his letters, are not justified by appealing to complex ideas or in Kabbalah. He doesn't know much about it. He's claiming that he's the Messiah because God chose him and because he has a relationship with God. That is to say, Shem and Shabbatai are friends. So when Shabbatai calls God by God's name, you know, hey, Shabbatai doesn't imagine he's doing something transgressive. He knows he's not supposed to do it. He has this intense personal relationship with God that he can call favor. Shabbatai doesn't imagine he's doing something transgressive. That is to say, Shem and Shabbatai relationship with God that he can call God by God's name. So for him, for Shabbatai, it has nothing to do with some very complex Kabbalistic mythological stuff. It has to do with the fact that God and Shabbatai are close, that he and God have a relationship. And that relationship is one of anointing. It's one of, I've been invited into the world of Godhead, and I have a relationship with Hashem. Now, that to me, it might sound really Christian. That might sound really, really Christian to you. And one of the things that Jeff talks about all the time is Christianity. He talks about Jesus. And one of the things I'm going to do in this whole messianic business is redeem Jesus. He's very influenced at some level by Christianity. And part of what I think makes the Jewish world very uncomfortable with Shabbatai is not his transgressive behavior. His transgressive behavior gets really overplayed for reasons we'll talk about later. But it's not his transgressive behavior, it's his syncretism. You know, he's okay with the idea of incorporating Christian elements, with incorporating secular elements, with incorporating Islamic elements. That's what works the Jewish establishment. It's his syncretism that makes them really angry. Of course, he does these transgressive things, and that pisses them off too. Really, it's the syncretism that really is. And I think that's something that's coming forward new in the scholarship. And we were just talking about this before the recording started, is that part of what's going on now in the scholarship, we're now beginning to realize we was much more at the helm of understanding what's going on than the previous generation of scholarship, mostly Gershom Scholem thought. Scholem basically thought that at some level, Shabbatai's view was a yeshiva dropout who had no real understanding of Judaism, much less really Kabbalah. That really, that's the theory that goes. More recent scholarship by the other kind of folks, Jacob, that we really know that that's not true. Because you have letters from Shabbatai speaking, explaining why he thinks he's the Messiah. And he gives very different reasons for why he thinks he's the Messiah, as opposed to why the God thinks he is. So we're getting a much more complicated vision of who Shabbatai was, his theology, his ideas of Messiahhood. We're getting those ideas, and this shows you continuing to. So let's get into Nathan of God's thing, right? What does Nathan of God's thing? Why does Nathan of God's something to do with our heart? It has everything to do with love, Glorianic Kabbalah. So just to rewind a little bit, right? You'll remember from Glorianic theory that God was originally an infinite fullness, and that fullness filled the entire everything. And that in order to create creation, God had to contract God's self, and that act of contraction is called tzimtzum. Well, when God contracted God's self, the tzimtzum left behind a void, what we call the tehiru in Hebrew, right? When it was evacuated, according to Oriental Kabbalah, it left behind traces of the divine. There are sort of fragments of God left behind. I always imagine, you ever poured out oil from a cooking pan? There's always oil left, no matter how much you tip it over, you can't quite get all the oil out. The traces of the oil, the traces of the divine light, the Rishimu, coated or fragmented all over inside of the Tehiru of the void. Well, some of those aspects of those traces within the divine void contain elements of divine judgment. Remember, divine judgment in the Kabbalah is always thought of when divine judgment is checked by other forces, that is evil. It's unbridled judgment, demon. Well, those elements of demon, of unbridled judgment that remain inside of the Tahiro, in terms of the void, those elements of unbridled vengeance and judgment, they sank to the bottom of that void. And as they sank to the bottom of that void, those elements became sort of the abyss, right? Sort of the demonic world, the bottom of that void, of the gap when God deemed that area I've always called the golem, and the Korean Kabbalah is called the golem. It's the unformed world. This is of chaos. It's a total bubble. It's this chaotic nightmare where all the evil has sunk to the bottom of the void. Alright, so when God shoots God's light into that void, at the very tip of that sphere, at the very tip of Yesod, at the tip of God's phallus, I suppose, at the tip of God's Yesod, the tip of that sphere that light plunges all the way in to the void, to the Tahiro, and the tip of that, and this is where Nathan of God that comes in. This is not Lurianic God, Nathan of God. The tip of that void shoots all the way into the very bottom of the void, of the abyss where the demons are, and the tip of that is the soul of the Messiah. The soul of the Messiah is the tip of the sphere, the tip of the light going all the way in. And as soon as it reaches the bottom, it comes back up, and God's remaining judgment and so floods into the void, the demonic abyss. The soul of the Messiah is nightmarish density. The soul of the Messiah is born, is corrupted, according to Nathan of God, at the very bottom of the abyss. And that abyss is filled with every form of evil imaginable. Every form of evil imaginable. The soul of the Messiah is born there, is put there. And there, the soul of the Messiah becomes infused with all this evil. And it's only through this unimagined process where the soul of the Messiah has to redeem itself, has to redeem itself. Eventually it pulls itself all the way up, right? These horrific world of what it calls the dragons. The text of this is called Rothschild'S, the treatise of dragons. As the Messiah's soul fights vigorously, strives vigorously to purify itself, re-purify itself of all this evil, eventually the soul of the Messiah reaches sort of the event horizon. Right? What's the term of black hole? It's like a black hole, but eventually the soul of the Messiah can get to the very top of the event horizon, right? And just barely pop through. Now, when it barely pops through this horrific world of demonic power, it's still corrupted deeply with demonic power. It's still completely, it's still infused. And so it's still some battle of good and evil. It's still deeply polarized. Between really, really good, it's the soul of the Messiah, and really, really bad, right? The evil world of the shards. And as it climbs out, it eventually crosses back through the event horizon of evil, which you can't do with black hole, but it crosses through. And it's still infused with all this evil, but as soon as it climbs out of the world it has to find a body. And when it finds a body, the soul runs to find the body, this body is mine, it found the body, according to the God's of 4 Shabbatai's feet. And folks, that explains Shabbatai's feet. That explains these, according to God, these illuminations and these dark experiences, sort of manic behavior, manic depression. It explains why he could be completely righteous and in love with God, and yet do these transgressive things, where he says that the 17th Talmud or whatever is a feast day rather than a fast. And it's exactly Shabbatai's manic depressive psychology and manic depressive religiosity that brings up Gaza is actually proof of his messianicness. Because inside of Shabbatai is the struggle of the messianic soul against the world of evil. And for Nathan of Gaza, this entire process is the final act of history. Once Shabbatai is purified of all of this evil, then everything will be. He is embodying, according to Nathan of Gaza, he embodies this final titanic struggle of good and evil. Now, what did the apostasy mean? Right? Because again, Nathan of Gaza formulating this idea in 1665. Nathan of Shabbatai apostatized in 1666. Well, we have two completely different theories about what's going on here. We have Nathan's theory. Nathan's theory is that Shabbatai is plunging himself into the world of, let's say, evil in order to basically undermine it. That is to say, he's destroying it from the inside. Nathan of Gaza's theology is always the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself into this to destroy it. He's going to be like a double agent. He's sneaking into the world of he's not really apostatizing. He's pretending to apostatize to plunge himself into this world to undermine it, to destroy the kingdom. What we now know from Shabbatai's letters, right? We have another view, which again is actually Shabbatai's view. Shabbatai also thought he was a Messiah. Shabbatai's view was actually going, plunging himself into this in order to redeem those parts in Christianity. And the idea was that ultimately, by plunging himself into this, plunging himself into Islam, he could redeem the world of the Muslims in that part of the grand redemption. Notice they're very different theories. Notice that what Nathan thought was happening is one thing, and what Shabbatai thought happening is something completely different. So notice here, even the Shabbatean movement isn't coherent in terms of what they thought was happening in terms of Shabbatai's messianic mission. And if you look at early Christianity, it's not clear that early Christianity really Jesus' messianic mission was. And there was a huge debate about that. Paul thought one thing, James thought another, Peter thought something else. It's not clear that anyone really had a clear idea that Jesus' messianic mission was X, Y, or Z. And so that's why you have these big debates in the church, with the Shabbatean. Now, what's key about this, right, is that we have three important interlocking things that make this important. The first is all of them agree that whatever Messiah means, it does not mean the traditional idea of Messiah we talked about last time, which is the idea of a political Messiah. This is a spiritualization. Same thing. Jesus movement, the Shabbatean movement does what Shabbatai did when I'm not sure it was. Further, we have this quasi-Lurianic justification for Shabbatai's claims. Now, what's important to note about these sort of quasi-Messianic justifications for Shabbatai's Messianic claims is that they're going to be the ones that largely stick. Now, it's a case that some Shabbatians did have some letters of Shabbatai, but largely what's going to stick is going to be the Lurianic, quasi-Lurianic read. I say quasi-Lurianic because a lot of this is not Luria, this is sort of riffing on Luria. Riffing on Luria is a kind way of putting it. But yeah, riffing on Luria. Third, this is all part of a larger apocalyptic agenda, as we mentioned last time. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. The 17th century, the mid-17th century, was the age of hyper-apocalypticism. I mean, folks who remember the 1990s, and how apocalyptic that was. You have the French Davidians, you have Y2K, you have all this stuff, you have Heaven's Gate. It was a very apocalyptic time. We'll take that and turn it up to 50, and that gives you some sense of how crazily apocalyptic the 17th century was. So this is part of a much bigger apocalyptic world, and Shabbatai's messianic claims are all about the end of the world. And to get a sense of that, I'm going to read a letter of Nathan of Gaza here. This is a chunk of a letter of Nathan of Gaza. I'll read it relatively briefly, so you know kind of what the mood felt like. This is a letter of Nathan of Gaza to Rabbi Joseph, who was the Chalevi of Cairo, the big wig dude in Cairo. In fact, he's the guy that so reading again, they are wholly in effect, however, and injure no one but themselves, for the final end is now upon us. Again, the apocalyptic level, the final end is now upon us. This being so, Nathan writes, you must not wonder why, by what special merit our generation has come to deserve it. In addition, there are these dreadful agonies, inconceivable and limitless, that Rabbi Shabbatai has suffered on behalf of the Jewish nation. Consequently, he considered existence, even someone like Jesus, are condemned. Or the beginnings of the redemption. You must have no concern whatever for those who do not believe, even if they be your close personal friends. And then after that, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai describes the outbreak of God as things is going to be roughly a 100-year period in which everything else is going to go down, and you get a sort of timeline about how this thing is going to go down, how Shabbatai go, and all kinds of very, very bizarre. But that gives you some sense of the fervor that Nathan of Gaza puts on to all this. Now, as we mentioned, Shabbatai died, and so did Nathan of Gaza. In fact, after Shabbatai died, Nathan of Gaza kind of redoubles his efforts, and he argues basically that Shabbatai's death is a kind of illusion, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden, right? That was an idea that we found also in Shia and Islam, that he was occulted, and very, very soon he would reveal himself again in his full glory. Again, are they really on Christianity at some level here? It sounds like it. It sounds like very Christian, that he's just hidden. So this is a kind of, it's kind of Shia, kind of Ismaili, kind of Christian move, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden. Now, what ends up happening in all of this, right, is that there is something of a combination that's already happened in Shabbatai's life, into his life, where ideas have begun to enter the inner circle of Shabbatai's theology, and those Islamic ideas begin to form a kind of synthetic theology. And that synthetic theology allows for the idea that, again, Shabbatai might be excluded, he's actually not dead. And what we have is over and over again these predictions that Shabbatai will appear on this year, and of course he never does. And eventually Nathan of Gaza, well, he dies. Nathan of Gaza dies, and as soon as Nathan of Gaza dies, the movement begins to fracture. Because of course, when you have Nathan of Gaza, who's probably one of the more talented Kabbalists of his day, unable to basically continue to steer the movement via his theoretical Kabbalah, the movement begins to fall apart. And the first person to really pick up the reins of this movement will be Abraham Cardozo, himself a very strong believer in Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean basin, but also Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai's faith, and he was murdered in 1706. So he was a huge promulgator of Shabbatian doctrine until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbatai died, the women movement really take up the reins. Right? The Marys, right? We have the women there. The men all scattered. And so women, in a big way, hold the reins of the movement very early on. And in fact, there's really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets, and how the Shabbatian women prophets really both made the movement work, but also held the movement after Shabbatai had died. Now, you'll remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died. His second wife, Aisha, or Yochebed, she was my both name. Actually, her younger brother, Yaakov, was in fact the idea of incarnation being mortal to show that there is a continuity of Shabbatai's soul. He's not dead. He's just reincarnated. He's reincarnated, of course, into the younger brother here of Aisha Yochebed. And what ends up happening in this whole process is that there is some pressure being put on these quasi-Shabbatian Jews, Muslims, that are there living in places like Salonika and in other places around the Shabbatian movement. Remember that part of what happened with Shabbatai is he was condemned for not being Muslim enough. He was exiled all the way into what is now Montenegro. And so some of the people around him that stayed around him, about 300 families or so, these were Jewish believers in Shabbatai who had never converted to Islam. And eventually, with Aisha's pressure, probably shaping pressure from the Ottoman Empire, they all convert. Right? We get a mass conversion of about 300 families who do convert to Islam in
1683. Some years after Shabbatai died. That core of about 300 families, right, which is the size of basically the synagogue I grew up in, that core was going to form the core of the post-Shabbatai movement. In over around a century, right, we have about that number grew to about 600 families, and over time, what ended up happening is in that time period, in the generation after Shabbatai's death, the new faith of the Shabbatai movement would take effect. And basically, the new faith looks something like this. There is a Torah that's composed of 18 laws. There are 18 laws that make up the Torah of the Shabbatai movement. They do not have Jews outer rights, but they don't marry with Muslims and they don't marry their devils. So they don't associate with the Jewish crowd because obviously they're not Jews anymore. They're Muslims now. But what's important is they still follow an underground form of Judaism made up of 18 laws, and that they only marry within their own rights, and they only marry within their own rights. And what ends up happening is this group of converted Muslim, Jew, Shabbatian people, they don't actually observe Islam completely, and they dissimulate. They lie about the degree to which they're really Muslims, and this actually has precedent in some lodges in the Sufi movement. This is an idea called taqiyya, not taqiyya, not taqiyya, not the Hebrew word taqiyya. This is the idea that you can hide your Sufi beliefs if those Sufi beliefs get you physically in danger, they can endanger you. So what they're living is double life. They're living quite kind of Jews living as Muslims, and this is going to eventually evolve into its own religion. Now, inside of the movement, as you might imagine, there are further fractures. The two major fractures, and there's going to be three major fractures within the Shabbatai movement that will occur. The first major fracture is that there's going to be another incarnation of, so-called incarnation of Shabbatai and Brescia Russo, who's known in Turkish as Osman Baba. He killed by 1720, which, by the way, is still we're getting some modernity, by the way, at this point. And he be one of the really the legitimate inheritor. The smaller movement, which is the Yakubi movement, is actually very close to Sunni Orthodox Islam, and the Karakashi movement. And the Karakashi movement is going to be much more syncretistic with Judaism. It's going to maintain some relationships with Judaism, but it's going to be much more heavily Sufi influenced. What's important to know about the Karakashi movement is that they're going to have missionaries. And those missionaries are going to be sent to Eastern Europe. And where it's going to be developing, it's developing primarily in Salonika, it's developing in places like Montenegro. They're going to move their way into Central Europe and eventually going to reach Central Europe in the Podolia region in Poland. And as you probably know, the Podolia region in Poland is going to be absolutely core in all this. We'll get that in a minute. There's going to be a third and final split. This is the Compansi movement. This is the period, this is the group that rejects the whole reincarnation theory, rejects the idea that Osman Baba is in fact the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they say that only Shabbatai, that there have been no reincarnations of Shabbatai Tzvi, only Shabbatai Tzvi the Messiah, and this version, right, the Compansi movement is the idea that Shabbatai Tzvi is the only form of the Messiah. That group, which is actually pretty close to the very popular Mevlevi Sufi order, which I imagine folks know that Mevlevi, right, those are the whirling dervishes, these are the famous whirling dervishes in the Sufi movement. So they're very close to them in a lot of ways. It's that part of the Shabbatai movement that's going to go on to become the one that will survive in Turkey. That one will survive in Turkey. We'll talk about that in a minute. So by these groups would become the core of what we call the Shabbatai movement in the Ottoman Empire. And collectively, they're referred to as Dunmen. Now, this word actually means apostate, and many of them would not call themselves Dunmen, but I would call them something like conversos or Shabbatians, but the name Dunmen is stuck.
Empire at the turn of the 20th century. So at the turn of the 20th century, there were 10,000 of these Shabbatians living in the they were practicing Jews of a very strange type. They lived on the outside as Muslims, but on the inside they lived secretly as a kind of Jew. And they were kind of accepted. Everyone knew, I think, they were Muslims, and everyone kind of knew they weren't really Jews. They kind of did their own thing. They were their own thing. Everyone is all over this. Now, what's important about the Doorman is that there are two things that are really important that are known about them, is that they became very young, but very, very well educated, and very, very wealthy. This is all often true for very tight group communities, right? That is to say, they became skilled craftsmen, they became skilled tradesmen, and they kept their money indoors, and they become actually quite educated and actually quite wealthy. And they were some of the earliest Turks to turn toward the West in the process of sort of nation. And as the Young Turks, as you probably know, are the folks that led Turkey. They revitalized the Turkish language. In many ways, they formed the core of the process in which Turkey was modernized. In many ways, these Doormen, the amount of Doormen, formed a pretty core, pretty significant element of the Young Turks, which means they played a pivotal role in the development of Turkey as a modern nation. Now, the tide of that would all turn. I think I said this right, the first foreign ministry for the new government of Turkey would be a Karakashi Doorman. So the first foreign minister is a big deal. That's a high-ranking member of the Turkish government was Doorman. So now the problem with this is, as the 20th century wore on, Turkey and of course Israel came into loggerheads about all kinds of things, and what ended up happening was that there was a huge anti-Semitic backlash in Turkey, and that anti-Semitic backlash belonged to the Doormen. The Doormen were thought of as secret Jews, and the idea they were secret Jews was even more terrible because they were being series of stuff that led to Turkey. And so many of the Jews believed this Doormen became secular. They became secular. The question now these days, by the way, is are there any Doormen in Turkey at all? And we don't know. We don't know. I think I said this last time in my last lecture on the Shabbatians. I had a student in a class that taught her how to speak. She came from a Doormen family, and she said that in Turkey that she would ask other people, maybe I come from a family of Karakashi people, or I come from a family of Kumasi people, but I'm just a secular person. My father was secular. My grandfather may have visited, whatever. Tune was someone, but no, there are no Doormen left in Turkey. The problem with this, of course, is we don't know, because part of what the Doormen do is they don't tell anyone they practice idea, which means they don't make it public. They are Shabbatians. So are there Shabbatians left in Turkey? Maybe. Probably not. They're probably extinct. Doormen families left in Turkey? Probably. Yeah, they definitely don't make those left. But are there any practicing Shabbatians in Turkey? It seems to be an extinct religion. But I'm leaving the door open to the possibility that they're still over there, but I think that the odds of them actually surviving are pretty low. So that gives us some idea that the Doormen is someone who Shabbatianism continued to thrive and thrive all the way at least to the mid-20th and Turkey. Now, as I mentioned, right, the Karakashi sect, the sect that is the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, some idea where we are. The conflict in Islam, and remember, it was that sect that sent the first post-Shabbatai missionaries into Eastern Europe. Now, you might wonder why in the world would anyone listen to this in Eastern Europe? Why would Jews hear these guys out? Shabbatai's dead. He's been dead for generations. It was a huge disappointment Shabbatai to be is the Messiah, despite the fact that this entire thing, this entire disaster has happened. Well, the first thing is that news of Shabbatai's death actually happened really slow. Were very slow. And frankly, people weren't terribly educated. Jews in Central Europe in the early 18th century, Jews in Central Europe in the late 17th century, early 16th century, or late 17th century, yeah, they're not terribly educated. This is a very, very rural, very superstitious, very mystically inclined group of people. Remember, the Judaism of the Ashkenaz, have historically been very interested in the supernatural, very taken with those kinds of ideas. Secondly, knowledge of Kabbalah at that time was very, very slow in that area. Now, knowledge of Kabbalah in other areas was much higher, but at this point, early on in late in the 17th century, knowledge of Kabbalah was very, very slow, very fragmented. What's important to know about this is those people coming in, some of these Karakashi missionaries carrying the gospel of Shabbatai's feet, had a much higher degree of Kabbalistic education at some level than the local people did. So this is very impressive. Further, Orthodox Judaism practice belief. What really matters for these people, and this is true for many factions of Judaism, is it matters much more what you do at some level than what you believe. And so belief was a bit more weird. You can have a more broader range of belief and still practice Judaism. You can believe all kinds of things about werewolves, vampires, and stuff, and it was okay as long as you practice Judaism in a nominal way. And further, these two were very precarious. You're talking about a place where during Shabbatai's life, it's shy of around 100,000 Jews probably. This entire area is subject to constant problems with the local population where they're in constant overrun. So there's also just a level of instability and fear and messianic claims in environments like that, where there is a kind of precarious existence, are much more, they become much more, it's much more easy to convince for people who live a precarious existence of the existence of the Messiah that will save them, as opposed to other people. Again, that's true. We can see that playing itself out lots of times. When the Shabbat movement landed in Central Europe, in general, it kind of took. And it's always going to kind of take in Central Europe. We'll talk more about it in a minute. Now, what's important to know about this is what ends up happening in the aftermath of Shabbatai's feast, apostasy in 1666, is that most people, they rejected his message. Someone gets to be the Messiah, they don't follow, reject it. Well, when Shabbatai people were the Messiah, or the rabbis of local region, like Israel, for instance, in Amsterdam, Israel anti-Shabbat the entire time. Once the fervor of the Messianic movement ended, the Messianic of Israel is able to bring this flock in and kind of shepherd them in the aftermath of this disaster. So in many ways, Amsterdam is really typical because Amsterdam was hotly Messianic, very Messianic, maybe one of the largest Messianic centers in the world. And then after 66 apostasy, disappointed in the judgment of the community. However, some of the rabbis affected or influenced. Some of these learned rabbis continued to hold their faith in Shabbatai in private, while in public denying it and remaining Orthodox. So we have people that are secretly maintaining some kind of Shabbatian ideas, and yet at the same time, publicly, they are not Orthodox. We call these people crypto-Shabbatians. And what ends up happening is Kabbalistic ideas begin to make their way into Central Europe in the aftermath of Shabbatai. You can sort of imagine Shabbatai as a wave that reaches in, and that when Shabbatai brings, the Messiah claims that Shabbatai brings this wave into in Central Europe in the early 18th century, late 17th century, with Shabbatian elements. And what we have are a lot of crypto-Shabbatian works. Right? Shabbat Yamin, Shabbat Sar. We have other kinds of movements, other kinds of texts that are incredibly influential. We'll talk about that influence in just a minute. And this ultimately erupts in the ended Eiberschutz controversy. And the ended Eiberschutz controversy is a situation where two very, very, very prominent rabbis, one of them, Eiberschutz, is declared to be Shabbatian. He's declared to be a crypto Shabbatian. And he denies it. He said, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. And this debate, by the way, was not settled in my lifetime. Both Eiberschutz eventually died. And for a long time, people believed that the critique of Eiberschutz was that he was not really a Shabbatian. Now we know he probably was. He probably was. We actually have good reason to believe now that he was. In fact, a Shabbat, no Shabbat. And to this day, it's not even clear who was in the force for the emergence of the most importantly the modern period, and that movement, of course, is Hasidism. And so, in many ways, the disdain between the Shabbatians, the anti-Shabbatians, the crypto-Shabbatians, and their contemners is also going to try to the rise of Hasidism and the Mitnagdim, the people that condemn them, the opponents of the Mitnagdim, in the century that comes later. Now, I'm going to make some real people who are very amenable to Hasidism, maybe a little upset. It's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of both early Hasidism and European Shabbatianism that it's, I think, undeniable that at some level the movement, the Hasidic movement, at some level, is at least influenced by Shabbatianism. I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatianism, I don't think that's true, but the idea that they're completely distinct is no longer holdable by the Hasidic. They would deny it, but I consider it. So, why do I think that? Well, it's, for instance, things like the role of the Tzaddik or the Rabbi, the idea that they're a sort of intermediary quasi Messiah, as sort of an intermediary between them and God. The Rebbe is often sometimes thought of engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that they suffer on behalf of the community, for the community. The emergence of both of these movements, the Shabbati movement and the Hasidic movement, both emerge in the exact same region of Poland, the Podoli region. The Rothschild'S is from there. We'll talk about Hasidism next time, but I'm just saying at this point, I do think that the Hasidic movement and the Shabbati movement have, that there's some overlap. Both of them are very influenced by Kabbalah, antinomian street, Hasidism, obviously, and Shabbatianism as well. There's some of the sort of physical stuff that the Hasidic people do that also seems to be also overlapping with some of the Shabbatianism as well, although typically the Hasidic movement is largely Jewish law-wise very conservative, but there's still an antinomian streak, and there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not to be found in the Mizrach movement. For instance, the wearing of tefillin during Shabbat, that is deeply influenced by Kabbalah. It is not to be found in more Orthodox style Judaism. It's an element that comes especially with Hasidism. As you probably know, the role of Hasidism is very court-like. It's very royal. The Rabbi is treated almost as a kind of regal figure, as a king, and there is a quasi-messianic attitude toward the Rabbis in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbatian text played a huge role in early Hasidism, especially in and in many ways, the Mizrach movement, the movement that was very critical of Hasidism, saw in many ways Hasidism as an extension of the Shabbatian movement. Shabbat. I think actually does the Villangon overplay cards? Maybe he doesn't. I don't think so. I think the Villangon's not crazy. He's not full. I think he's kind of being more political. I think he's just trying to fall off. I think there's actually a relatively strong argument to be made that there is a strong influence of the Shabbatian movement, the crypto Shabbatian movement in Central Europe, especially in the Poland area, on early Calvinism. We'll get to Calvinism. Now, in I just mentioned in Poland, this movement continues to change. It continues to mutate. It will mutate into perhaps its most absolutely family. He left Podolia. He joined up with Garkash's sect. In fact, most of Republicans witnessed at his wedding in 1752, covered in 1752, FYI. Like, this is 25 years or so until, the American Revolution. So he moved back to Podolia, and he begins to practice a kind of pretty serious, quasi-transgressive form of Judaism, and we have what's called the where it seems like in a synagogue he may have had a naked woman who was called the embodiment of the Torah, and they were doing some kind of sex stuff in the synagogue, and around this naked woman who was thought to be the embodiment of the Torah. And in 1751, him and his followers were excommunicated by the local rabbis. Now, there is an idea that is attached to Frankism and Shabbatianism, which is called Mitzvah HaVeira. This is sometimes translated as redemption through sin. This is a complete misreading of what's going on in Shabbatianism. In fact, almost everybody who toes this idea is misguided. This idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed, this idea of Mitzvah HaVeira, this idea never occurs, and to my knowledge, in any Shabbatian writing. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbatians over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in anti-Gnostic behavior, they're engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to hasten redemption, in order to plunge themselves into the cold boat and redeem the boat, in order to somehow redeem sin through redeem themselves. Virtually no evidence what they were practicing. The Shabbatians never makes an argument either in things of God, but this term is HaVeira, which is an idea actually found in the Talmud. It has to do with can you do mitzvah with a forbidden object? So the classic example is, can you waive a stolen esrog? And the rabbi said no, right? You can't commit mitzvah by breaking another mitzvah. And so even the idea of this is just ridiculous, and it's unfortunately got promulgated by a bunch of anti-Semites and stuff who have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all the modern Jews or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, that these people are somehow part of this Frankist liberal all this stuff, and that they're really secret Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins. And the more sin they do, they can redeem themselves. But then this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is rooted in the idea of the Frankists and the Shabbatians practicing this idea of Mitzvah HaVeira. But the truth of the matter is, they never did this, and that was not what they were up to. And I would say that anyone who wants to believe in this is show me in Shabbatian literature where this has been before. I don't know this. And the key is that the new Torah that he is inaugurating is a replacement, right? So you have the Torah Beriyah, right? And he's inventing a new Torah. He's conjuring into being a new Torah, the Torah Absolute, the Torah of this world. And that new Torah is going to inaugurate a new religion he calls Da'at, wisdom, knowledge. Das is how you would say it in Ashkenazi Hebrew, but this idea that he's bringing a new form of the Torah into the world. Is under this thing that he calls the religion or doctrine. What's happening is Frank and they flee to Istanbul, like Frankists or many Shabbatians at the time, and what they end up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. By the devil, I mean here Catholic bishops. And what they end up doing
argue that they represent a camp of Jews who are influenced by the Zohar, who reject the Talmud. And then the other camp, the anti-Shabbatians, anti-Frankists, accept the Talmud, but reject the Zohar. Now, of course, Jews accepted both, and the Shabbatians are trying to parlay with the Catholic Church, basically, so that the local Jewish population can't basically condemn them. The Shabbatians argue with the rabbis in the 1940 debate, and the bishop is the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever, and the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbatians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and there are dozens of copies of the Talmud burned in Poland. Now, what ends up happening in history is always funny. The bishop decided with the Shabbatians in Poland in 1757, he dies. And a new bishop emerges who is no longer a friend of the Shabbatians. At this point, Frank declares that he's actually the reincarnation of Osman Baba and Shabbatai Tzvi, and he begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening after that is that, this gets so complicated. There's a local bishop who wants to basically prove the bloodline, and in order to prove the bloodline, the idea that Jews sacrifice and kill the host, sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense, he holds another dispute and Lvov in 1759 of the blood libel, but the anti-Talmudists are declared to be not really Jews, and they are to be converted. And Nathan and Frank on September 17, 1759 basically side with this bishop. This bishop stands to gain an enormous amount of land and all kinds of stuff, and also Jews, including Frank, also stand to gain an enormous amount of privilege by converting. Also, 3,000 Jews converted to Catholicism on the 17th of 1759. Disaster. I don't think Frank himself even thought this was going to happen. Now, Frank, being, I think, completely full of himself and I think, just delusional with power, holds that this is part of the plan. Just like Shabbatai had to convert to Islam, well, Frank, being the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi and Osman Baba, he's going to plunge himself into a Polish noble, he can find clothes and stuff, but at the same time, he is also engaged in very heterodox behavior, and in a way that the Turkish court would accept Shabbatai engaging in very strange behavior. The local Catholics aren't having it. They are not having it. Eventually, they arrest Frank, and he is basically sent to prison in a monastery for 14 years. So he's arrested and sent to a monastery for 14 years because they do not want to deal with him. The Catholics are not playing around. Perhaps the way that the Turks were. It's two Russian forces invade Poland, and they really get from the second. He meets Poland first of the future Tsar of Russia, and it's in that time period that he writes his principal Frankist Shabbatian work, a text called The Collection of the Words of the Lord, which is published in English now. What ends up happening is that he gets into a kerfuffle with Joseph II, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. He's expelled from the court, and he ends up settling, and eventually he dies of a stroke in 1791. 1791, right? We're like in the middle of the French Revolution at this point, right? 1789, we're just not far off of the terror. At that point, about 1791, his daughter, Ava, takes control of the movement again. It's women who rescue this movement. There are about 25,000 Frankists. That is to say, Catholics living as crypto Jews in Poland in the late 18th century. And what ends up happening is Ava Frank, leads the movement into the future, basically building a giant court around her. She claims that she's the daughter of all these Russian royalty or whatever. And there is a huge Shabbatian center at both Warsaw and Prague, both under her control. And she lives like a princess, folks. I mean,
lifestyle basically bankrupted the movement. And when she died in September of 1816, the movement was so heavily indebted that it began to collapse under its own weight. I mean, she lived like a monarch in the areas that she lived in. By the 1880s, we know the movement sort of limping on, although many people at that point have begun to realize that just being Catholic is a better idea than trying to maintain this bizarre double life. And so many people who in the 1860s and 70s began to convert and began just to be Catholic, continue to be Catholic. And by the 1880s, we have very little evidence that people are practicing crypto-Judaism no longer Shabbatians, but they're still very emotionally connected to Ava Frank. In fact, Ava Frank became sort of a cult of personality all of her own, and became less about Shabbatai Tzvi and less about Frank and more about her and her cult of personality. And what we end up having is people basically by the 1880s have largely converted to literal Catholicism, although some people deconvert. Some people deconvert and go back to Judaism. There's a bit of a split there. There's evidence of that split. You may know this family was a very Catholic family. From a pretty Catholic, pretty famous Catholic person. I'm pretty sure I'm going to pronounce their name wrong, but you probably recognize the Moisla family, right? You probably know who that is. That was the family of that former Pope is a descendant of one of the converted Franks families, right? Now, that's the side that became Catholic. Obviously, John Paul II is pretty Catholic, and he comes probably from one of these Frankish families. On the other side, another group of families that deconvert, they go back to Judaism, and a kind of liberal Judaism, a kind of Turkish-style Judaism, on the Kurds, a very liberal, progressive Judaism. Is the Brandeis. And of course, the Brandeis, as you may know, Brandeis became the first Jewish Supreme Court justice, and he kept this heirloom. Now, does that mean that Luke Brandeis was a Frankist and a crypto Shabbatian, blah, 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 blah? No. It was a liberal Jew, like many liberal Jews that you would recognize from lots of places anywhere in the United States at the time. But he maintained an image, he took a picture of Ava Frank, and he comes from a Frankist family. Do I think he was practicing Shabbat in any form of fashion? No, it's ridiculous. I think that John Paul II was practicing. Although, what I wanted to wrap up tonight, Frankism and Shabbat had a huge impact on the development of Judaism. Huge impact. The idea that you can't say Kabbalah until you're 40 and married and all that, that's a response to the Frankists, to the Shabbatian event. The internal reality of Judaism is in Europe. The rise of Catholicism is probably at some level of Frankism. Part of it is the Shabbatian, the expression of a kind of Shabbat. The intense hatred of the Hasidic movement by the Messiah is probably part of their Shabbat. And again, we have prominent families of Shabbatianism and Frankism, both in the rise of the world of Turkey, the rise of the Young Turks, the rise of the Turkish national movement, and then we have families who are very prominent Polish families, like the family of John Paul II and the family of Brandeis, who ultimately converged from the Frankist movement, from the Shabbatian movement, and are part of world history in a big way. There are even neo-Shabbatians. Neo-Shabbatians, in fact, my channel, the entire channel, I will go to neo-Shabbatians. I express the idea that Shabbatianism was a disaster for Judaism. I'm not going to apologize for that. I think it was a catastrophe. But I think if someone finds Shabbat to be an interesting spiritual figure, all the better for them. But what I just want to hammer home tonight as I wrap up this lecture tonight is that we can imagine Judaism coming into modernity without Shabbat. Shabbatai Tzvi is the bridge in many ways of Judaism from the world of medieval world, medieval Kabbalah, and he is the bridge to modernity. Hasidism, the Haskalah, Zionism, all of that at some level have to be seen as in the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi, as in the shadow of the Shabbatian movement. All of the Messianic stuff in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, Reform Judaism, all of it, at some level, it is the shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi. And there's no way we can deny. In so many ways, we're going to understand modern as modern. And in that way, in a big way, Shabbat is still around. Because in many ways, we are living in the shadow cast by this peculiar Messiah who apostatized Islam and continued to be Jewish or something. So, to drag this point home and to put a final ornament tonight as we wrap up, modernity, Jewish modernity, is in many ways in the shadow. What we learn about him, we understand him, we understand the movement that came after that, Georgians, and sitting with this not being whatever. They're all in the shadow of this guy. And it's quintessentially important to understand how Kingdom of Gaza, mythology, the Kabbalah really is anyway downstream of him. And so, Shabbatai Tzvi, a Messiah, in many ways, in a lot of ways, I think of Jew in some ways, of pre-modernism, one between two sides, and that is Jesus and Shabbatai Tzvi. Bookmark Judaism, in some ways, medieval ancient Judaism between those two bookmarks. And then modernity is the aftermath of Shabbatai. So, whether you like him or not, whether you're embarrassed of him or not, whether you think he's crazy or not, whatever, you certainly can't deny, I don't even deny that we are not, as a Jewish population, going to the real grasp of the impact of the day. I think that we're worse off for that, the better we understand Shabbatai Tzvi and his Messianic movement, his vicissitudes, the better we will understand Judaism, the better we will understand the Jewish fraternity, the better we will understand Zionism, and all of that. If we don't do that, welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden of his Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah. I really I do consider supporting my work on Patreon for that of a one-time donation. You can find those in the below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. I would try to squat like 220, and I hit was like, this is so heavy. Like, I just control. And he would go, he's like, I think your adrenal glands are probably shot. I was like, no, just not really taking shit.
Only you would be like, I want to get jacked. I'm a higher speed skater. Yeah. But he was like an exercise physiologist.
But it was just so funny with it. He'd be like,
Gold gym Venice.
yeah.
And you're like, I'm a higher speed skater.
I was smaller than the girls. The girls are I was smaller than the girls. That was when The Rock would work out, and nobody really quite knew he was like kind of, still a professional wrestler. I was locker room, nobody cared.
That was a thing. That was a thing when I went there.
Don't spread rumors, bro. He never did that. John Cena would be there. I'd see John Cena, and like he was just a guy. I asked John advice. I asked John Cena about he's such a nice guy. He was just. I asked him. I said there was a posing room up there, and I asked him about. I wanted to get some shorts that were. I don't know why I said this, but I said, do you know if there are any more like? Did you guys have a stove? Because he was there, and he goes, "Why I can't fit in shorts like that? Because I got my ass and legs are so huge." And I noticed his wrists and his hands. His wrists are there. He's so big.
Dude, have you ever seen the video of The Rock taking John Cena's bicep band? And he tries to put it on, and it's not even made for it's a huge and
Yeah, but at least when I saw him, he didn't say that big. I don't know now, but it looked great.
Yeah, that's a video right there.
Yeah, John Cena built different. He's awesome. What is this now? I love this.
Because The Rock is no small guy.
Cena's a piece. He's kind of like the Brock Lesnar breed.
Well, every WWE says that he's the strongest guy they've ever worked with.
Cena's, yeah, I'm sure. The Rock is such a father.
I don't know how he gets, yeah.
But who cares? It's all back.
So it's not even supposed to be a bicep, man. It's a fucking headband that he's wearing around his bicep.
Yeah, Rock does look good. Yeah, Cena's a beast. Where we at the show when he's dating that chick? You remember that? The twins? You remember that? No. He just wasn't into it. Like, they broke up shortly after because he doesn't want kids, which is wild. He doesn't want kids.
He's gone into that before. He said why? Just because he knows that to be a dad, like, it's so much they have to put towards kids, and because he's always on the road, he's like, I want to be able to be the father.
Isn't he kind of slowing down, right? Like, he's not still
He's doing movies now, and I still see Peacemaker from DC Comics. He plays Peacemaker as a superhero, so he's fucking everywhere.
You know what? When you have kids, you can't understand that. Like, when you have kids, you're like, you have no idea how much fun it is.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I can't imagine.
So he's not against it. It's just the fact that he just doesn't feel like he can give them the time.
You find the right girl. Yeah. You find the right girl. You still have a girl now, doesn't you? Yeah, she's with that Bellator forever.
Is she the WWE girl?
The twins.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're smoke shows. They're all twins. I think they're back now.
And maybe that's not the gal.
You don't have one headshot in the household.
Yeah, but also, I mean, he's been playing gear for a long time. It's like the amount of HCG and all that shit you have to take. Yeah.
Just to get your sperm count up.
Yeah. HCG, moment, all that. And then he loses muscle. He loses a lot of size, which is what's getting him all these roles.
Something that I think with John Cena is it's like, he's not even dating. How old is he? He's got 40. He's going to be 50 almost.
And he's probably been running gear since he was 20.
When he's 50, wow, there's no love interest.
Oh God, here we go.
I'm not saying he's in the shoot. No, I'm not saying he's getting slammed in the asshole. All I'm saying is, that's but how's this end? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, how's it end? I don't know. Like, so, he's 50. I'm cruising. So he's 50. It's like when you're 60, bro. Like, what do you do? No wife, no kids? What do you do? Things like that. No, of course, I don't know. I'm seeing it in my shirt. But they're like, no wife, no kids. Like, you're going to be 60? What are you going to She was fired.
Yeah. I saw her in the movie with the crazy. I went to see me and Eagle and his ex were dragged up into one scene. How long is the movie? No. So they're like, they always have dragged to see a scene that's not right. No, it's great. So the scene is not supposed to be funny. No, it's funny. So there's a Will Ferrell. He's talking to the girl, and she's basically saying, you know, it's this huge feminist moment where they're saying like, you know, there should be a Barbie that's like a mom. Yeah, that's what helps Billy and this and that. And Will Ferrell just goes, that's a terrible idea. And the show, Eagle fucking, and no one else in the theater found that funny. Yeah. And we were just staring. It was the worst movie. How old is she? Oh, that's right. She's like, I can't understand. Yeah, she's 20. That's right. What's the sitch there? Is it just fucking because he's a Scientologist and they don't want to be around him? I think that there was this idea of Scientology lock up about like movies and Top Gun all the time. You know, and there's this Tom Cruise, so I'm sure it's about him 24/7. Yeah. You know, and their kids don't give a fuck. I mean, like, can you imagine having a 5-year-old daughter? Like, I talked to him about he was similar age for an hour about our kids' daughters. An hour. And to think that you somehow were able, right? He was acting. He's pretending he gave a fuck about that. It's not doing that. He's doing it for you. I'm not fucking good. He is a student. He went like, okay, so do you know Tiger and Austin? So they're 5. And so they're taking these. Take away. What would you do to get back in his life besides fucking everything? Like, yeah, but you're Tom Cruise. It's like, you know, he gets his rocks off on raising his kids. He gets his rocks off on movies and whatever Scientology stuff. He give a fuck about all that stuff. Well, this is true, but he has like slaves that work for him and stuff like that. Well, Scientology, he's Scientology kind of stuff. Well, they also, I don't know how true this is. It's complete. This is full of shit, but it's kind of cool. This is what I've heard. I've heard that John Travolta, they gave him a sword, and he's allowed to kill people. That was not true. I have a lot of Scientology. Either the worst way. The last thing you see is John Travolta coming at you with a sword. I think. In the book Going Queer, see how the book Going Queer, the acting class they talk about, that was my acting class for 10 years. Yeah, I know Going Queer. I also did Kirstie Alley's TV show, and we shot at the Scientology Center. Seen a lot of stuff. I understand they're treated like slaves, slave what wages. They can serve somewhere. Serve you a lot. They signed a million-year contract as a slave. Well, no, it's like, so when you work for this church, it's Scientology. The church Scientology your life, and you would volunteer to work for Tom when he's at. So he lives in Clearwater, Florida, where their headquarters are, and I've seen that one. He bought like the top 2 floors of the building, and that's where he lives. But he's always on a movie set. Yeah. My friend did a movie with him and spent 6 months with him, and it gave me a really interesting kind of breakdown of what that life is about. You know, it's crazy. Tiffany Haddish was a Scientologist, and she was part. I think she was part of that Sea Org. And she's the first person that just out annoying them to the point where they're like, you gotta get this out here, you know? They're super powerful. They used to know where they slap on. That's how industry slap. So when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, is he a Scientologist? Yeah. Is it? Pretty sure. Yeah. Look, I think he. I don't know if he admits affiliation, but I don't know. But the rumors are that he is. That's why, like, when Conan slaps another one. I get that. I watched that again. I saw a clip of it. Talk about taking this shit on the world on the biggest stage of the world. Like then you go keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. He killed his credibility. People used to love Will Smith. Now it's so divided with people like. I think her more is that I think him and his wife and her started. I don't think that's a costume. But out
this cuck shit and all this other
Like
stuff.
admitting that their son's friend was banging her out and stuff like that.
God damn. I think she's done more damage to Chris than any of them.
She's almost said, she's like, he's not my guy. He's not my guy.
You can't take him serious.
I was never jealousy. That's her jealousy of his career. She's a narcissist. I mean, she wants to be the one, so she starts this red table thing that he's the biggest movie star there is.
See, that says Will Smith isn't in Scientology, but also he funded a school for Scientology.
That's on Gen Z as much as
He
you want.
donated $100,000 in terms of affiliated with Church Stone. You know?
Want to know something crazy? You can hate on Gen Z as much as you want. They're the only generation of kids who are doing Scientology speed runs through the building. Have you seen those?
Because you know you're not allowed in.
They just get a massive amount of younger kids, and they're all just rushing at the same time. So it's with cameras on their heads, just showing all the inside of the buildings, Scientology buildings. And they're trying to stop them, and it's mad funny.
Oh shit.
Yeah, man. It's part of it's just being that rich, that famous for that long. It's hard not to get weird. Yeah, it's hard, really. And here's my question: is it hard not to get weird, or were you weird?
Just go to one of the shorts.
That's why you are that. You know what I'm saying?
To go to the world record in Scientology.
You're so talented as fuck.
They're trying to get him like flat man. He said, "Oh, it's nice."
There's some very ones, this one was they dressed up as Jesus and just now they never a back alley, and one of them was it's definitely empty and weird in there.
So the people that are in the church, right, and they're there their whole life, they don't have any of the money. They don't even have money. They live in the church, and everybody leaves money. But when they what's called blowing, when you blow when you leave the church, everyone turns their back on you, and then now you're out at 50 or 55, and you have no skill set in the resident. The biggest problem is like an old UFC fighter. You have no savings, no money.
And you're like an old UFC fighter.
Yeah, you ever seen them? They also will trick random immigrants on Hollywood Boulevard and try and get in there. There's a guy who's famous on TikTok, and there were people trying to get him out. Latin guy that wanted to be whatever, and every day the people outside
every stop is the start of fun. Like the awesome future you can get with Marathon Rewards. Join Marathon Rewards today. Earning rewards on every gallon of gas. You can redeem rewards at any time, saving up to $1 per gallon. And don't forget, Marathon stations are packed with all the conveniences. You need to stock up and live life on the go. Marathon, where fun lives on full. Available at participating Marathon locations. Terms and conditions apply. See marathonrewards.com for details. We'll break here. You're curious. There's a helpful fact you might not know yet. Drivers not answer some questions. You get a quick quote with coverage options tailored to your choices. Plus, you'll see which discounts you may qualify for, like quote discount savings for paid in full. In fact, 99% of Progressive Auto customers are at least one discount. See if you can save when you switch to Progressive. You'll feel good about making a savvy choice. Visit Progressive.com to see if you can enjoy a little extra cash back. Progressive insurance company affiliates and times total $946 when the customer service team progressive between June 2024 and May 2025. Potential data savings will vary. Also, a question on Going Clear. Going Clear is a really like it looks good, and then also the doc on HBO. That's one of the best docs you can watch.
There's certain ones when you find out that they become their Scientologists, don't like Michael Payne being one. Show.
Yeah, but Michael, I know Michael. I was also in the class acting class with him for years. No, but I know Michael, and Michael, so did Jay Bonner. These guys are broke. Good, Michael's great. Michael's totally normal. Michael's a great guy. Funny as shit, great actor. But he's just, his dad. Michael's dad was like he
I think it was a gardener, worked in landscaping. Scientology, it's also, there's benefits to joining. What about like if some Hollywood bowl? Do they still got it? They used to. And there were a lot of like Kirstie Alley, John Travolta. Tom was John Travolta's first. He went in right after he joined Scientology. That's why he got Saturday Night Fever, right? He was off the talented and shit. Like, he was talented, but then he also out of your. It was kind of stay out of your career. Like, it was just a good thing, right? So Giovanni Rabbi.
Look who it is, something girl.
Good. How are you?
I'm lovely. How are things in the single life going?
Good.
Excellent.
Living the dream. I've got my sister here, so we're just hanging out.
Shout out to Sophia's sister. How you living, girl?
Pretty much the same. We live together.
Oh,
I've been telling
really?
her about you. So I'm hoping that you could give her your like 3-minute
Spiel, absolutely.
You know,
Well, thank you so much for being here, Sophia's sister. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king coined, and I'm making it true. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, the internet than any person ever, which is making me influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. In addition to making you extremely wealthy and helping to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I buy cryptocurrency with about $100 billion. You want to do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit. Additionally, importantly, these are to make it drinkable. Other topics that I enjoy discussing are those related to futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, telepathy, teleportation, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is extremely exciting. Additionally, I talk about things like life extension technology. Sophia's sister, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80. I want to give you the resources, God willing, in the future to be able to utilize types of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, nootropics to get you to be age 100, 120, but at age 120, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. Back in 2026 when we met, it seemed like everything that you discussed was science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down, though. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. All of this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for like download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Sophia's sister. But what I'm saying to you is, potentially in the future, there may be the opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Wow. I brought her in here because I wanted her to hear how passionate you are.
And the fact you have all that memorized is impressive.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So that's what I do. And I was telling Sophia last we spoke, I did a podcast, or I was just about to do a podcast, and I think I did one or two since then. And I've really been, in the past like week or so since I've spoken with her, I've been focused on the podcast circuit. So I created a robot. I create robots. I don't want to say I'm good at it, but I can do it effectively and quickly, and they're very powerful. And what they do, it's nothing super complicated. Basically, I have a program that memorizes my mouse clicks and can identify where images are. When the images appear. And what this bot does is it goes through, it will go and search every Spotify creator who has futurology as a topic and also has their contact information for an email address. And the bot then will scrape all of the email addresses from there and put them in a list for me. And then once or twice, like once a day, I just have to go to that list. I download it, and then I take like 30 or so of them, and I will draft an email to them, send it out, and on that. Within the last like 48 hours or so. Additionally, I've got another bot that just kicked, and information that I have is basically blog posts for me on any kind of information that I want. So right now, it is creating blog posts on synthwave music. If you're familiar with like synthwave and like house music and all kinds of different kinds of music, I just give it a list of topics that I want it to review. So everything from like pop culture to history to futurology topics, and creates these blog posts for me. And then what those do is allow AI, search engines, and social media to know who I am, and it populates information about myself. So I basically feed it information, and then it is able to digest it. AI generally is able to digest it. And then when people look me up, they have an accuracy of who I am and what I do. How's that sound as a plan?
Can you tell her about all the computers that you have set up?
Oh, 100%. I'll give you a tour if you want. Just one moment. I have like 33 different devices going at any given time, and they multi-stream. So I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And nothing too fancy, but let's make sure. Yeah. Right here I am. So behind me, I have a computer. I have no robots.
I remember you had a ton of computers, just like laptops stacked up.
Yeah, that's all bad. Is that what you're talking about? If not, do you mean? Are you talking about this setup? Can you see, Sophia?
No. I see your 3 laptops on your bed.
No. Look at the other. I brought in another account.
Oh. I had equal screen. Okay.
So.
Yeah. Just stack.
Exactly. So here we have a bot that is posting to TikTok for me, as is this one. And then we have a device here, a device here, and a device up there. I have a device here. I have a device here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 devices. Another device here. 10, And then I have the 3 devices here, and then these are on Twitter. So then I have the devices that I have here. So all in all, it turns out to be like at any given time I'm live on a dozen or so YouTube streams, and sometimes YouTube shuts down my streams. Whenever they shut down one of my streams, I just started up on Rumble. Well, I'll show you all. Okay, so this one, it's creating a blog post for me. Okay. Okay, so here's a blog post.
Yeah.
And what it's going to do is very smart. Select this copy button in a moment, and it has a very big mouse. I don't have excellent vision, but it will within like 30 seconds or so. And if you're like, why 30 seconds? Why not immediately? I could do it immediately, but sometimes the timing of how long ChatGPT needs can vary. So I use a conservative estimate, and this one is on like technological sound engineering, specifically. But all I have to do is give it the topic.
Do you make money off of any of the live streams, or how do you stay afloat?
Certainly. So my technical career is a certified project management professional. So I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. And I do make money on the streams, but nothing major. And I do get, okay, so it's about to do that thing where it's going to select it. So just one moment. Okay, there we go. So you see the pink finger, and then it's going to select it. And then it's going to open the blogger and the blogger page. So there it is. And this is all independent of me. I mean, I'm holding the camera, but and so it's going to open a new blog post here, which it just did. Takes about 15 seconds or so to open. There we go. Opened it. And then what it's going to do is it's going to paste what I have from ChatGPT into this blog. And there we go. So it just pasted all that information in there. It's going to scroll to the top. It's got to do a couple formatting things so that it can get the title. And so this is on Psytrance, Rhythmic Esotericism, and Transcultural Architecture of Electronic Trance States. And it's like, well, what's that? It's basically like a type of music. Psytrance is a kind of music. So if you learn about that, exactly. Over here, we got that bot that I was talking about on Kick. And so what it's going to do is it just copies.
How do you not get IP banned when like you get shut off YouTube?
I use VPNs.
It doesn't cost any change or something.
Correct. And so this guy, he's just chilling there, and what I do is I create a clip of him. Unless he has clipping off, which some people do. And if that's true, then we'll just move on to the next individual. Okay, so it follows him right now. So it just follows him, and then it should click on the
Camera.
I know it's hilarious. You can like see up his nose. All right. So he will just see that I just followed him. Now it's going to create a clip. So there's that box that shows up, and then in the box, it's just going to say YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then it gives them.
So it's just a clip of them staring at the screen?
Exactly, but here's what that does. It causes him and his followers to get a new clip. And when they look through their clips, it's like free advertising for myself. And those clips last for years. So I get people in here who are like, hey, how are you? How'd you find out about me? And they're like, you clipped my friend who lives in Poland 2 years ago. And I saw that you have a Discord link in here, and I wanted to see what it is about. So, like normally if I just spam their chat, which I've done, I'm the king of that, they just report you right away and you get banned. However,
so that's your sneaky way of finding a way to advertise yourself without spam.
Exactly right. And then that's how we get people like Taz, how you living, big dog?
Yeah, bro, you know me. I guess you know me.
Of course, I know everybody, big dog, but if you can, please refresh my memory. How did we meet?
I met you in 2024, and I was like a child back then, and you just banned me. I don't know why.
Oh, because you weren't 18 years old.
Yeah, and I'm not 20 years old.
Well, congratulations, big man. What's it like to be 20?
It's like cool, bro. Like so many responsibilities, but you know, it's cool. I'm happy.
Excellent, man. Do you need me to unban your other account or something? The one that you came in
No,
when you.
I already lost my all accounts. This is just my new account. So
Okay, excellent. Well, you're welcome
it's okay
here.
to me. Yeah.
I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're taking on adult responsibilities. It seems with in good stride.
You've been living in the same room. How you like? Damn, bro.
Well, don't you, bro? So do I. So do I. Here are. I have like a.
Outside.
Yeah, I stream
You
myself.
touch grass.
Absolutely.
You also stream outside.
Here. I was just outside just recently. I'll show you. Here's pictures of me touching grass. Video of me touching grass.
Oh, how often you go outside?
Every day, dog. What other questions you have, Taz?
What? Yo,
Yeah. What I mean, you have.
there's so many people, but no one is talking.
Well, we were just talking, but you're the center of attention right now. Exactly.
Yo, Sophia. Oh, that's a girl.
Yeah, dude, we have girls in here. Isn't that something?
Damn, you got some girls too.
Put some respect
You
on
were
that.
like alone
There
in
you
the
go.
PC last time I visited your server.
All right, well,
And now you have like so many friends.
hey, we're
Yeah, he's grown.
we're experiencing growth. What do you want me to do about it, big man?
Rabbit's going viral.
That's right. That's
Hopefully.
100%. So,
Yeah.
Taz, what's good in your neck of the woods? You turned.
And like back then, like you just like asked me to manage your server. I just, if you know, I don't know if you like remember all these.
Yeah. Now I remember you. You went through my server and you were like, this is pretty solid. I never asked you to manage my server though. I don't want anybody managing.
I guess I just think I'm not sure about that, but yeah.
Yeah, now I remember you. Yeah, you and that other guy, right? You had a friend.
Yeah, oh my god, you remember? Oh,
Yeah.
man, bro.
Exactly. In fact, you're
It's been
the.
a long time.
In fact, you're the reason
It's been
why.
a long.
You're the reason why people can't type in here anymore. Because when I learned how you would get people banned, I was like, oh, I'm not gonna let people do that. So I didn't let anybody type in here anymore.
So I have a question.
Hit me with it, big man. Absolutely.
Do you live in like United Israel?
I live in the United. I live in the United States.
You live in the United States.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. Because I thought you were like from Israel, so you were living in Israel. So,
No, I live in the United States. I'm an American. I'm an Orthodox Jew, but I'm an American.
when you're gonna shave your beard, bro?
Perhaps never.
I've been
Maybe
watching that beard grow.
exactly. Maybe I'll have it down to my knees someday.
So,
Just for you, Taz.
That would be a really cool thing to advertise on stream and then be like, I'm gonna shave my beard off. You know?
Well, it's kind of like a timeline. If I view old pictures of myself or old video, I can tell how far back in the stream sort of they are by my beard length. Oh well, thank you. I appreciate it. Hey, you watch. Once I clean myself up, I'm quite the catch. So Taz, all right, you shout out to everybody. Congratulations on becoming an adult.
Yep, you're a man now.
Exactly. Hey, Sophia. Take care, Sophia's sister. Please welcome here. Best wishes.
Okay, bye-bye. See you later.
Take care.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Brandon? How are you, big dog?
You said I've been here all day?
I always see that you're here all day. I love it.
We got any playoffs? You got any about NBA playoffs tonight?
Yes, sir. You want to know who's playing?
Yeah.
In 2 hours.
In 2 hours?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Are you excited?
Yay.
Yay is right.
My Cavaliers for 2 hours.
That's correct. They'll be on ESPN, big man.
Yep.
Are you gonna watch?
Yep.
Excellent, big man. All right. Well, Brandon, I'm gonna go back to watching my podcast. But if you need anything from me, you let me know, okay?
Okay, 2 more.
10-4.
1% of the world is Jews. I mean Jewish people. We're 2%. We're 2%. So you look out for it. If I'm Jewish and I go into whatever audition and he's seen just 1,000 people, there's a Jew, and like a bunch of goyim. I don't know this dude. The kid comes in, you've seen 1,000 people. Oh, you're also psychology? Oh, cool, man. It's like a fraternity type of thing. Yeah, take care of your own personality on a bad actress. Everybody she hired, Julia Lewis, whatever, it was always Scientologists. And they were all great actors. You know, I did a charity, Church of Scientology. Okay? No, but I did stand up. They were trying to. Yeah, they tried to get me, but there's no way. But I did this joke. I went up there and I was like, I looked around. I was like, damn. I was like, Scientology, Church of Scientology, this is what it is. And I told my friends I was doing it here, and they were like, be careful. And I go, what do you think they're gonna do? Make me sit in a chair and take responsibility. They were like, loving it because in a way, a lot of the attendants are actually pretty good. It's like you're responsible for the condition for literally everything. Yeah. I'm saying you were right. Just read this book. It never. I knew there was this wrestling. So his sons would wrestle with us, and his sons wouldn't Like one went to wrestle at Penn, the other like some big ass squad in Iowa. Super wretched. Private jets and the meat and all the shit. But he was just some hedge fund dude. And his company was, huge. Only hired wrestlers. Like a fraternity, because he was like, dude, if a guy comes in and he meets the criteria, but he also wrestled, I know his work ethic is wrestling. He's like, they're grinders. He's like, my company's made up of grinders. We're top fucking company. We grind. He was like, man, they make it through every sports, they make it through wrestlers, water polo players, because maybe they're water people, lacrosse players. Lacrosse, I don't know, it's stuff, dude. You play, lacrosse is great. Yeah, I like hockey. No, it's hockey on grass. It's tough. Yeah, I love lacrosse. Yeah, it's big. Texas. And really big. Where'd you play college? Yeah. Did you play team one? No. Yeah, I was at Whittier. We were ranked number 2 in the nation. What sport do you think takes the hardest? Do you think it's, because I know you guys lacrosse, it's hard. Football, it's hard. Rugby, it's hard. Football. I remember arguing with a person in South America. They were saying that NFL and you Americans are pussies because we don't use pads. I think it's boxing. Yeah, but I'm saying in collision sports. I mean, Jason made this, which was interesting. I was watching Andy Ruiz. Clips of that dude. There's no reason that guy should be that fast. He's skinny, not skinny. No, he was on weight, right? He was 100 pounds. That motherfucker had crazy ass hands. He was unbelievable. American football, interesting. I think it's because of the helmets. Because you can't helmet the helmet. It's also the athletes. You know which better athletes playing football than all other sports? Wait, which one? The athletes in football. You have guys running 40s at 230 pounds. They just have better athletes. I don't know. They're getting faster now. Yeah. Did you see like one? This is interesting. She was 640s. So weird. I thought this was so much. Jay said me this. So,
Hey Taz, can you hear me?
how hard is it to go?
Taz, can you hear me? Taz.
These are ranked by your odds of reaching an elite level. It's big. I'm going to guess. What's your guess for number 1? Number 1 is basketball. Is there that's not you're just tall. There's some caveats with this though. With like me and George, there's some caveats with this. You don't like this list because you're gay and you like tennis, so you like this list. But I don't know why this statistic is. But if you're 7 feet tall, you have such an insane percentage of being a professional basketball player. Wait, what is the question? You'll see. Okay, see, like odds of your odds of going in all the major sports. So when you see this list, they have no one can get this caveat there. Yeah, but just let's say this sport, that's a different conversation. Number 1, just to start, you have to have the crazy list. So it's not available to every guy. Is it tennis kind of like that? It's a world sport. It's a world sport too. So you can also look at how many people actually do it. So if you're competing with the world like soccer, that's why soccer stuff. That's why baseball stuff. Yes. That's not what website. That's why UFC stuff. It's worldwide now. There is no real professional like basketball. It's a hard to be. Like it's not a very popular sport. It's not a one sport with like soccer. It's not like for some reason it says it's not there. It's still not popping up. Can you play it from your phone? You'll probably go somewhere else. Like one of the sport where they're actors pretending to be you at the highest level. You know what I mean? There's no Undertaker at the highest level of baseball. Yeah. it says the really early report is no longer available. So I have a screenshot of it. So you want a screenshot for each? Is that how I can do it? So it says how hard is it to go pro? Rank by your odds of reaching the elite level. So global participants. So number one is tennis. You have 90 to 100 million plus people play it. So your chances of going pro are 1 in 2 million. Soccer's that's hold on, let's go. So the golf, 60 to 70 million people play it. You have 1 in 1 million chance of going pro. By the way, this is part of the piece. So hold on, yeah, of course. So then now MMA, 100 plus million people do it, right? Reaching. So this isn't getting to the UFC. This is reaching the UFC. So if you're in LFA contender series, that doesn't count. This is reaching the UFC and the rate. So you have 1 through 10, 1 in 500,000. So you have a 0.0002% chance. That's boys, right? Be fucking cool. Be cool. The distance football, soccer, it drives me nuts. It's soccer. 250 million people play that, but that's going to this is the Premier League. That's 1 in 500,000, which I was going to say there's so many people that even feels like a low number for the amount of people playing soccer. More people playing soccer because you got every kid in the fucking league. This one's weird. This one's weird. Formula One. This is way how many. So it's becoming a full-time F1 driver. 1 in 500,000. The issue with that is there's only 25 of them, and you have to be backed by billions. Yeah. So I guess. I guess they take out people are card junior racing. I think there's people that are already doing it. This is your chance to get it, but there's odds working against you. This is a sport, though. This is insane. That's a different conversation. Different sport. You know, is drag racing a sport? No, Formula 1 is very different. Formula 1 is like, I'm trying to do drag racing too. If you've ever drag race, it's the reaction time straight line. Yeah, we gotta hold on. Like it's, yeah. But Formula 1 is tough. It's so it's your feet and your hands. It's physical. It's very physical. It's just not a sport. Yeah. So basketball also that you get so we get NBA 140,000. I assume that basketball 140,000. Well, NBA is that so important because I agree. There's no way everyone was ever going to basketball. Yeah, there's no way. What do you say about this though? But I think it's possible. It should be 1 in 10 million. Like it's there's only 12 guys on the roster in the NBA. Correct. Baseball, that's all about football. Yeah. That's not even. And then you got to be born with the height, the gifts, the everything else. So and then baseball again. Making an MLB roster 1 in 50. I don't know. That doesn't sound right. NFL 1 in 50,000? Is that? No, it's a smaller pool. Boxing. That all makes sense. All those sports make sense. In some ways, you could say, equal playing in some ways. The soccer one blows my mind. Because you have to say this. Like, okay, watch. No matter who you are, if you start playing any of these sports, your chances of making it are probably all kind of the same. In a way. Like, I know there's so many people, there's a bigger pool, but at the end of the day, but there's still one competing with the very best people. You make like a practice squad or you make something like that, I guess. No, here's my assessment. NFL, if you're 1 in 30,000, I guess if you're taking all Division 1, I can't be kids in Pop 1. But take this, at the end of the day, when it gets to the pros, like you're beating everybody, but then the competition gets crazy, right? Because it's the minutiae, it's those little details. Yeah, I'm saying if like all comes out in Washington, evens out people in general. Because, okay, so you're a really good car racer. You're almost Formula 1. You're almost good to play football. You're almost good enough to play game, I say. But it's that extra little thing. Now you're competing with a very small pool of excellence. And that's where these X factors come in that are really hard to measure. So in a way, it's all probably on an equal footing. Sure, at the end of the day, it's the same. There are a lot of people, but when you're playing soccer, you're actually competing with the same amount of people. There's the same amount of people. I think soccer is one of those ones where it's like there's a lot good now are you as good as the guys on fucking Chelsea? No, that's good Chelsea.
Oh, like yeah.
Manchester United or Manchester City? No.
Yeah.
Or Real Madrid? No. But if you're at MLS, you're pretty fucking good, man.
Messi's on that off.
Well, yes, but you know, but so if you think anybody in sport, there's one standout, and they're a standout because of thousands physically, mentally, they just got reaction time, whatever they do. But I'm not talking about people already that probably should talk about like the people that are already shining by the time they're 14, 15, whatever. Most of those guys don't make it. Okay, let's say by the time they're 18, 19, you go, that guy's a prospect. I think then now you've got that. Now they're in that. You kind of have to start the and then like you have to start. That's what I'm saying. When I say wanting careers, I would say I assume you're going based off of people that are already on the trajectory of the way kids. But like to your point, how buses stop in high school? Like that's Tiger's not going to compete. He's competing like ready to compete with me. When we went to the national tournament, when we were there's 9 and 10 officers. I go look at my kid. There's so many teams and kids. I mean, it's an influx, and everyone's in different colored jerseys. There's so many buses dropping kids off. Everyone's in Disney World. I go real quick, boys, look around. You see how many kids? You see how many kids, right? I mean, as far as the eye can see, there's so many kids. 1 or 2 of you play Division I college football. That's what you're competing. So I know you see all these kids. They're 9 and 10. Maybe 2 of you don't play. In Texas or Georgia. That's how hard this is when you're young. Yes. So what are you gonna do to stand out? And here's the other thing. Like I was talking to Rabbi a couple of times to drop a name and the other shit about David Benavides. David Benavides is a monster boxer. Okay, he's a monster. Then they were like, I'd like to see if people are better. And I was like, see a very different story. A lot of guys that are also they're coming up, and then when they get to that upper echelon, now you might see a very different situation. You might, if he fought better people, if he fought people, he's never fought somebody of that caliber. That's a very different thing. I don't know if it's smart, but here's the thing: even if he doesn't fight them, he's still one of the very best to do it. Absolutely. But this is the problem. People are always like, it's like when people compare their careers to John Jones, like, it's fine, yeah. But you're talking about the lead of the lead of the. That's what I'm saying. So, you know how good Benavides is at boxing? He's right. Multi-time world champion. He's right. But then people are like, oh, he can't beat. No, all I'm saying is maybe not. I'm just saying we don't. What I'm saying is the problem is people want more. They want more. We don't know how to yet. I'm just saying, we know he's one of the greatest to do it right now. So with someone like what you're saying, I don't want everyone, but Earl Spence was a monster. And you see him fight, and I know he's one of the greatest ever. But you see what happens when he fought, Terry Crawford. And on all due respect to Earl Spence, it was just so interesting. You'll see, so you gotta be careful with that because Earl Spence was compromised coming off of your accident. Like that wasn't an elite.
I think what you're trying to say is he is one of the he is great, but we don't know how he is in with the elite of the elite.
We don't know if we don't know. See, hold on. Again, we have to be careful with the word great. I don't think you can be called one of the greats until you fought all the greats or a lot of the greats. Like Manny Pacquiao is one of the greats. Earl Spence, Blake Crawford, one of the greats. Canelo, one of the greats of all time. Because the way they fought, not only all comers, guys that were greats. I mean, Canelo fought Kovalev, who was a monster.
You feel the same way about it in a way?
Well, I think in a way it is undoubtedly just so phenomenal. And he's fought some tough guys. He's been sat down. He's fought bigger guys. It's like Lomachenko. He had to go up and win. He's great. Usyk obviously he's made it past that.
You probably argue that in a way has fought the greatest.
biggest of his division. Yeah, he's so good. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. Guys like Tyson, I talked about so it's society now where it's like championship people. He's so that's the same way as people. That's right. He's big cares. You know what I'm saying? It's like the society we live in now, it's like, yeah, but he can't do this. I'd like to see him fight. Sure, but even if he doesn't, you know, what a great career. 100%. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not taking it away from him. No, I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying that's the world we live in. Well, when you're a player, you're always doing so people, and he's tall, and he's like 6'2". Is he that big? I think he's about 6'2". He's very tall and fast, and just and he's always been a monster. I talk to guys who like who are in his gym, and they're like, dude, that guy's always been a monster. Yeah, so he also 6 feet. Speaking of fighting, I have a theory, but I want to hear what you guys think about McGregor's comeback against Max. To go take care of your parts, bro. I need auto parts. I want a friendly staff. I want a knowledgeable staff. I want to make sure they got the parts in store or online. You know, we roll with one shop only. That's O'Reilly Auto Parts. They have thousands of parts and accessories in stock either in store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in a jam. Plus, whether you're a car expert or a rookie, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, investable, and super friendly, Brian. The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. First, I didn't think it was real. I woke up to this blinding light. I was transported to another place. I heard a voice. Come with me if you want to live. For thousands of movies and shows, and they were all free. It's just so beautiful. On TV, free streaming of YouTube, French, I wrote the 100, X-Files, Pecos, excitement, loss of sleep, and some belief in extraterrestrials, no credit cards, or illegal killers necessary to live TV never. First of all, what you so theory is Conor McGregor. I think it's around the Floyd Mayweather. Did you ever watch Rocky 3, where he fights Clubber Lang, and before that he has like a robot in his house, and he's fighting, he's training like on the news, and everything's always, he's not training in the charge. Yeah, I think that Conor McGregor around the Floyd Mayweather time became Rocky 3, and just never had an Apollo Creed. Like he needs like a Dustin Poirier to be like, you know what I mean? But he did have a Dustin Poirier. Didn't go so well. So it needs to be Apollo Creed that brings it back to humbleness, because like he's never going to be that fighter that he was before. Never. And I think going against Max is a fucking nightmare for him, because it's good because he's not going to get crushed. He obviously didn't want to come in and fight a wrestler. Yeah, that's not going to be for him. I would say though that the one place that Conor has a very high fight IQ is boxing. Like he's striking. He really understands distance, and he's just his access. Yeah. Power at a lower weight class. Now what you give him is kudos to Conor. So it's not like, you know, Nate came back and he fought Mike Perry, you know, or he fought, Jake Paul in boxing, and Jorge Masvidal. Conor's been off, 5 years? 6 years now. 6 years? Five. And there's no warm-ups. Because he went, yeah, here's Max Holloway. Now some of you remember his last fight, but also some of you are going, yeah, but Max Holloway lost to Charles Oliveira. Okay, he got knocked out by Oliveira. Yeah, but okay. The very best, and then lost to traveling competition. Connor's stepping to that. If you don't respect that shit, don't think that was unstoppable. There's a lot of people. Like, usually, what's your expectation? Is there a fight? I'll let him see. No, he's fine. You're I'm also going to twitch and I think I can't. I'm going to go that keeps on saying he's going to take you to practice, and we've been just sitting on the board, just smacking our glove, just hoping he's coming. He's taking us right. He's coming. He's going to show up. He's at the car. He's at the car. Different is, remember, he's coming off a injury, and then also when fighting, there's that pay-per-view model, so he's making more money than anybody's ever been paid in the UFC. So coming off a leg injury, the business model has changed. His contract, his 6-fight deal, was based on pay-per-views. So they have to figure that out. He has to figure out his leg injury. So there's a lot that goes into it, man. So people go, yeah, he's never fighting. Okay, but he also went through a whole legal issue. His leg fell off. His leg fell off. The business model has changed. Like he's also that's not Nate Diaz showing up. Like there's a lot. You're talking about the biggest star in combat sports history. There's a lot to get that guy inside the octagon. That's why I'm happy that he's coming back to me. I'm fucking I'm happy too, but I need to know your expectations because I don't expect about 8 years. I don't expect the Conor McGregor before. I just don't think that Conor McGregor ever comes back. I'll say this: he's not going to be Conor that fucking beat Aldo, but he's also not going to be in the Diaz shoe. He's going to be somewhere in the middle. If he comes back and fights at level he fought at Cowboy Cerrone, like when he came against Cowboy, I'd be happy if he comes back at that level. That's a high level. That's a very high level. That's a he's been through a lot. He's been through even, I would suggest there are other extracurricular. It's just not hungry too. And then once he has them,